welcome in to the Brawl house.
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
No way!
We are about to head into the most competitive day in Brawl history, my friend. Are you ready?
Welcome back, Brawl Stars Nation. It is the final weekend of the entire year, and this is a perfect time to join us. We're going to be kicking it off with the East Asia Monthly Finals. I am Kenny, joined with me, two of my favorite co-casters. It's going to be Teddy and Trav. Teddy, how are we feeling on the day?
I'm excited, man. I mean, East Asia, very strong region. The region of the world champions, and the world finals are gonna be very soon as well. So I want to see which ZETA team is the most ready, and I want to see if any of the other teams of the region are able to compete with them today.
That's absolutely true. They are both dominant powerhouses so far. Trav, how are we feeling about a little East Asia action today?
I mean, as Teddy said, you know, they're home to not one, but two of the world's best. And it's just always such a good showdown when those two teams do face. And there's a possibility of it happening in the finals once more. And that'll be the decider to see who wins the most monthlies of the year. So I couldn't be more pumped.
Yeah, 3 points being the difference maker, and it's going to be quite an impressive one today to see who takes home first place in this region. Whether it's your first time joining us or not, though, it is going to be good to do a little refresh on our format. We've got the Power Match format. This is going to be identical to those Power League games you all are playing at home every single day, just at a professional level. Top 8 single elimination bracket, best of 3 quarterfinals, and once we get to those semifinals and the finals, it's going to be a best of 5. And this bracket today, it's going to be a good one. You know, we've kind of had some consistency here in East Asia. All of the top upper bracket teams have done it 3 months in a row. Teddy, how are you feeling about that today? Do you think things change up? Anything stand out to you about this bracket here?
Well, as Trav already rightly mentioned, there is some potential here for a ZETA Division 1 versus ZETA Division 0 grand final at the end of the day. But our semifinals as well could be quite exciting, you know, with teams like Rising Sun on one side, AtaruChanClub on the other, facing both ZETA Divisions teams. I think there's some potential here for some really exciting semifinals and grand finals, whereas the quarterfinals are a little bit more one-sided on paper. But, I mean, that gives an extra chance for those teams to maybe cause an upset.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I mean, if there's a month to do it, it's our final month of the year. I think it's going to be a really good one here today. I'm very excited to see which team ends up popping off, and 3 points being the only difference maker. Every single round is going to count. And if you want to get in on all the action at home, event.brawlstars.com. It is the absolute best place to watch us. Make sure to answer those questions. Get some free points there and try and go for that exclusive spray. I know I'm going to be trying for it. Trav, Teddy, we're all going to be making predictions at home as well. And I think today our caster predictions are probably going to line up pretty similarly. Looks like we're all 3 running with the same thing. Trav, why do you think that is?
I mean, there's nothing other to say than I think it was pretty clear cut. All 4 of us going for the same thing, and all 4 of these teams who we've predicted have been in the semi-finals since July every single month. So I think it's just a very well-seeded bracket, and I don't think there's anything more to say other than these 4 teams are the most dominant out of this monthly final in general.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. For me too, they've just been consistent, like you said, since July, even though AtaruChanClub was under a different, team name, same roster, same players. They've had a lot of success all throughout the year. And this region is really stacked up to be quite interesting. You know, we have our 2 world final spots secured. It's going to be ZETA Division 1 and ZETA Division 0. The matter of what the order is, though, that comes into question today. Who takes home a little larger chunk of change? That's on the line too. It's 3-3 overall for the year. But there are definitely some good teams in here, Teddy, like Rising Sun Esports, AtaruChanClub, who have definitely impressed throughout the year too.
They're the only teams really that have been able to do some damage to the ZETA teams. Not very consistently, let's be honest, and mostly just close matches that the ZETA teams ended up winning anyways, but they've been able to cause some uproar here and there. I think as well that only 3 points difference is really exciting, because this means that this monthly final will decide by whoever goes the furthest in the bracket, whether that might even be a ZETA Division 1 versus ZETA Division 0 grand final. It's going to decide which team is the champions, the best team of East Asia coming into the World Finals.
Very true. I mean, 3 points is a very small margin. And when taking a look at leading teams, who ZETA Division 1 and ZETA Division 0 will be stacking up against, every single team across the world has been decided, except for the 2 regions we have left this weekend. Y'all are definitely going to want to have to see what happens in EMEA later today with my boys across the stage with me right now. And of course, in NA tomorrow alongside myself. It's going to be awesome to see, Trav. When I look at all these teams, there's just so much potential. And I really do think this could be the best World Finals yet.
I can't disagree with you. 16 of the best teams in the world, and you'll see as well, Battery Gaming have officially guaranteed their spot. They just have to show up, which is the exact same with Navi just having to show up as well. But I mean, focusing down on this region, it's just ZETA Division 1, ZETA Division 0, who are the leading teams, and there will be a decide today of who comes out on top. And regardless, I think at the World Finals, everybody's going to be scared of these 2 teams, no matter who comes out on top and who comes out in second place, because both these teams are just so fierce and so dangerous, so scary, and they've always got an intimidation factor when you are going to be facing them.
Absolutely. I mean, they are going to be some top contenders for a reason. ZETA 1 and ZETA 0 are 3-3 apiece in the BSC so far this year, and ZETA Division 1 are our MSI defending champions. It's going to be an absolutely fun one to watch. For now, Trav, we're going to let you go, and it'll just be me and Teddy for a little bit. We're going to be taking over quarterfinal number 1. And it's going to be a good one, too. Rising Sun taking on RIG South. I think this is a really good one to watch and a good one to start us off. You know, no Zetas quite yet. We'll get on that action in just a little bit. But Rising Sun Esports, definitely a team that's impressed me throughout the year. And to be honest, I think they put up some really good fights. Wahoshi, Aaron, Ryohi, all phenomenal players. They definitely had strong showings. I think the ZETA teams have just been too much to handle this year for just about anybody.
Yeah, I think that's truly the case. You know, it's hard really to shine when you have teams like ZETA 1 and 0 in your own region, but they have been one of those teams that have been able to find some success here, and there are some grand finals appearances as well, and some semis too. So a team that quite consistently this year has been able to kind of like, you know, get that 3rd spot as 3rd best team in the region. Unfortunately for them, there's no world final spot for that, but they, you know, against opponents like RIG South, I feel like this is looking really good for them.
Yeah, I do too. And for RIG South, this is only their 3rd monthly final. They've not made it out of the quarterfinals quite yet. And last month they did lose to ACC 2-1. You know, the month before that, losing to Rising Sun 2-0. But all 3 of these guys on your screen are great players too. You know, it takes a lot just to make it this far. There's somebody that's definitely been a little more impressive through the second half of the year. They just haven't quite made that step that teams like Rising Sun have consistently done, which is get into those semifinals.
Yeah, it's their big challenge this month, and an opponent like Rising Sun, I'm sure they're happier that it's them than either ZETA teams, but still, it is a challenging team to face here in the quarterfinals, and on paper, I would argue that there's some chances they don't see any semifinals this year, but we've already talked about it. This is the final month here, and their final chance too, if they want to make it ever past those quarterfinals. It's now or never, or next year rather.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely want to end the year with a bang too. I mean, if there's a month to finally push past and make it to the semifinals, get yourself a little bit of an upset. This is a great spot to do so, not only for momentum into next year, but just for the extra cash, for, you know, a lot of reasons too. I think this goes further than just a world final spot. This is for a lot of pride. This is to show them what they've got. And I think, you know, kind of going through the motions, this will be, you know, their 3rd, 4th kind of monthly final appearance. And that's a really big deal for both teams. I mean, 2022 is not the end of the line for talented players on both these teams. I think Rising Sun definitely wants to end the year strong too, and even try and shake up the confidence maybe a little bit of those ZETA teams.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think as well that, you know, going to semis can help like afford better devices to play on and such sort of details and justify the commitment as well. So I think it can be quite an important month here for RIG because they've been able to show up multiple times in monthly finals this year, but they have yet to win a match in monthly finals. So this is their big chance. You know, if you guys remember from the predictions, we still all went, as a matter of fact, with Rising Sun Esports with this one, just because of, you know, consistency's sake and the fact that they have beat by far the better team this year. But final month leaves a lot of room for upsets, and I'm hoping we see, you know, a really good challenge here for Rising Sun in this match.
Yeah, I think they've got a good chance at it too. On paper, I'm definitely with you. Rising Sun should be the clear favorites here, but I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that RIG South can do it. They've had some pretty good showings as well, and I think depending on how this draft goes, you know, they might try and catch the other team off guard. When you're a less favored team, sometimes bringing in a little bit of that surprise factor can go a long way, and especially on a first opening map that we'll have momentarily, like Shooting Star, you know, really anything can happen. It's kind of a different ball game as well, so I definitely think RIG South winning is not out of the question. I'll be curious to kind of see what the people at home are thinking in terms of the split for this one. You know, I feel like Rising Sun should rightfully be a favorite, but I do think there will definitely be people out there that'll roll with RIG South this time around.
Well, you know, even though they haven't quite had the success of Rising Sun, they're still like a familiar name to the East Asia region, right? Because they've showed up multiple times already just this year in monthly finals. So we know them, you know, it's just, yeah, this is their chance to prove themselves today. And I'm really hoping that they managed to deliver. And honestly, I somewhat agree with the split here. 78-22 from our viewers. I think it's pretty fair, to be completely honest, because Rising Sun has been much more successful so far this year. I'd say maybe RIG stand a little bit more of a chance than that, but it's pretty accurate to my eyes.
Yeah, I think that's a good chunk. You know, I'm glad there's people out there that are definitely supporting them like they rightfully deserve. You know, all these guys work really hard to get to where they are. And we've got Rising Sun, RIG South queuing up for this draft. We'll have it momentarily as well. And Shooting Star are going to be our opening map. This has been kind of a crazy map to see unfold this year. You know, traditionally, this is where those sharpshooters kind of shine. But now we live in very different times in Brawl Esports. Otis has since been buffed and now is in the mix here. Stunt women like Bonnie and Janet run rampant. We're going to see that be the first overall pick on that right-hand side. It's going to be a Bonnie pick, followed by a Belle, which is the highest brawler pick rate as of recent history. Lola going to be a follow-up as well. Very interesting stuff, but a little predictable, I would say. Nothing too crazy standing out here so far, Teddy.
Yeah, besides the speed of the draft, perhaps. I don't know if they are aware they have 30 seconds to pick. I mean, you know, the Belle-Lola combination, something we've seen a lot because the Belle counters Lola very nicely. Plus Belle with the mark is going to be great against something like a Bonnie to try to shut that idea down. Whereas actually the Max to speed up that Bonnie that kind of struggles with its spacing in general will be very helpful too when she's in cannon form. Otis is in a great place overall, so I'm very happy to see him brought in here. I think, you know, if you look at the previous monthly finals from last weekend, it was maybe slightly overrated to the extent that it was brought into maps and modes where it's not very good, especially looking at highs here. But I feel like Bounty is more of its playing ground. So I think the drafts here are pretty good on both sides, although I actually on paper might even slightly prefer RIGs. I think the execution here, Rising Sun still stand a very, very solid chance considering they're the favorites.
Well, starting off really early, it's going to be very aggressive gameplay. It's going to be Meow falling early, 2-3. RIG South with a blue star lead +1 right now. And they're going to be running this Max composition as well. Max is a brawler I've really fallen in love with in Brawl Stars, especially this year. I feel like it's just so flexible, can do really well in the sharpshooters in this map. It can be really pesky for somebody like Belle to kind of line up shots against. Now Aaron, though, setting up a penny turret. It's going to apply a little bit more pressure. And RIG South need to be careful here. They are getting pinned to their spawn.
Yeah, that blue star picked up by RIG is very important because 1 kill each, it still gives them the lead for now, and it really helped them dictate the pacing of the game, which I think a brawler like Max always helps too to do just that. A bit of a push now on the right side in the mid. Aaron tanked up quite low HP. It's gonna have to be a little bit careful as time is trickling down towards our final 35 seconds of this game, and slowly but surely Rising Sun are gonna have to go for a push.
Yeah, they're going to be looking to go for this final little bit of momentum here as we dip below sub 30 seconds. Meow with the super available as well, and so does Max at the top of your screen. That's going to be a really big play for them as well. The Lola Ego going down too. Hochi trying to get aggressive here. A Penny turret on the ground as well, and with 15 seconds left to go, it's going to be left to Rising Sun to get a final kill here.
Yeah, the positioning is good. Meow trying to hold that right angle onto our Hochi. Moneko quite low HP. That's the kill that Rising Sun need. But is there going to be a trade? No. Everyone low HP on that right side, but both teams able to survive. Does mean that Rising Sun will take the first game.
Whew, it was a close call too. I mean, you know, when you go for a strategy like that, of that passive aggressive style where you're really waiting to get the last mark in, I think it's risky, but it makes a lot of sense to me, right? If you can just get that kill and get out in the final moments, you automatically win. There's no way for RIG South to respond there. I think Rising Sun played that very patiently. They controlled the map and they just waited for the right opportunity. But to start things off here, RIG South with a 3-0 lead. Good start for them.
Yeah, that is pretty amazing for RIG. Meow is forced to jump out, which is not quite ideal. You know, some utility there lost with that super. Not gonna be finding too much value besides keeping him alive, but he's able to get back to cannon form. A kill from Ryohei is gonna slowly close the gap as we have a 1-star difference now between both teams.
Yeah, another close call here. A minute to go. Meow on this right-hand side, just hovering, facing off against Wahoshi. Aaron commanding things in the mid. And seeing Otis here, I mean, it's not too surprising to me considering the strength of this brawler. I don't think he normally screams, you know, that kind of sharpshooter impression or, you know, kind of going against the grain like Max does, but it makes a lot of sense to me. It's a strong brawler. I think they can find some good value out of it. And if they can use those super at opportune times, they're going to be able to stun the enemy basically out of doing anything outside of walking. I think that Starfish man on the left can be very valuable for them, especially as we approach this 30-second marker, and they're going to need it as they're only up 1 star.
Yeah, similar situation to last game. The same scores, as a matter of fact. Can Rising Sun Esports do it again and steal yet another game, as the pace is going to be turned around quite a bit. There actually a kill on each side, but RIG find a second. Ryohei finds another, but the trade from Moneko is on point. With 3 seconds left, unless there's a big catch here, which it's not quite going to be the case. RIG South actually will be tying things up.
Yeah, the defense held that time. I mean, it was very similar, like you mentioned, to how game number 1 with it, except this time it's RIG South who prevail. I think overall, again, that's kind of the risk you run. If you want to be the last one to take a stand, get those kills, and just walk away with the game, you got to make sure you stay up on top. And this time, RIG South were able to respond. And once again, another blue star lead for the boys in red. It's going to be left to Rising Sun to try and capture this lead.
Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate actually for Rising Sun, because I believe Ryohei actually thought he would not get to kill, because that kill gave them enough of a lead to win that game. So he kind of committed to another fight against Moneko, and that actually cost them that game in the end. But again, blue star picked up by RIG. Their setup makes it quite a bit easier to get it. This time around, the first kill is going to go the way of Rising Sun, so they will have the early lead as a matter of fact.
Yeah, kind of a shame for Meow there too. I mean, he does have that escape mechanism with his jump. As Bonnie, you can get away from that circumstance if you use that super, but elected to kind of get aggressive with it, go against Ryohei, and this time it was Rising Sun's side that ended up getting it. And this is kind of the first time we've really seen them on the defensive. They're still staying pretty aggressive, all things considered, though a lot of the times when teams have this lead, they kind of let off the gas pedal, but this time around, they're taking advantage of their positioning, a weak Max, and now Bonnie jumping away as well. They're fending off the enemy team right now with 45 seconds to go. This time it's going to be them with the 1-star lead.
Yeah, I think you make a good position a good point, sorry, about the position of Rising Sun, because you know the whole strategy in Bounty, especially on Shooting Star, is going to be to go for that final push and try to get that kill, so you don't have to fall back because the timer just runs out. If you have so much mid control, that's just not possible, right? Because if you go for a last second push, you just fall back, so you won't be able to get pinched so easily and give away any kills. 10 seconds left, that mark on the max is quite catastrophic, as he does end up going down to Aaron. They need 2 kills now, unless they find Aaron, and it doesn't quite seem like they will make any of those sort of ideas happen. It's gonna be Rising Sun to take the set in the end.
Yeah, and great plays overall, too. I think game number 3 was arguably the most convincing from Rising Sun so far today. They kind of got that lead really early. They took advantage of that fight on the right-hand side of the map against the Bonnie. Just couldn't quite get that super out in time to get away from that situation, and they capitalized off it. I really agree with, too. I think they played a great job in terms of positioning. They knew the objective of Bounty as a game mode, and they really let those kills fly as well in game number 3, too. You know, getting the last ones that they needed. I think overall, they just had the patience and the discipline to make it work, and a best 2 out of 3, they really got the job done.
Yeah, really solid job overall from Rising Sun. I think that even the second game, that RIG, I mean, props to them for picking it up and making all 3 games fairly competitive. It was still more or less a little bit of a mistake, I would say, from Rising Sun as well. You know, just getting a little bit confused here and there and giving away the lead just before the end of that game. But I mean, they take the set either way, you know, and RIG, they need to step up in this next set, as it might very much be their last for this year.
Yeah, they're going to absolutely have to take a stand here. And like you said, they made it really competitive. I thought overall a pretty good job done. But it did feel like at times there was a lot of control going Rising Sun's way. But when you look at the kill breakdown, nothing too crazy. You do see Rising Sun Esports with a slight lead in that favor. Ryohi being the leader in kills there, but pretty even distribution and damage. And Molneko putting in a lot of work for his team on the right-hand side along with Meow.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, overall, Rising Sun just looking like the better team for this opening set. But again, you know, still showing a little bit of room for RIG to make some magic happen. Couldn't quite do it consistently enough to take that first set. But there's another one to go here, and maybe this is going to be their chance to finally make something happen here.
Yeah, RIG South is going to need to take a stand in this set, or else it could be their last for the year. Kaboom Canyon going to be an interesting one to do so on, too. I feel like this map has been very interesting to kind of see develop throughout the year, and it's had some really fun strategies along with it, too. You can get kind of wild on this map a little bit. You know, something that comes to mind is kind of the Gale launchpad strategy that teams have implemented as of recent, kind of second half of the year, post-MSI world. You know, they run with the Gale, they go with the, you know, less popular star power, slows down the enemies, they run it with a tank or something like that. But you could go with some of the classics on this map too, the Crows, the sharpshooters like Bell and Piper of this world. I feel like there's a lot of different opportunities, and depending on what RIG South is comfortable with here, they could definitely bring that to Kaboom Canyon.
Oh, definitely. I do think this is a map with a wide array of options overall. I think, you know, because of that Gale launchpad and because of Daryl being quite a threat here, B has been picked so often early on in the drafts on this map. Just because you have, you know, a long-range brawler that can access the safe from a long distance and can still manage to deal with those tankier options very nicely as well. But looking at our draft so far, we will have the Colette, the Crow, and the Gale ban on the side of Rising Sun. Gil, Sam, and a mystery ban from RIG. It seems like a mystery first pick too from RIG. I'm sure we'll find out as we get in game what exactly those are. But what I can tell you is that we do have a Carl and an Otis brought in by Rising Sun.
Yeah, and I think there's some, you know, people at first glance might think it's crazy to see something like Gale being banned there, but again, with that strategy in play, it makes a lot of sense to me. I like the shout of Daryl that you made too. I mean, Daryl is somebody that synergizes really well with that. B is somebody that I think serves a lot of purposes on that map. You know, you get that long range capability like you mentioned, and it also is kind of a defense mechanism if they want to go something crazy with tanks. There's a lot of really fun brawlers in that map too. You know, you've got brawlers like Amber that show up, Crow that show up, even Griff, an EMEA favorite as of recent history, and also now really branching out across the globe. definitely somebody that's shown up a lot for that wall break mechanic too. Somebody I've kind of seen play a little bit too. You know, Otis is really strong in the game right now. 8-Bit though is kind of a sneaky person. I've seen a lot of scrims as of recent. Not sure it'll show up as much in East Asia as it has in other regions, but definitely a really interesting one to keep a watch out for.
Yeah, you know, with so many bushes in the mid, if you can have an 8-Bit or a Bonnie with speed gear, you can really mitigate for the fact that they're so slow. It's not quite going to be the case for this one. I mean, draft-wise, it does make a little bit more sense now as well, as we do have the B in the end, which is just kind of a staple of this map at this point. But also brawlers like Janet that are still very, very dominant in the meta. So far, however, control-wise, it's been looking really good for Rising Sun, although that kill is going to open things up, and Ryohei is not quite able to dodge that final shot from Meow, which is going to attempt to go for mid retake. A big 3K shot onto Aaron, just deletes him from existence, and in the end, RIG, they're starting to build up some mid control, but neither side have gotten any damage on save. It's going to be Rising Sun to get the first connections as Ryohei gets into that awkward corner, not quite able to take down the Bell that only survives with about 100 HP.
Yeah, and for a little extra context too, the missing ban on that right-hand side ended up being Crow, so it looks like a double ban of that, as it was banned by both teams, and a good put of momentum there for the side of Rising Sun. Look, 9% can go a long ways on this map. They do have brawlers like Carl too, that with his gadgets can get across the map quickly. They've got Aaron, if he charges up that super, can get some speed, but Bell popping off on the left-hand side. Now Momneko going to be taking to the skies. It's going to be Janet landing in the mid. They're going to be trying to land some chip shots there, not quite in range, and it's going to be a low HP brawler now too, both going down here, and once again Rising Sun taking control of the map.
Yeah, this is such an interesting game here because we've had so much action already, especially in that mid area, but yet there's only about 12% damage on safe in total, and those are in favor of Rising Sun for now. A good position as well from Ryohei on the top left, going for the corner again, gets the kill onto Meow, should go down there, but actually is able to win against the Bell this time around, and a chance to expand that damage furthermore in favor of Rising Sun as the save dips just below the 50%.
Yeah, with only 5 seconds to go, they are trekking up the map a little bit. There's really just no time for them to get there, though. I think one con to kind of this RIG South composition, too, is while it does, you know, have some good sharpshooters in it, not a lot of ease to kind of do a lot of damage quickly onto that high safe. At least that's something that, say, Carl can do a little bit. Otis can really stop enemy brawlers. Max can give your team some momentum. I think just a little more versatile of a comp on Rising Sun's side. Of course, we didn't get quite to see how this draft unfolded. We did get to see the bans and things like that, and all solid brawlers for IG South. I think they really have to rely on control, which is exactly what they do to open up game number 2. 3 for 3. What a start.
Yeah, that is a night and day difference for this second game, and the slow connects nicely onto Ryohei. He is able to stay up for quite a bit longer, and yeah, they don't have the most damage on safe either. That's kind of the problem too. Now they have control, but they need to keep it for a long time because they can't just get control, get 20, 30, 40% damage easily and then afford to lose it. Right now, and they've had control of the mid for the entirety of the game, and they've only gotten 10% damage. Just the Carl alone, if he manages to slip through the defensive lines, can get a lot more than that in that time. So they need to be very careful. So far, it is looking quite successful here on the side of RIG, and that is the game plan as well with that comp, is you need to hold on to that control. You can't afford to be in defense too much, and in the previous game they were in defense non-stop. So this is a really, really positive change for the side of RIG, and it's definitely paying off so far.
Yeah, and with all this work too, only accumulating 22%, but they have really taken the best of Rising Sun this game. I mean, so many takedowns. Ryohei, though, making a big step up. Meow is going to fall, and now RIG South are falling on their heels a little bit. Let's see if Molneko's super can kind of give them a little bit of leverage here. Aaron taking some damage. They're going to get very aggressive here. A phase shift, and the stun coming through by Rohochi. All he could do was walk it out, and that is not going to be enough. They're starting to get some damage onto the safe. Ryohei is lining up good shots. It's a close call right now, and now a few shots coming in from Rohochi on the left. It's going to give them a small lead, and it's Rising Sun once again taking this one away.
Only 20 seconds left in this one. A very small lead in favor of Rising Sun now. Well, so low HP. Carl does miss a shot, actually, so there might be a chance. However, time is just incredibly low. Aaron trying to get a couple more hits onto that save. Meow has a charge shot as well to get some extra damage. This is possible here, only 7%, but they are able to body block very, very nicely on the side of Rising Sun, and the celebration here, as well as it's just, yeah, usual day, you know, for Aaron, just casually working on here and getting a very nice win for his team here in the quarterfinals.
I mean, just another day at work for him. I mean, he's even lifting weights in between. Pretty impressive stuff for Rising Sun. And like we said, I think that RIG South composition just really relied on control. They held it for so long. They had so many takedowns. I'm going to be kind of curious to see how those kills and stats line up for both teams. To be honest, they fought really well, but at the end of the day, they just could not do enough damage and hold on for an entire game. That's a lot to ask of a professional team. I think overall, a great fight, a great year for RIG South. But for now, it is going to be Rising Sun taking home our first quarterfinal.
Yeah, a really solid one. A really solid one. Overall, just, you know, kind of what we expected. RIG standing a chance, for sure, and keeping some games competitive, even taking one in the first set. But consistency is key in the BSC, and Rising Sun have just been the team that, you know, to that regard, have been shining much more, and they show that to us once again here in this quarter.
Yep, and I think they're going to be looking forward to a possible ZETA matchup in their future. I mean, I'm sure they want that as well, for the pride, for the money, just to give themselves a little more confidence maybe going into the next year. I mean, again, these guys have been phenomenal throughout the entire year, and to place third almost seems kind of like a shame. I feel like this really is a team that has potential if they're in any other region to go to World. Unfortunately, though, it is the Zetas in their region as well. Now looking at our MVP, let's see what the people have voted at home. It's going to be Rohochi. I think an excellent candidate too. And you know, you see 6 and 13. That's not the full story though. 169 DPS, a great job overall. And sometimes just gaining your teams to control can go a long ways, especially in a mode like Heist 2, where the objective is not to get kills, it's to deal damage on that Heist safe.
I mean, if you look at their first game of Heist, they died much, much more. Like, the stats would look much more in favor of RIG in general, but it was Rising Sun that was getting the damage on safe, and when you have game versus objectives like that, that's really what matters at the end of the day. And I always love to say that the positioning of where you go down and where you get kills is so important, because all those kills were on the top side of the map. You're getting damage on the safe in between, you know, kind of as collateral damage. And when you go down, you have to run all the way back from your spawn, and there's no chance for your opponents to run to your safe. It's just too much of a distance to cover. So stats sometimes lie, especially in Heist.
That's a very good point. Timing is very important for sure. Now hopping in, though, to our next match. We've got ZETA Division 1 taking on Fluffy. ZETA Division 1, of course, have qualified for the World Finals. They've even got some World Finals winners on their side. It's going to be Kenji, Chitampo, and Moya Goku. And this team looks ferocious. They've had a phenomenal year and overall have been so impressive, Teddy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the legends at this point. Chitampo is still considered as one of the, if not the best Brawl Stars player in the world. And I'm sure he's going to be looking to prove that again at the World Finals. Today, I wouldn't say this match is, you know, something that ZETA Division 1 should be too scared about, but it's one of the traits as well of those teams and any successful team that they don't really, look down and and underestimate their opposition too much. So I'm sure they'll take it still very seriously. But if anything, it's just going to be an extra challenge here for Fluffy, because ZETA Division 1, they are one of the titans of this region, and Fluffy are going to be the ones to face them.
Yeah, and when you look at this Fluffy roster too, I mean, some good folk on this side, very strong brawlers, and this isn't their first time round in a monthly finals either. This is their second monthly finals of the year. Their first was last month. They lost 2-1 against Rising Sun, putting up a good fight, but they did lose to Rising Sun. ZETA Division 1 is definitely a arguable number 1 right now, of course, but they still have to decide between ZETA Division 0, ZETA Division 1, kind of in that similar tier, but above the rest of them. And this is definitely going to be a challenge for Fluffy, like you mentioned. All three of these guys, great players, but to go out and be the first team outside of ZETA 0 to beat ZETA Division 1 this entire year across MSI and BSC monthly finals alike, that would be a crazy thing to see.
Yeah, I mean, any team in the region, they want to dodge ZETA if they can, right? In the quarterfinals. But either way, I mean, there's 2 ZETA teams, there's only 4 quarterfinals. The chances that you end up facing them are quite high. And I'm sure Fluffy, we're very much aware of them, seem as well, to be coming in here with some positive vibe, smiling, having a good time. That's what it's about as well, because otherwise, yeah, there's not much else you can hope for here in a matchup like this. But we've seen miracles before, we've seen huge upsets before. I wouldn't really bet too much on this being one of those instances, but there is always a chance, and the one time out of 100 that it happens could very much be this one.
You never know, right? And I mean, these are pro players for a reason, right? Not despite going against ZETA Division 1, they didn't make it here by accident. It is very difficult to make it to the top 8 teams in your region, go through all the processes of that 15-0 challenge into a double elimination bracket. I don't care where you're from or what region you're in. If you make it to a monthly finals, you're one of the best there is. And, Fluffy aren't here by accident. I think, it's going to be insanely difficult. The odds are definitely stacked against them, but it's a professional team. It's never impossible. On any given day of Brawl, someone can win.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's something I've already said at so many of the monthly finals. But for those teams that are, not quite really set yet in the competitive scenes like Fluffy, this is a huge opportunity. I mean, I would love to be able to play and get some practice down against, ZETA Division 1. So today they get to do that. And it might open up some more doors for some better scrims, for some higher chances at success in the future. I'm talking as if they already lost, which is definitely not the case, don't get me wrong. But I just want to make a point on their prospects for this matchup not being the brightest. However, I always, say as well that if there is a chance, there is a chance. And this is that Division 1. I wouldn't say they're typically a team to really underestimate their opposition, but I think that today as well, they'd be wise to not do so, because, I want to see them in the grand finals today, unless we get a really crazy upset. And Fluffy, they are going to have to go, far and beyond to make something like that happen. But there's always that tiny little chance.
Yeah, we are having a little bit of issues with the graphics for our draft, but I'm being fed kind of what's going on behind the scenes a little bit. Our opening map is going to be double swoosh, a lot of different options that can work here. ZETA Division 1 has decided to ban Poco, Squeak, and Max. On the other side, it looks like it might be working. That would be awesome to see. Otis, Colette, and Surge, though, is what I was told for the other. Either way, though, I think double swoosh is a map with a lot of different brawlers that you can rock with. I think B is somebody that I've seen a ton more on this map. You see the Otis pop up here now, and we've even got brawlers like Sam that are in the mix here too. I think a lot of different things are going down right now, and just a lot of different opportunities for a lot of different brawler choices here, Teddy.
Yeah, definitely. So it's a map, where more recently as well, there's been a kind of interesting change where there's multiple potential gem carriers depending on how the draft goes, and also depending on how, you know, different games go, because one of the few adjustments you can make in Brawl between games within the same set is swapping lanes, right? Trying to have some better matchups on your lane so you have a better chance. And recently we've seen that happen even with gem carrier, whereas traditionally they've been kind of like, you know, separated from that. Now even with Gene, actually, we've seen that happen before, but we'll see if that is going to be on the menu today, as so far it's a fairly even start. Both teams, you know, playing it very respectful, going for the gems that spawn on their side, and only those that spawn on their side until now. Kenji is going to break the pattern, as there is a bit of a push as well from Apex in the bottom right, and actually a double kill that does end up being traded out here by Kenji, but just for that one. And Fluffy, they're able to catch up gem-wise.
Well, it's good to see Kenji playing on the Gene. Definitely one of his icon brawlers and one of the most played that he has. They have a really big success rate, too, when he does play that brawler. Interesting choices on both sides, too, as now Shitampo's going to be taking it to the air. It's going to be Apex that's going to get the pinch. They do get a takedown to Moyagoku, though. A dash in forward, though. And Miria causing some trouble here. Kenji falling weak. A dive away, though, and they unfortunately don't get to pick up those gems, but they now control the mid just a little bit better. Overall, a very even matchup so far.
Yeah, I think picking up those gems could have been really dangerous, actually, for ZETA Division 1 so far. I mean, the mispull as well from Kenji. Miria getting a nice pickup onto Kenji, and certainly Fluffy have the gem leech. The tempo is sitting on that super, so is Moyagoku, so they do have some weaponry to engage here. This needs to be careful. He's one shot, but able to dash back to safety for now. 8 gems to 9. Fluffy might be able to start the countdown, as it does spawn on their side. Now, if Zeta managed to keep some of that mid control, they can tie things up and interrupt the countdown, but the next one spawns on the side of Fluffy, and Shitampo is going to need to extend to pick that one up, but is able to do so pretty much uncontested. Nearly a team wipe, as Nissi ends up going down. Kenji running away with the gems, gets stunned. Miria finds one, nearly finds two. Moyagoku was to jump in. Actually, I believe almost wanted to jump out, couldn't quite do so successfully, and what a mess.
Absolutely a mess, and somehow Fluffy are coming out on top. Another takedown from Nissi, and they're going to be using this stew to perfection right now. Apex playing defense. Shitampo trying to get there and quickly utilizing the super. 3 seconds to go. A jump in from Moyagoku. It's not enough, though. The Fang gameplay prevails. It's going to be a 1-0 in this set so far for Fluffy.
Wow. I mean, that is not what we were expecting, but you know, is that when there is a chance, there's a chance. And Fluffy, I don't think they believe in chance. I think they try to make their own luck, and so far that first game was one impressive one from them, because yes, if you look at it, it was messy, it was incredibly chaotic, and I think part of it may have been maybe ZETA Division 1 just coming in slightly overconfident here and there. But Fluffy, they did a terrific job at punishing them for that, and absolutely taking away that first game, shining throughout that chaos. But ZETA Division 1 was the better start this time around. A nice kill from Mary on the left-hand side, though, is definitely going to help out. Kenji able to spot him as well. Gene with the vision gear as well, always so valuable on double swoosh. Just get that information on your opponents, help your teammates out. Just with a little bit of attack from that spreading shot can help your teammates win their lane a lot more consistently.
Yeah, Miria has been a brawler that's caught my eye, too. I mean, the Fang gameplay has been very solid all throughout. This game, though, ZETA Division 1 have done a much better job of dealing with that aggression, and now it's led to Fluffy with a pretty big deficit here. 5 gyms behind. They do need to gain some mid-control. Apex going for the super play. Shitampo handling it quickly, though. Kenji is falling pretty weak, but is going to fall back for now. Miria hunting his prey right now. Another pickup as he's going to fall. Apex trying to stay on top of things. They do pick one to show. Will reset the clock a little bit. Kenji landing the pull, though. 10 gems back in his hands, and we've got another countdown beginning.
Yeah, I love how he pulled them into the gems as well to just make sure they end up in his own pocket. Only Apex really here in the fight, and a bit of a messy attempt here from Fluffy to interrupt towards the end, kind of just going one by one, and against a team that is as well coordinated as ZETA Division 1, that is just not gonna be happening. But in the end, we're all tied up here, so if Fluffy are able to kind of pop off again and put ZETA in an uncomfortable position, they could take the set, but that is still quite a lot to ask.
Yeah, for sure, but they've done a pretty good job of handling it so far. I mean, there's a lot of pressure when you're going against ZETA Division 1. The best 2 of 3, anything can happen. And kick things off, it's going to be Apex going for an aggressive play here. Shatampo going to be falling low. Kenji to the rescue on this left-hand side. It will force Carl away. They're going to be able to take advantage of the passive healing that Jean's super does give you. It's going to allow them to extend forward. Moyagoku picking up a kill on this right-hand side. It's going to be 4-1, now 5-1 in the favor of ZETA 1.
Apex going for more aggressive positioning, does get reset on the heel, will be there to get a nice flank onto Moyagoku, picks up the elimination. The gem lead is quite a bit better for ZETA. A nice gadget as well from Shatampo to reset the heals from Apex. In the end though, not quite able to find the most value out of it, besides creating some nice space all around and help Kenji pick up some more gems as Apex goes in aggressive. Merritt was a dash of his own, but there's not really much they can find in that position. So in the end, we have a team wipe here for ZETA Division 1, and that final gem here is going to get that countdown started as well for their side.
Yeah, and they're looking comfortable right now. 10 seconds to go. Nissi trekking up the map. A pull on to Apex, and it's going to end him as well. Shatampo going to be able to use his super to pick up a kill. Miria goes down as well. Team wipe and a win here for ZETA Division 1. Getting down to business, not holding back in games 2 and 3. It is going to be a ZETA Division 1 taking our first set.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I have to admire, you know, the ability to adapt here as well from ZETA Division 1, because that first game, I have to say, Fluffy really caught me off guard, so I can't imagine how much they caught ZETA Division off guard, but it seems like, you know, they were able to just calm things down, and that's what we know them for too, right? For always staying so calm and collected and making sure that, you know, their thoughts in the right place and have the right mindset approaching things. And games 2 and 3 were just much more convincing on their side. A bit more slow approach, not really going too aggressive, giving too many free kills as they did in that first game, and trying to keep the fight a bit less messy, a bit more structured. And it really paid off as those 2 games were much more convincing on their side.
I agree. Games 2 and 3, it really felt like ZETA Division 1 were much more disciplined, a lot less of a messy game. You know, things really got out of hand at the end of that first game. They limited their mistakes. They capitalized on their pushes and their kills. Overall, that was just textbook ZETA Division 1, and it's kind of just an expectation we built for ourselves this year with it. They just do such a great job, and when you're the defending MSI champions, you've got world champions on your roster as well from the past, you know, our expectations are going to be through the roof. So even just seeing Fluffy take a game like that in that kind of fashion is just surprising, and I think they deserve some credit for what they did there too. But so far, so good for our defending champs right now. It's going to be Open Zone up next, and Open Zone's been a very fun one to watch this year too. I do appreciate how Fluffy kind of went for something a little crazier, I would say. Not that any of those brawlers were bad, but on that last one, you know, they did try and implement the Fang gameplay, somebody that I don't think you're always going to see on a map like Double Swoosh. They go for an aggressive option, and something like game number 1, when all of the chaos is going down, sometimes having that aggressive wow factor and a getaway option with this kick can really go a long ways. I'll be curious to see kind of what they end up doing here in Open Zone and how that draft kind of plays out.
Yeah, I think the draft here is very important for Open Zone, because it is one of those maps where you can quite easily end up getting spawn trapped, because there's just not really that much cover. You know, if those bushes are burned down, getting back from your spawn all the way to the mid and to the action can be a little bit challenging. So I think this draft here on Fluffy's side needs to be, you know, approached very carefully, because if they give too much away to ZETA Division, that is gonna be, you know, just GG's. I think that is kind of the problem, you know, when you are the underdog in those sort of matchups, is if the draft doesn't go your way, it's already, you know, such a big disadvantage. So yeah, approaching things very carefully is going to be at the utmost importance for them, just like for ZETA, that they just don't want to, you know, give any advantages that they might hold otherwise. So they need to be very careful with this map draft. It is a map that I've been enjoying quite a bit too. You know, a good mix between a lot of long range as well as some high mobility brawlers and good control brawlers like Crow, which we will see double banned here. And talking about range, B and Bonnie are banned out as well. And I mean, Janet is super strong, so a very rightful ban as well from ZETA, and Fluffy as their final ban. It's gonna be the Colette. The first pick Poco on the side of Fluffy is something I like a lot on this map. Very strong, and I think it's one of those brawlers where you can kind of close the gap a little bit, as you know, it's a little bit more low skill ceiling, and even for really good teams it can be challenging to approach. So it's going to be interesting to see how ZETA Division 1 fare against it, and I think the max pick is almost required at this point, because yeah, if you give away Max and Poco, you're in for a lot of trouble.
Yeah, we're even going to see the Gus on this right-hand side here. And you're going to notice, too, none of the brawler pick rates outside of Pam, you know, our top ones are showing up here. I feel like that's because a lot of the time, Poco, Max, and even Otis nowadays, they could be banned here. I really like this start for ZETA Division 1. Max is going to be a comfort brawler for them and for this region as a whole. But like you said, Poco is a problem to deal with. The name of the game in Hot Zone is control. And when you're a brawler with a lot of HP that can heal your team as well, play a great support character with a little bit of a wider range, you know, you can definitely make that work. And if you can gain control here, really put your enemies in a tough spot. And this is a really easy one to get spawn trapped, right? So I like having that Lola on the side of ZETA Division 1, for example, to really apply that pressure, some high DPS, a lot of variety on our left-hand side, and honestly on the right-hand side too. You know, you've got that double kind of healer thing going with Pam and Poco, and now they're pairing it with Gus as well. I think this could be really interesting.
Interesting is not even a question at this point, really. I'm curious to see how that Gus is going to play out as well, as it's a brawler that I have yet to really see all that much in competitive just yet. But it's here, and so far as a pretty rough start against ZETA on that lane. What I find quite interesting with this situation as well is that max pick was almost forced onto ZETA Division, but I feel like giving a max to Kenji is not really a punishment, you know what I mean? Like, he's just going to be happy to take it, and so far has been able to do a very solid job with it as well, as Nissi is rather low HP, not really able to get all that much value, gets taken down by ZETA again. Has been consistent in this early game, as Apex is able to single-handedly get quite a couple of percentages for his team here and hold on to the zone despite being in a 1 versus 3. It does end up being shut down, and the timing at which he goes down is also less than ideal, because his teammates lost so much HP because of it needing to engage before he came back, and that team wipe here is gonna make things a lot more complicated for Fluffy, as ZETA Division 1 are getting near that 70% threshold and close to that match point.
Yeah, this was approaching at least a 40% lead or so, but the good news is for Fluffy, they have a lot of HP to work with when the healing station's down. When Apex has supers and gadgets available, they can really be a problem. A takedown on the Kenji on this right-hand side. Now the Lola ego going down too. ZETA trying to implement a super here. Doesn't quite connect, but Pam does fall. And they bring this a lot closer. It's going to be a much tighter race here. 75% and climbing now for ZETA Division 1. They're approaching 80%.
Yeah, healing station there. The Mama squeeze to help pick up that kill. A nice nearly team wipe here for Fluffy, actually, as it's only ZETA remaining alive. Still a little bit of a lead for ZETA Division, but Fluffy are catching up. Nissi is low, but still gets the kill onto ZETA. That's big. Kenji, low HP as well, gets shut down by Nissi. Nissi has been popping off here on the Gus, and that is going to secure the game for Fluffy.
Wow, what a good demonstration from them as well. Again, I feel like that was another instance of them being very competitive in this. And this was kind of what I was getting at earlier, why I was so interested in kind of those draft picks. No, they're not aggressive brawlers. And even at times, I felt like they were way behind in just acquiring kills, but they cycled themselves onto that hot zone so well that they kept it somewhat close for a long time. And once all three brawlers could touch down and get that mid control, it really was a problem for Zeta Division 1. Timing can be a big factor in hot zone as well. And especially on a map like this, once you gain control of that mid, it can be very difficult to get it back. So sometimes having just one good push and hold can really be all you need.
Yeah, the start here fairly even again. Nice max speed pumped as well. Moya Goku gets knocked back by the gadget from Nissi. The healing station shut down rather quickly as Miria goes down, and Zeta have the man advantage, but that's the thing as well, right? With two healers as well as a Gus, which I wouldn't quite call a healer, to be completely honest. He does provide some heals, but rather minor compared to a Pam, and obviously a Poco can provide. But Fluffy, a little bit of a lead, not for long, as Zeta Division are in the zone, are catching up, and a nice kill into Miria. Apex is low HP, using the healing pad as well to stay up. The tempo is just holding very, very firmly onto that right lane and not letting Fluffy go back to the zone. That's the spawn trap I was talking about earlier.
Yeah, they put themselves in a very tough spot. 30% now for Zeta Division 1. A takedown onto Apex as well. And like you said, all three of these guys are kind of more on the utility side of brawlers. You know, Pam's pretty versatile. All of them got it in them. But, I mean, if Zeta 1 just stays aggressive, it's going to be very difficult for Fluffy as individuals to kind of step forward. Another takedown onto Poco. Now Pam trying to do whatever she can. But the lead is too much. It's Zeta Division 1 once again striking back. And now we are on match points.
Yeah, this is exactly the sort of position that Zeta want to be in. But, I mean, to be fair, Fluffy, if they take this next game, which they've shown that they are capable of getting that sort of damage out onto Zeta Division 1, they could even things out and push things to a third set early. Gadget popped already by Miria. Heal as well from Apex to try to keep some more HP on the menu. So far, Fluffy getting all the early percentages. I'm going to be quite happy about that. But a couple kills here and there, and slowly they start losing control. A nice kill from Tempo as well into Nissi. And Zeta start catching up.
Yeah, they went for a really aggressive start here for Fluffy, and it paid off to a degree. I mean, it did give them a large chunk of percentage, but now it's left to them to make a comeback. Zeta 1 have already struck back. It's going to be 35% and almost nearly a tie here. Miria and Apex taking over the middle of this hot zone with Shitampo and Kenji looking to flank on this right-hand side. Max speed going through as well. Nissi going to be falling pretty weak here along with Miria. A takedown for Shitampo now. Moya Goku looking for blood as well. That super really contributing, and a team wipe comes through for Zeta Division 1, and they're going to have an opportunity to take over this map once again.
Yeah, slight lead now for Zeta. Fluffy. This is their final chance here. Have a healing station. That's about all they got for now. Apex very low HP. Gets taken very low as a matter of fact, but the healing station is able to keep them alive for now. You see, pumps a super as well, gets that shield up. A kill from Nissi onto the tempo, and she does have Super Mario Goku as a spare ego as well. And Zeta playing as a team, falling back, but a nice pickup from Nissi again onto Moya Goku, and Fluffy all of the sudden now with the lead.
Yeah, Fluffy looking alive here. This one's going to be a tough one. The healing station is going to fall, though. It's 3 of Zeta brawlers up, now 2. And it's going to be enough, 97%. And they're going to have just enough time to hit 100. What a comeback from Zeta Division 1. They are one of the best in the world for a reason. And Kenji lets his game do the talking now that it's over. Lets out a little bit of emotion there, a slight grin, as you can see. But that one was a sweat for sure. Bowing out of respect to the opponents. What a good job from Fluffy, though. They certainly met my expectations on the day.
I think they exceeded my expectations, absolutely. I mean, second monthly final appearance, and you managed to take 2 games off Zeta Division, nearly a third here that would have pushed things to another set. I mean, I want to say Zeta were somewhat out of their comfort zone in this match. Yes, they are the better team, and I feel like if it did go down to a third set, they would probably take it either way. But still, I'd argue that, yeah, really, Fluffy were able to get some really good stuff going overall. Just one thing I want to point out is I think the Tempo was using the Otis gadget that I don't quite know the name of it, but that applies to the super, not the one that applies to the regular shot. And I think he was using it because the hitbox is bigger to hit your super, because he was just like shooting it straight at people. Not really placing down the trap, right? He was just shooting it straight at people, and he would hit them from quite far away. So I'm not entirely sure about that. It's not something I've seen people do all that much, to be completely honest. But looking at the stats, I have to say, man, Nissi did a fantastic job on the Gus. Very, very impressive stuff. Still not quite enough, because if you look at the kills, it's a night and day difference here. I mean, over the 30 mark here on the side of Zeta Division 1. Very, very close set, but still they were able to take it. And yeah, you don't really need that many kills when you're playing triple healer, right?
Yeah, I think that's very fair. You know, I think if somebody showed me those stats and you saw all the kills on the Zeta Division 1 side, I would have thought it was a slaughter, but it really wasn't. Look, the Fluffy composition is not meant to go out and be some top fraggers. They're all utility, healing type brawlers. I think they played their strategy really well throughout both of those sets. They went for some really unique kind of off-brand compositions, and sometimes that's what you have to embrace if you were the underdog. You got to go for some crazy stuff, play for that higher upside, and that's exactly what Fluffy did. Overall, really impressive stuff. I know the kills don't necessarily reflect that, but if you watched any of those games, you'll know how close it was. And now let's see what everyone has voted at home. It is going to be Ken G for MVP, our cameraman himself, at DPS of 292. AD is looking pretty good.
Yeah, nice to see him in the spotlight here as well, and he had a really strong series overall. As it was a bit of a surprise, this one. It really was a bit of a surprise, because Fluffy, they came in with just you know, a level of performance that none of us saw coming, but Zeta still able to shut it down in the end and secure that spot in the semifinals.
Well, very impressive stuff from Fluffy, who were able to challenge a team like Zeta 1 so well. Be sure to stay with us to see the opposing Zeta Division team play in just a little bit. AtaruChanClub on the way as well. Stay with us. We'll be right back, folks. Welcome back, Brawl Stars Nation. We are here for the second half of our quarterfinals, and Trav, seeing those churros, man, it made me hungry. Good to have you with us, though. Quarterfinal number 3 on the way.
I mean, this is the first two have been incredible, but this one I think is going to be on pretty the same tier. Zeta Division 1 though, not looking as great as they have been over the past few months, which makes me question it a little bit for the semi-finals, considering how good of an opponent they're against in Rising Sun Esports. But as you said, Zeta Division 0 versus Verite, Lien up next, and then finishing off things with the AtaruChanClub versus Angelic down in quarterfinal number 4.
Yeah, it definitely was a lot stronger of an opposition than I'm sure a lot of the folks at home were expecting. But if you're a Fluffy fan, I mean, that's exactly the kind of performance you want. You know, it could lead to future opportunities for org pickups, for better scrims, all that jazz. And in only their second monthly finals yet, they put up that performance. Overall, really impressive stuff. And if that's any tale of how the rest of the day is going to go, I think it could be a really fun one. We've got Zeta Division 0 coming up soon. And if you want to play along at home, be sure to check us out at event.brawlstars.com. I know myself, Trav, Teddy, all of us are making our predictions as well throughout the show, trying to earn ourselves that very awesome spray. I know it's something I definitely want, Trav.
I'm edging closer and closer, but my predictions last week really just didn't go to plan. I think maybe got about half of them right, and I'm still sitting quite far behind, but I'm getting there slowly but surely.
Hey, we'll get there pretty soon. Now we have another chance at it as well. We've got ZETA Division 0. Look, this has been a team that has been absolutely phenomenal throughout the year. They've got multiple previous world championship caliber players. We've got Tensai, Achapi, Kuru, all great players that have performed so highly throughout the year. The current rivalry against ZETA Division 1 has been one of the best rivalries to watch throughout the entire world. And I think in all fairness, you know, whoever ends up on top this month, somebody's got to be up in terms of how they do. But ZETA Division 0, I think rightfully as well. ZETA Division 1 gets a lot of that credit for being the MSI champions. These guys have it in them. I think they could absolutely be world champion contenders as well.
They had a really tough start to the year facing off against ZETA Division 1. I believe it was 2, maybe 3 months in a row early on, and getting knocked down in terms of points because of that. But double points in the second half of the year has thrown them straight back into the competition, and rightly so, because they've got 3 monthly final wins. ZETA Division 1 have got 3 monthly final wins, and as you said, this is going to be the decider to see who ends up out on top.
Yeah, it's going to be an awesome thing to see. Very excited how they do in both this monthly finals and also the world finals as well. And their opposing team, Blaze, Maria, and Shu, they are an awesome roster as well. This is their 3rd monthly finals appearance. In both of their previous monthly appearances, they did lose in those quarterfinals. They haven't quite made that leap to a semifinals kind of team like we see with that 3rd and 4th place teams in the region, Rising Sun, Esports, and AtaruChanClub, of course. But they're still showing us some good stuff. I think, again, this is kind of a team like we've discussed from some of these lower bracket ones earlier, where they haven't quite made that leap to be in that next tier. But this is an opportunity for them to end the year strong, have that confidence going into the future, and earn themselves a little extra cash.
I mean, it might be an opportunity for them to, you know, prove themselves, but I think maybe a lesser opponent might be a good opportunity to do that as well. And I will say, I think all year round, this is going to be the most dominant prediction we've had so far. 96% to 4 in terms of ZETA Division 0 likelihood to win, as the public have spoken. And honestly, I don't really disagree too much. Maybe a little bit more in favor of Verite, Lien, but ZETA Division 0 are 100% almost this dominant in terms of favoritism.
Yeah, ZETA Division 0 on paper, it's simply hard to beat for anyone, not just in this region, but I imagine it'll be difficult for anyone in the world to face them. And now you're taking a team that hasn't quite made it to that semifinals jump yet. I think overall, look, like we said earlier with ZETA Division 1, and any time an opponent plays against these two teams, any pro team can get the job done. This is not an easy task for anyone, but they're here for a reason. So in the last month, this is the time to shine and put on a show for us. Pick number 1 overall, it is going to be Ems, and I'm seeing some interesting bans here, Trav. We've got Sam on this right-hand side, which stands out as a little bit of a newer brawler, of course, joining the pool of play. And we've got Buzz on the left, a little NA flair. I even saw a lot of Latam South kind of appealing to this brawler last week. I think overall, I kind of like these bans, and 2 pretty solid picks for this side of our red roster. Anita coming in as well, one of the higher pick rates. Anita's somebody I've really fallen in love with on this map as well.
I absolutely love Nita, and you know, in the EMEA and other regions, we've been watching ESL. It's just been proving so useful on this map, and the win rate is incredibly high because of it. However, I do kind of like the route that Verite and Lien are taking. They know they aren't the superior team, and they're taking a bit more of a divey kind of route with this max with speed, and also they got the surge in there as well to prevent this number 1 pick on this map of Carl, which I do really like. But Kuru's going to be taking that spike as their last pick, and they've got a very diverse comp here. They've got a lot of tank counter. They can fight at range as well, but I love that from Verite Lien there. They notice they don't have a wall break. They notice they're not going to be good against a thrower, so they take the barley.
Yeah, I think this Barley is a good pick, especially going to someone like Spike, right? For a long time, Barley, other throwers can do a really good job into someone like Spike, but both sides making some very strong picks. I think Surge is kind of that pop-off potential brawler. You combine that with Max, which is a little more surprising for me to see, at least on Hot Potato, but I think it's an excellent choice nonetheless. It is a little scary if you give that up and give it to ZETA Division 0 as well, as it is a brawler they absolutely excel with. We're going to be kicking off game number 1 here. It's going to be Shu on the left-hand side as the Barley currently against that Nita lane, which can also work. Got to keep your distance, use those walls to your advantage. Ems in the middle, that's going to be Tensai there. Playing the Ems, a pretty popular brawler in this region overall. ZETA Division 1 have definitely utilized it a lot. Right now, it's going to be Mariah trying to get that super up surge at a power 1, and it's going to be difficult to get that up. Kuru running this left-hand side, that was a big factor for them. Blaze with a phase shift and the max speed, a little bit of a questionable call, I would say. Very aggressive, and it's going to lead to their demise for now. It's going to be all the brawlers from ZETA Division 0, and now Nita Bear. Bruce is on the safe and is leading to a 50% lead.
Well, that's 2 lanes they just shouldn't have lost, and they collapsed near enough instantly. Really nice place from ZETA Division here, and they're following up once more. Looks like Blaze might not even want to carry this game on. Complete domination from ZETA Division 0, and they clean up that game within a minute.
Yeah, that's just some terrifying stuff. And ZETA Division 0 not playing any games at all. They are letting loose right off the bat. And like you said, I think a couple big mistakes there coming in. I definitely think it allowed for ZETA Division 0 to win some lanes a little faster than they should have, or even win them at all. I definitely think that Barley has a pretty good advantage here against someone like Nita. Sure, she's a little bit of a healthier brawler. I'd like to see that against the Spike. I think they appropriately lined this Spike against Surge to start things off too, and they even get to pick up the kill. They can utilize that light plant into Surge, who's a single shot brawler. And right now, it's just smooth sailing for ZETA Division 0. No damage yet onto that high safe, but absolutely they have control of this map.
I really like what they did here. They're reading the matchups. They know that Verite and Lien are going to swap, and they did the exact same, forcing the good matchups on near enough both of the lanes. Well, as good of a matchup as you can get against Barley, but a better start for Verite and Lien. Yes, they've soaked up some damage, and yes, now they're completely collapsing once more, but it was a better start. Damage should start raining down, but AtaruChanClub maybe a little bit out of ammo there, and only 18% came down.
Yeah, they're holding on for now. They really do need to strike back a little bit, though. Thankfully, they have Barley on their side, who can dish out a lot of damage at once in that high safe. Max gives you some good momentum, and Surge, again, it's just kind of that pop-off brawler, but if you're stuck at that tier 1, it's really difficult to get out of that situation. Tensai now popping his super as well. Blaze trying to face off against him. It's not going too well so far. Now Choppy's able to branch out a little bit. Super available for him as well. Shu defending against Kuru, who is still staying up, recharging, keeping his distance. Again, nicely played by ZETA Division 0. They really haven't done too crazy amount of damage yet, but it's just been complete control for them, and still not a tier up for Surge.
I mean, AtaruChanClub's a real playmaker here. Surge really can't do too much. I'm not sure if he's even used a singular life plant yet, but Shu gets the takedown on the right-hand side on the Nita. Gonna start forcing down some damage on the safe, but both sides now raining down as ZETA Division 0 take control once more. Kuru coming back at the spawn, but Blaze is gonna dash in. He gets knocked back by the friend zoner, and Tensai takes him down. Slowing Toxin coming in there. Not Slowing Toxin, sorry. But Sticky Syrup Mixer over the right-hand side, and ZETA Division collapse in once more, add more damage to the safe, and below 50% of Verite Lien safe falls.
Yeah, this is just a difficult situation to get out of. Now the Bruce the Bear coming in inside with damage, and it looks like it's gonna be a VL throwing in the towel for this one. A dominant set to kick things off. Exactly the kinds of things we expect to see from ZETA Division 0.
Now, this ZETA Division team is looking dominant in their game. Quick first set, looking composed, even in matchups that you wouldn't usually see people win. They just straight up, Nita just holding the lane. He knows he can't dominate that, so just has to hold it. He's letting AtaruChanClub do the work. He's letting Tensai come through the mid when he sees his opportunity as well. And that's the kind of plays they need to make. If they know they can't make this winning play down the right-hand side, just let your teammates do all the work.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of practice, that's a lot of discipline, that's a lot of trust. And that goes a long way when you have to do that at a professional level. You know, there were win conditions for both sides. They had the Barley on the opposing side, which can play really well into Spike. So what do? They take advantage and implement Spike in the way they meant to draft him. They wanted that to go against the Surge, a single shot brawler who I'm not even sure if he got out of that tier 1 stage throughout our 2 games. It was overall just kind of ZETA Division 0's show. They really didn't hold back. They didn't really allow for any damage to come through. They controlled the map almost the entire time. I think overall, smart draft, well played. I mean, it's hard to criticize anything that ZETA Division 0 did there.
And when that Hyper Bear came down, it was like Verite and Lien just switched off and gave up both of the games when it did get placed, and rightly so, because that just rains down so much damage on that safe. A lot of kills coming in from AtaruChanClub though, and we saw that over and over again, as you mentioned. Don't even think the Surge got out of that level 1 stage throughout the entirety of that set, so really nice place from AtaruChanClub overall. But, you know, Kuru not getting much damage, not getting too many kills, but he was doing his part as well. His part was just holding control and not letting this Barley get any damage on safe. Tensai doing a great job down mid as well. Now you see 7% damage from Mariah on that Surge, and that is just pitiful, but you also can't blame him because the matchup is just that bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really tough matchup to go against Spike. I know somebody like Spike has kind of faded a little bit in the meta with some of the more recent maps, has made a little bit of a comeback, but, you know, I think that Zeta Division 0 implementing that Brawl knowledge that they have, you know, that's going to be a really advantageous matchup against Surge as a single shot brawler, and I think it's kind of reflected in that 7%, just how ineffective it was to run that brawler. Again, it's a little bit risky to run the Surge. I like it on that map because of how it's structured with the walls. You can take advantage of his super, but you have to get those supers, and that just unfortunately was something that they couldn't do. They got to be able to put this behind them, though, and that's a very difficult thing to do at a professional level, especially, is have the mental fortitude to put it behind you, to forget about the past and take it one game at a time. We're rolling into Layer Cake, and a brawler that I've kind of noticed a lot here was Buzz. I mean, it's somebody we even saw banned on that last map. I think he's eligible on this one too. I've seen it a lot in LATAM South as of recently, and we even saw it last week. Plenty of brawlers from the pool that could be played here. Trav, is there anybody that particularly stands out to you here?
I mean, it's a tough one, really, because there's been a lot of tanks coming down, as you mentioned. You know, Sam obviously being banned out now, but Sam's been a real influential part on this map. We saw it, I believe it was last week in SESA, where it had some difficulties. The matchups weren't too good for it, but they believed it was just that strong anyway. Didn't pay off. Otis going to be the first pick from Zeta Division 0, and Shu obviously starting things off with pick number 1, Verite Lien over there with the Gene. Going to get the Gus as well, and this is the 2 newest brawlers in the game. Actually, no, not 2 newest. Otis, obviously, being the 3rd newest. But Blaze and Mariah coming back with the Piper and Ruffs picks. I kind of like how their comp's shaping up, but Zeta Division 0 have really just got some extremely strong brawlers here, and they might just be going for that overwhelming power rather than a very good composition overall.
Yeah, Zeta Division 0 taking advantage of some of these newer brawlers. Otis is somebody that certainly stands out to me as one of the more powerful foes right now. I think he's a pretty good brawler overall, and they're going to be running the Squeak too. That's kind of a terrifying composition to go against. You don't have any super heavy hitters, nothing really standing out in terms of high DPS like something like Lola, but Otis can certainly get the job done. Tensai, I'm excited to see on this Gus, of course, a newer brawler, and we haven't really got to see him too much in competitive. I'm excited to see what one of the best teams in the world can do with our boy Gus on this left-hand side. I do like how the red roster, they've got the Gene, they've got the Piper, they've got the Colonel Ruffs, kind of going back to basics a little bit. I think Gene and Colonel Ruffs is a long-time brawler synergy. They need to take advantage of that Piper wall break, though. That's going to be one big thing I'm looking out for here, and a big ask for BL on this right-hand side. I want them to try and open up this map and take advantage of Piper's range, Gene's ability, and just some Colonel Ruffs. I think that's going to be one of the win conditions for them.
I mean, as I said, I think overall Verite Lien have the better comp. They've got the better composition that plays better as a team, but Zeta Division just going for this overwhelming power, but in comes that homemade recipe with the ambush and gets the takedown to Kuru through the mid. Tensai now in a bit of a treacherous position, getting hit once and twice, and Blaze adds another star over his head.
Doing exactly what I was hoping they would do here to make this composition work. Blaze going to be opening up the map, and it's going to lead to Tensai going down quickly. Blaze landing some great shots. 6-1 lead and 5 stars on Blaze's head.
Following it with a few shots now, Kuru's going to get a connection, but Tensai's just hung out to dry in this mid. No grass, no walls, eventually getting into a position where he can start to use it. But Blaze has got this break. Mariah's holding the right-hand side so firmly as well, so a Charpy can't get close to the super. Tensai gets a shot, but the homemade recipe once again from Blaze, and he makes it 6 over his head now, 8-1 in terms of stars, and the blue stars sitting with him as well.
Wow, I love this. One of Tensai's best brawlers is actually going to be this Piper, and to see Blaze come out here swinging, that's definitely got to hurt the mental game a little bit for the side of Zeta 0. Now 10-1. Blaze picks up another, and he is really showcasing this Piper. The sharpshooter gameplay has been unreal.
Tensai clearly not feeling the Gus too much, and it is just a complete open map. He's got a Ghost on the floor now, which is going to provide some heals. He's got the shield. He needs to start pushing them back with this, but Gene's got pull. Can't over-aggress too much. Blaze got a good amount of HP, but Achape gets hit hard. Otis with the super as well, but needs to heal up Kuru, putting some good pressure on. He wants this super, but Tensai's coming in now. The shots are going to come through. The gadget from Otis. Achape gets the finish off on Blaze. The takedown might be there. The fall on the last, and the blue starts flips, but Kuru gets pulled in the trade once again. Verite Lien come out on top, 14-12, with a massive change of events there. Turnover after turnover, but they come out on top.
Oh my gosh, there's just so much back and forth. What a crazy thing, and I definitely going to be a candidate for kind of our play of the day there. What a back and forth demonstration. ZETA Division 0, despite a huge deficit, get right back in it, and they were moments away from coming away with that. A very clutch gene pool at the end, and this time around, it will be ZETA Division 0 starting off with that blue star. I love how they implemented that squeak gadget super early on. Overall, super well played. I think they could be a little bit more on the defensive this time. They can be a little more patient. And like we saw in kind of Shooting Star earlier in the day, this is another map and another mode where it's just all about the timing. They can really play this as defensive as they want when they have that blue star lead and control. They don't have to over-aggress. They control the pace of the game. And now it's going to be left to Verite Lien to try and make some aggressive gameplay here.
Tensai doesn't want to expose himself, but he does there, and he gets punished because of it. Blaze coming back once again. Another wall break of this mid this time, but it is on his side, trying to get out of a bit of a treacherous position there when he did get the kill. Kuru gets hit now as well. Some shots coming through, and Sharpie not got the best matchup against Mariah over here with the sandbags down, but Shu, he's gonna get exposed because the wall break of his own teammate. Mariah though gets the trade, and they're still in the lead, 3-4, but it is a close one.
Yeah, Shu holding on to that super right now. They are being pushed back pretty aggressively, though, and this is where things can get really scary. They're going to go ahead and just open up this map, and I can't say I blame them for it. They're all kind of those longer to mid-range sharpshooters, and then you got Gene, who can fan out the shot a little bit easier. The sandbags going down, Squeak trying to get rid of those very quickly. They're going to shred right through Mariah there. 5-4 lead, less than 30 seconds to go, and now it's ZETA Division 0 once again in control.
Kuru's still staying fairly aggressive though, and he does need to be cautious of this gene pull, but the takedown's there from Tensai, and he brings down the pipe with 4 stars over his head. Achape has this mute as well over the right hand side with the silver starfish, but Shu still got this pull. The turnaround capability's there, but they're just not able to get up in time. Achape trying to deflate some pressure on the right hand side, gets another kill. Blaze falls to one shot, and Shu goes down as well. It's not enough from Verite Lien. ZETA Division take the game, and they bring it to a match point.
That's the eyes of a stone face killer like that. Achape focused up. He's ready for game number 3, and it's been a very fun set to watch. You know, set number 1 did not go Verite Lien's way at all, but they have definitely stepped up their gameplay. Blaze was a huge factor in that first one. We're going to need to see it from them again. They're going to have to find ways to implement those wall breaks from both Mariah on the Colonel Ruffs and Piper, who is Blaze right now. Shu doing a great job, too, I think, of just kind of hanging in there, doing a little bit more control. Not necessarily meant to be a brawler that's going to get them all their kills. I think that's more of Blaze's role as a sharpshooter, but definitely can utilize that pull like we saw in game number 1, can go a long way. Those passive heals. Right now, though, it's ZETA Division 0 in control. They pushed back the red roster all the way into their spawn, and this is where things can get troublesome for them if they don't get these walls broken soon.
They got the desirable matchups as well, and 2 of the members of Verite Lien do fall down. Achape gets hit, but they're in control. 5 stars to 0, and they basically just covering the entire map. 1 brawler on each lane, and they're doing a good job of it. 2 of them backing up now, which might leave Achape in a bit of a tough position, getting pinched in, but might make it back. Her mid recipe popped, and it is missed as well. Achape doing a good job avoiding the shots, gets provided a shield as well, but not able to make too much of a use of it just yet. Blaze has the break, and now Shu working for the super once more. Mariah going to break up the map with his super as well and provide a power up to one of his teammates. Nobody's picking it up yet, but Shu's going to grab it now. He has the magic hand, and the turnaround capability is definitely there.
Great dodges from that Squeak super as well. This is the opportunity for VL to kind of make a comeback here. They have that Piper super, the Gene super at hand, and they've now pushed ZETA Division 0 all the way back to their spawn. The map is opened up. Let the sharpshooters rain down. Kuru with a swift dodge right there. Tensai Achape backs against the wall. Blaze looking for any kill. A pull going through too, but the stun coming through from Achape. He's going to stay up, and Tensai assists there with getting him a little extra HP. It is enough for Blaze to get a kill, but it's now 9-4, 15 seconds to go. ZETA Division 0 looking very good right now. Can VL get a last second comeback here? Achape with another super. Shu not going to be able to do anything but run around the map. Some pickups for ZETA Division 0. They get the job done. ZETA Division 0 doing what they've always done, making another semifinals.
Nice, quick, and efficient game there from ZETA Division 0. They're going to be pleased about that game, how it finished out. And yes, they dropped a game. It looked a little bit sketchy towards the end then, not really having a firm grip at certain points as they were pinned quite heavily in their spawn for a lot of that last game. But the first set, complete domination. In the second set, when they had those moments, it's when they broke through, and it's when they took the lead quite dominantly.
Yeah, I think that was a much better stance there from VL. Overall, a lot more impressive with the second set. The first one, look, sometimes it doesn't go your way. That's just kind of what you have to expect when you're going against somebody like ZETA Division 0. They're an excellent team, one of the best in the world, but they put up a good fight in the second set. I love what they did. I think, like I said, they kind of got back to basics a little bit. They picked some brawlers that they were comfortable with. I love seeing Blaze, especially in game number 1 in that Piper, an unreal performance there, a huge contributor for his team. But at the end of the day, ZETA Division 0 are simply the better team here today, like they have been for a lot of this year. Look at Blaze right there, 10 kills on his name, 56% damage for his team, and he filled that role perfectly. It's a sharpshooter. That's exactly the kind of statistics you want to see.
Blaze really played really well, and it's these last monthly finals where you make your mark for next year, and I think if he doesn't continue with Verite Lien, he's got some great prospects on some other teams. Piper, such a high skill cap brawler, and being able to play it so well against a team so, as good as ZETA Division 0, it's a real commendable achievement, and they might have gone out in the quarterfinals, but this team and he has made his mark for the next year to come.
Yeah, that's a huge factor too, right? Not every team's set in stone. They might be figuring things out, and especially for a team that doesn't have as much experience as a lot of these guys like ZETA Division 0, this can lead to bigger opportunities in the future. Let's see what the people at home pick as their MVP, though. It's going to be none other than the man himself, Tensai. I think a great choice overall. You see the 1 in 6 and 195 DPS there. Ignore that. Still made some great plays. Statistics don't show everything. I can't blame anybody at home for picking him. I think overall he had some great gameplay, especially in set number 2 with a lot of damage for his team. Kills are part of it, but overall putting on a good performance, helping your teammates out with their lanes. I felt like he was a big factor, especially in the utility category as well. Doing a little bit of everything there, and I think that's something that Tensai just brings to the table in general.
Yeah, and I mean, he just had a tough matchup in that second set, hence why he was 1 in 6 in that in that second one there. The first one definitely a lot more convincing with that Ems in the mid, playing it really well. Friend zoner when the max comes aggressive, and also his super just provided some great pressure when he did manage to get it as well. So thoroughly deserved, and they definitely deserve, as always, to be moving on to those semifinals.
Yep, another one coming in, and so far of our past 3 months in a row, we've had all of the same teams. If things go according to plan like they have in our past few months, it's going to be AtaruChanClub, who are favorites in this one, who likely should win it, especially when you consider the newness of this other team. ACC, though, have heated up in this second half of the year. We got Meshi, Dempsey, Mocreo, some real titans of this region, some long-time players that have excelled. They've been performing for a long time, and this roster was definitely a team that, before the year, were certainly in contention for that spot. Obviously, things have changed up a little bit with ZETA Division 1, ZETA Division 0. Have been consistent throughout the whole year, but ACC have put up some good fights against the Zetas here in the second half.
And, they did make a roster change halfway through, which really did catapult them a little bit further into the competition. Early year just really wasn't too solid for them. They had a few mishaps, quarterfinal losses time and time again. But recently it's been semis. And that's the kind of progression that needs to be made when, as I said before, you're looking towards next year. Now, they can't make these world finals. They want to make some cash late in the year. They want to make their mark for next year. And that's what they're going to be here today to do. And as you said, massive names in the region. When you think of East Asia, you think of these guys, they come to mind. And honestly, I expect them to win.
Yeah, I think they should certainly be favorites here, all things considered, what they've done in the past, what these players have done in the past, not just this year, but in previous ones as well. On the other side, these guys are going to be some newer players, Desire, Delirium, Despair. This is going to be Angelic, their first monthly final, and they're tasked with taking on the current 4 seed in our region. It's AtaruChanClub, of course. I don't really know what to expect with these guys. It's something new, and honestly, good for them, though. I mean, the final month of the year, really taking a stand, showcasing what they've got. And again, the final month of the year is really to show what you have. It's the last thing we're going to remember before World Finals going into next year. And if you're going to put on a good performance, month number 7 is definitely a good one to do so.
Yeah, and I would like to mention as well, we saw Aaron lifting some weights early, but looking at that caricature, one of these guys looks absolutely built on his animated character, but we'll have to hopefully see him on camera a little bit later on. But as you said, they're a bit of a new team. They're not got the experience that ACC do have, but he looks happy. He's pleased to be here at the end of the year. We're going to be kicking things off on Ring of Fire.
Yeah, I love that energy coming from him. Happy to be here, and no matter what, always going to have a good time. Definitely something we are about here. Now hopping into Ring of Fire. Here's the Robot Factory. All of those bad boys getting constructed. I feel like there's kind of several different approaches when you get onto this map. It is hot zone, so control is kind of everything right now, and giving up an inch can really lead to the enemy getting a large lead. You have to be really careful. This is definitely a map similar to Open Zone that we saw earlier. You know, if you let things get out of control a little bit, you're going to get spawn trapped. It's going to cause some problems for your team. To kick things off, the bans coming in now. Someone like Otis is definitely something I fear. Poco is somebody I fear right now, and it doesn't look like either of those brawlers are going to be banned. Stu going to be a favorite in this region, off the charts right now. We've got Squeak, Janet on this left-hand side. On the other side, we've got Penny and Crow being the unique ones there. To kick things off, though, Despair picking up the max. Milcreo going with the Poco.
Well, Penny Ban clearly quite a good one, as pick rates show that it is the highest picked. Milcreo and Mameshi taking the Poco Ruffs back to a Griff as well, which I believe was another one of those top picks, looking at the statistics just before the cameras came up. So Angelic got a pretty good comp. They're warming up to it quite nicely. But as you said, before even the bans came in, Poco is a brawler you've got to be quite afraid of. I think pairing it with the Ruffs is just really solid pairing.
Yeah, a little bit scary, all things considered, right? You've got Poco, that is a one-man marching band. I mean, he can do anything these days, especially with the buff recently. A lot of versatility. And when I think of Hot Zone, I think Poco is an excellent candidate for any of those three maps out right now. We got Colonel Ruffs, too, a good utility brawler. He can kind of do it all as well. You know, he can power up teammates, give them the extra HP and damage. Oh, and I like seeing that B come through, too. I think that's going to be a great way to try and halt the max on the other side. You play that long-range game against Colette, which is something she can struggle with in the past before her newer gadget, the Gotcha gadget. She wasn't really good in those lane and one-on-one situations. She really had to go against tankier brawlers, and Poco's got a lot of HP, so at least Colette has got that going for her. But I love that this B. I would be very curious to see how this kind of lines up. You know, traditionally you have the mid, the left hand, and the right hand side for the brawlers, but a lot of the times on Ring of Fire and kind of how this AtaruChanClub roster is structured, I don't really see Poco being a lane. I don't really see B being a lane, so they may send Ruffs onto this left or right hand side and have Poco and B just kind of take over this mid.
And you got to be a little bit worried for the general DPS of ACC's comp when Max starts to get this mobility going, chaining some supers, because Ruffs and B aren't going to have the best DPS when it comes to it. But they're getting some good work done early on. Desire's going to throw out a super and get some damage in, but Despair's low. Slow comes through, but doesn't connect. Mameshi, Milcreo both low, but they get the takedown in the back, and still pretty even in terms of percentages.
Yeah, great start for them overall. I mean, pretty even. Lost a few brawlers from time to time too, but they've been able to take advantage of just what the objective of the game mode is. You're going to want to get some good control of this hot zone. That's exactly what AtaruChanClub has done, really making a comeback here. It's going to be all tied up in a small lead now for ACC, as they are going to be the ones taking advantage of this situation. Angelic falling back, super going through from the spare. Milcreo barely staying alive. ACC now with almost 20% lead.
And we saw Griff break up these walls on the right-hand side, and honestly, I don't know how much I like that. B is going to be the brawler who does near enough all of the long-range damage, and they're opening it up directly for him. But they get some good control back now. They have dropped a lot of percentage along the way, though, but the 3K make it 4K hits as the damage gear was activated. Milcreo heals them up nicely afterwards, so it doesn't, you know, negate that extra damage that he would have had. Delirium's low as well, and Gotcha Gadget not doing a lot for Despair. Desire back once more, but it's all ACC at this point, and Angelic are just falling one by one, and really not playing as a team at the moment.
Yeah, it's only going to get more difficult for them, too. ACC's grouped up. They're powered up from the Colonel Ruffs. They've got more HP, more damage, and now they're almost at 95%. A desperate Colette super going through, and they only need a few more seconds. Desire going to fall weak. A couple tags here from ACC should do the trick. They're going to be taking game number 1 of our first set.
Great start for them, and I must say it was a little bit shaky at the start, but as I said, I wasn't a fan of the way that Griff broke up the wall on the right-hand side. It's something that they could have used for cover, and without it, the B's just going to excel so much, especially when he is playing kind of like this mid-right kind of zone. It's not the right break that I would have done, to be honest, but he's doing it again. He feels confident in it, and Delirium down this mid, I feel like maybe a little bit more mobility, maneuverability might go quite a long way against Mameshi here on this B, as he's been connecting a lot of shots.
Yeah, that might be the influence, right? Sure, it opens up a little bit. The Meshi could take advantage, but Max is somebody that should, in theory, be able to dodge this out. No such thing this time round, though. ACC with the team wipe to kick things off, and now they have a 20% plus lead.
Milcreo not really feeling too much damage at the moment. He has the heal, even if he does as well. Mamesh is going to pick up this damage booster from Ruffs, and he's going to get it in. Heal comes through, and that should be a takedown as well. Delirium's the only one who remains, and yet again, domination from AtaruChanClub, and Angelic are just sat there. They're in spawn, they're watching, getting dominated by a Poco. Going to pop the gadget as well, but now Despair should bring him down, but that's not going to stop Mameshi from completely wiping out the rest of his team, and Dempsey's doing the same.
Yeah, they're really riding this momentum right now. 80% in climbing. AGC need to make a little bit of a comeback here. Delirium trying to instigate some offense with that Max Super, and that Griff Super does dish out some damage. Dempsey, though, is still going to be the one picking up the kill. It's Desire, low HP, and that's going to do it. Set number 1, game 2, really all in favor of AtaruChanClub. Only 3% for the opponents, and that's just a tough showing, right? ACC, a very strong team, but you never like to see kind of that 100 to 3% or low percentage kind of mark for your opponent.
Yeah, I mean, that was just pure dominance, really, from ACC there. And Angelic, you know, they're new to the BSC. They're not going to have too much experience with dealing with nerves, dealing with even these kind of teams. You know, they're not going to have had these kind of scrims if they're not up there in the East Asia competitive scene as the most known players. They're not going to have the best quality scrims. They're not going to have the best quality drafts, and it's going to hurt them. Their draft didn't look bad, but a few mistakes along the way, I think, did hurt them. The Griff should have been miles better utilized, I feel, when you're coming against the Poco, when you're coming against the Ruffs, but they just let Dempsey have a free lane the entire time and not switching it across, not making any moves or adjustments. And even if it didn't work, it's not working anyway. You've got to try something different.
Yeah, and you can see in this stat line too, look, kills aren't everything, like we've said, for several different modes and maps, and in Hot Zone that's certainly the case, but I think in this case it really does illustrate how much of a lead AtaruChanClub had throughout that set, right? Only 3 kills for the side of Angelic, and their composition too isn't necessarily geared towards just straight up playing defense. You know, it's not like that Poco, Pam, and, you know, Gus kind of combo we saw in the earlier Hot Zone map. This one is, you know, not meant to be nearly as defensive. They're definitely geared towards getting some offense generated with that Max. I think overall, it's just ACC was the better team there, and there's really not much to be said otherwise. Hard to criticize ACC as well, as they kind of just had control that whole time. Like you said, solid draft for Angelic. Clearly, they have shown that they have some good intelligence about the game. You know, they didn't make it here by accident, but for their first showing, it's going to be a really tough one to make a comeback here.
Yeah, when Poco gets this control, when Ruffs pushes up against the walls and Poco, they can just do damage. Like, as the power-ups start raining down and you're continuously feeding them, the entire squad's going to be powered up really quickly, and it's going to be over for you. There's no coming back from that, but Deep Diner in Gem Grab is the map up next, and it is 85%. I'm not sure if we got this on the first one or I just didn't see it. 85% to 15 is the public vote. A fair amount of faith in Angelic, considering we haven't really seen them before, and ACC have been a regular to the BSC. But I kind of agree with this percentage regardless, and I think the public's done a good job on this one.
Yeah, I think it's very fair, right? It's a newer team. We just don't know a lot about them, and ACC have been much more proven throughout the entire year. And Gym Grab going to be the mode. I think this could be a fun one to kind of see unfold, right? It's one I've really enjoyed seeing develop throughout the year. Stu on both sides being banned makes a lot of sense to me, given the region, given what I've seen become meta on this map. You're going to see Surge banned out, Janet banned out as well. Max, another Janet on the other side for Angelic. And to start things off, they're going to be drafting Griff, who they had last time, one of the highest brawler pick rates as well. It's going to be a Ruffs and a Gus for the left-hand side.
Well, just looking at pure pick rates and what Angelic have got, they've got the top 2 picks on this map. Bo and Griff, 2 incredible brawls. They're going Daryl, which I honestly don't mind, but I don't think into the Griff it's the best idea, and especially with the Ruffs as well. You know, you've got the capability to break it up. I'm not sure if they're going to try keep the map nice and closed off, but I'm not the biggest fan of the Daryl. They're going to have to try and enforce this matchup against the Squeak time and time again and continuously swap sides, or this could go wrong quite easily. But then again, the Ruffs doesn't have the best matchup against the Griff either.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. My head's kind of in the same place as you with the Daryl. You know, Griff is known to be a very solid brawler into tanks. You know, I guess if Daryl can roll onto Squeak and Bo, some more lower HP brawlers, they can't dish out that damage quick enough to probably get a takedown if he's fully healthy. But this is just a lot of unfamiliarity for me. You know, Gus being in the mid, haven't seen him a ton in competitive. Pairing that with the Colonel Ruffs and the Daryl, 2 brawlers that are definitely solid. I just don't know how this is going to go. They're going to be opening up this map as well. It's only going to make things harder for Daryl, who's now going to be stunned through as well. Angelic able to take advantage Lions. They are down in the gym count, but now they have the pickups that they need to take the mid control. Mameshi is forced to fold back. A thumbs down even coming out from him too. A little bit of a disappointing start here for AtaruChanClub, despite having more gyms.
Not too pleased about it, and a couple of the mines still lay on the floor as well. I believe Tripwire might have been activated there. Desire's going to fall down though as Dempsey goes in, gets the takedown. Delirium not going to be able to do too much with that super, makes a connection, but those gems still lie on the floor and Dempsey didn't pick them up. Mameshi slowed and stunned by the mine, and Milcreo's going to get stunned as well. Why not add another one to the mix? Desire's mine's going crazy, but Dempsey's still in a good position and it's stopping them from getting the control that they do. Sorry for the pun, but Desire.
Wow, I mean, just great stuff from these bow mines. I think it's a reason why he's picked so much. And, you know, pro players aren't immune to those mines either. When there's so much action going down, when you're concerned about everybody hitting their shots, playing your lane, staying up, collecting gems, it's easy to forget about those bow mines, and they're going to be throwing them right down in the middle. But Meshi is forced to dodge those there. Dempsey flanking on this left-hand side. Milcreo now forced to back away, but Meshi has collected that 9th gem. Things really starting to pick up here for ACC.
The one mine making a connection onto Mameshi with the tripwire once again, but Delirium getting aggressed by the Daryl once more and gets taken down as well. Milcreo not necessary anymore as Mameshi picked another one up from the mid, and this is going to be the game to ACC, and match point's going to be following up next.
Yeah, I think a good comeback from them too, right? There, like we said, is just some question marks we have about this composition. We just don't have a lot of data on things like Gus. You know, Daryl into Griff is a risky combination, and all things considered, they opened up that map really well. I can't really ask for a much better start from Angelic. You know, they tear open that right-hand wall, then they get to the mid on the other side, and they use those Griff piggy bank gadgets to just create the map in the shape that they want it to be. And especially going to somebody like a Daryl, that's a huge factor. Despair doing that once again here, I think a wise choice, especially if the Griff is going to be laying to Daryl like they should. They're going to have to rely on Delirium to kind of just hold his own against Milcreo, a very talented player. Once again, kind of the same story. Mameshi going to be able to take control of this mid alongside his teammates, and hopefully the other side of Angelic, if they want to take a stab at this game here, can pick up the kills necessary to try to make a comeback here.
Once Dempsey gets a grasp on this control, he's not going to let go, and Delirium now is low as well. Needs to pinch, does get pinched down, but Daryl's going to fall along the way as well. Not going to stop Mameshi from picking up 6 gems along the way, though, and making a considerable gem lead for the side of ACC. No real pushback just yet from Angelic, even in a 3v2 situation, but here's the super. Can it get a slow Mameshi? It does. Brings him slow, but not going to get too much back because of it. Dempsey falling low as well. Takedown on the right-hand side, and opening up now as Angelic bring it into a 3v1 situation and force Mameshi back into the spawn. Mameshi clearly not too happy with his teammates as they are folding lane quite considerably.
Yeah, it's a couple times now you've seen some frustration coming out of Mameshi. I mean, understandable too, but you got to keep your head on straight. You got to really be able to focus up here and can't let off the reins at all. And now a takedown as well. He's the one that's actually going to fall this time. Dempsey, though, trying to get on the aggressive side. Desire picks up the kill. Milcreo steps up, and those gems will be safe for the time being. However, it has allowed for Angelic to now get to a 5th gem. They're definitely making much better steps to try and make a comeback in this game. No bow mine connections there, but right now a wide open map, 3v3. Dempsey picking up another one as well. It's going to be Mameshi trying to collect these final gems as they finally get Daryl taken care of on that top right-hand side.
The mines are placed and tripwire popped by Desire. Gadget not going to get too much value, but Despair has the super, throws out to Milcreo, brings him fairly low, but a gem spawns on the side of ACC and they start the countdown 10-7 now, and there's no chance of a reset from mid. Desire trying to do it though. Dempsey still in a good position, might roll through this shot. He does, gets the damage through, and whatever I said about Daryl, I completely take it back. ACC bring it home. Well, not yet actually. He's going quite aggressive, but pops the shield and he knows he's going to be able to survive it, but ACC take it home. They make it to the semi-finals, and once again, the 4 teams from July to now remain the same in the semis.
Yeah, Milcreo showing signs of respect there, a GG, if you will, coming from him. And like you said, this is now, I believe, our 4th month in a row with these teams. Desire still, I'm sure, a smile under that mask, throwing up the thumbs up. A lot of respect. I mean, this is their opening performance SC, and they managed to do it in the final month of the year. That's a really challenging thing to do. You know, this might have just been a team that grouped up together more recently. I'm not quite sure a ton about their, you know, history in the sense that this is their first BSC performance. They're a little bit newer to the rest of the world, but overall, I think a promising future for these guys. I hope they come back next year strong as well. They put up some good fights. I know it was 2-0, 2-0, but there were definitely moments where I felt like Angelic were shining, especially in game number 1 of that second set.
Yeah, and you know, I said it during the game, but whatever I said about Daryl, I take back. The aggression that it had, the ability to roll through these Griff supers, negate a lot of the value and damage because of that was really strong. And then the backup that he got from his teammates was really solid as well. He got a double kill, deflated the pressure when the gems were dropped on the floor, and then allowed his team to be able to just survive, wait out the gems, and pick them up when they did respawn. Really solid place from him, and you can see there as well the shield just tanking of that damage that was going to come through. And Mameshi, you know, he didn't go down too much. Yes, he might have got hit by a few mines that he shouldn't have. The tripwire caught him off guard a couple of times, but he made the plays that he needed to, survived when he needed to as well, and the gems remained in his hands.
Yeah, overall pretty even distribution of that damage as well. Everybody kind of just doing their part. And again, Angelic definitely put up a good fight there. I think I ended up really liking that Gus pick. Again, it's a newer brawler that we're just a little less familiar with, kind of collecting all the data on him, seeing how he does with my own eyes, putting him to the test there. And I think they excelled. They kind of paired well with that Daryl too. And, you know, going into that, we did kind of identify, look, Daryl had some questions around him going into the Griff, but I mean, they ended up playing it very carefully. They executed it quite well. And the aggression from Daryl can really pay off against brawlers like Squeak, like Bo, those lower HP ones. It can be tougher in a Griff, but honestly, all things considered, that map got shredded open and Daryl still performed really well. I think that really attests to how good AtaruChanClub played there.
He was picking his matchups very well. We're going to see the MVP now, and there's Milcreo. And he played well in the last set, 4 and 3. But as we keep on saying, you know, it's not a reflection of how he played, regardless of it being a positive KD. 184 DPS as well. Pretty solid, not the highest, but not the lowest when it comes to it in gem grab. So just an all-round great performance from him and his team in general to make it to the semifinals.
Yep, it's going to be their 4th one in a row making the semifinals in this exact same combination too. What a crazy thing. Look, these are kind of just the 4 teams that we expected to be here. All of the casters on the desk. We ended up rolling with this route too. And now we're going to shortly get a Rising Sun Esports versus Zeta Division 1 matchup in the semifinals. It's something that's been a spectacle to watch all year round. One of the teams that's challenged Zeta Division 1 the most. Don't go anywhere, folks. We have got a great second half for you coming up very soon.
And what a close call. That came down to the absolute wire.
And honestly, I didn't even know you could make a play like that.
Welcome back to the September edition of Knockouts, where we show you the most amazing plays from the latest monthly finals. First up, Portuguesa Esports isn't messing around. It's going to lead to all 3 brawlers standing, but 1 FA are in their spawn. They are in trouble, and they just need to stay alive.
Well, I'm looking at Weepy. It'd be a great thing to pick him up and add that to the count. That's a great stun, and Gringle thinks about it. Oh, the timing of that, and the escape is there, but no! Oh, the blue star is going to come in so clutch under these circumstances. Portuguesa Esports take the dub against all odds.
Up next, AtaruChanClub go against the odds.
And now, Zeta Division are really closing down on the percentage, and they're going to take the lead.
Oh, look at that. Beautiful home molasses from Chappie there to take the shot, but can this push prevent Zeta Division 0 from taking this? Curry staying in the middle of his marks off 99%. It's just a Chappie, and it looks like AtaruChanClub might just do this trap. Oh.
With Cubic, where there's a will, there's a way.
So we're towards the final 40 seconds of overtime, and Na'Vi have the positioning to score. All they need is a kill or a super or something to open things up here.
It's got to be turret move further up from Angel Boy. It is going to almost fall down. Q gets the ball and he pushes back. Oh, the knockback and the stun onto Vajnik there gets the ball in.
And now, let's see how Zulon performs under pressure.
We'll see how well it works out, though. Patchy's going to try and make something happen versus Tyrant. There's a stun, but he is able to get the diff. Toast and Patchy both need to make this happen versus Zulon. There's kill number 1. Toast doesn't have enough DPS to make this happen, or does he? No final shot. The healing station is able to win this matchup.
To cap things off, watch RBM become an immovable object.
Juan Carlos is the guardian of the ball on the left side, but he's now starting to take some damage. Big dodges as well. He's actually going to be holding on to it. A pass over to the right side. It looks like RBM might be able to pick it up, but he can't risk it versus Vetiches. Here's a gotcha as well. He needs to make this happen. Vetiches needs to be able to walk it in. No, RBM is still able to defend it, and Vatra Gaming will be taking this game and this set back, now leading us to a 2-1 game.
Thanks for watching. Come back next month for more incredible plays.
Let's go beat up some bots.
Show some respect.
Oh, that was a low blow.
Come on, let's gang. Turning up the heat.
Time to show the kids how it's done.
Crime does pay. Out of my way, Greenhorn. Double trouble! You messed with the wrong Ma. This ain't over.
I'm the boss of bosses. Good on ya, Jukes. Gloves are off.
Mom never misses.
Playtime's over, kids.
Come to mama! You got scrapped!
Welcome in to the Brawl house.
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
are about to head into the most competitive day in Brawl history, my friend. Are you ready?
Welcome back to the bittersweet last monthly finals of the year for the East Asia region. I am Trav, glad to be here once again, and I am again joined with Teddy. What do you make of those last two quarterfinals?
I'd say pretty much what we expected. Really, you know, we had some predictions. We'll get that there to, you know, in a little bit. But so far, I feel like we've been, you know, pretty on the money. Rising Sun Esports, ZETA Division 1, ZETA Division 0, AtaruChanClub, quite clearly the better teams in their matchups. I would argue probably ZETA Division 1 versus Fluffy was the closest of the four, surprisingly enough, to be fair. But this leads us to our semifinals, quite nice ones as well, some we've seen in the past, and honestly, I'm all down for it. Rising Sun Esports versus, you know, the ZETA Division 1 is going to be an exciting first semifinal to kick things off. And I mean, just look at our predictions, Trav. Aren't we all agreeing? And the results agree with us too.
All knowing, all smart, just the smartest three casters, I think, at the end of the day. Everything right so far, and I don't intend to be wrong from here either. We've all gone for both of the ZETA Division teams in the semi-finals that are going to be coming up. ZETA 1 in the first, ZETA 0 in the second, and I think we've got some good chances of carrying on from here as well. We can't forget though that Rising Sun has been a great opponent for ZETA Division 1 over the past few months as well. But we've put our predictions in. Make sure to do yours as well, event.brawlstars.com, so you can get, if you guess the same as us, which you more than likely will, because we are just that smart, correct, you'll be able to get towards that spray to at the end of the month, which I am still working towards, I will add as well, after a pretty terrible last month. But you will be getting towards that spray, which is great in-game rewards as well as coins and other tokens as well. But we get down to this game, Rising Sun Esports versus ZETA Division 1. We've just seen that you've predicted ZETA Division 1. Is there any reasoning why?
You know, just, you know, consistency really. But if you look at Rising Sun Esports, they are a team that have been able to quite consistently at least be a challenge, right, to the ZETA teams, which is more than we can say about most teams in the region, if not the world. So they're an impressive roster with some pretty impressive results. Definitely, you know, the third team in the region that has been able to make it to grand finals and plenty of semifinals too. So a team where we are starting to really have some expectations and that have been able to show a lot of their potential. It would be a challenge for them to win this one, but you know, if there's any team that, you know, is likely to be causing any upsets in this bracket, this is probably the one.
Well, I mean, I'm not 100% sure about the statistic, but I think ZETA Division teams have pretty much only beaten each other at this point. I don't think they've ever really been knocked out by anybody other than them, and that just goes to show how strong they really are. Kenji, Shitampo, and Moya Goku, we just saw them performing against Fluffy, and it was a little bit questionable, which makes me question the performances that they are going to be bringing coming up. And if they have a similar one against a team like Rising Sun, they might run into some issues, which I think is it's a welcome at this. I'm welcoming it at this point because I'd love to see an upset at this point in the year. But I'd also then again love to see the ZETA Division versus ZETA Division fight off to see who comes out on top in this region. Shitampo here, looking down, looking focused as always, never really wavering off what really needs to be done. And what needs to be done is winning this game.
Wow, 86-14 for a semifinal. You don't see it every day, but I mean, fair enough. You know, I mean, I wouldn't say that this is the chances. You know, I think Rising Sun actually stand more of a chance than that. But obviously, you guys want your pins, so going for the favorites is gonna make a lot of sense. And I think we all kind of agree to that extent. ZETA Division 1 definitely coming in as a favorite, but I think you make a very valid point, Trav, that ZETA Division 1 in their quarterfinals match looked a little clunky here and there. I wouldn't say it looked bad. It just, you know, we have a lot of expectations when it comes to those guys. Now, maybe they were a little bit unprepared for that match, thinking it wouldn't be too much of a threat. Maybe they were not warmed up right just yet. I'm not sure, but that sort of mistakes that we saw in their quarterfinal match can't quite show up against Rising Sun because they'll do a better job at punishing them.
Yeah, bands are in here. We got the Griff, we got the Max, Squeak, Janet, Crow, and Squeak from the side of Zeta Division. First pick of the Penny, Kenji, and Shtampo, followed with the Ruffs and the Otis. Pretty solid picks all round. Not sure if Penny's really a first pick for me on center stage. Yes, it's got the solid barrel, which can be incredibly good at close range, and also, you got to question why the Ruffs would be picked into that as well. But we're hopefully going to take the Gene after that, which I do like. Vision gear on a map that's as bushy as this is always going to be pretty solid. Scouting down the lanes, even without it. Aaron's going to take the Surge. And so far, from what we've seen of Surge today, it hasn't worked out. But that was on a different map of Hot Potato. Didn't actually get off of level 1. So gotta be a little bit wary about that. But so far, I think Zeta Division's comp's warming up quite nicely. We'll see what they pick last.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing from Rising Sun Esports. It's definitely some interesting stuff. I agree, to be fair, with the Penny pick. I think as a first pick, it's quite interesting. I guess, you know, it's quite similar to what you do with the Ruffs, which we see as a first pick for Zeta Division 1, was just, you know, the fact that it doesn't get hard countered too much by anything, especially on a quite balanced map like this. We'll see the Amber, as a matter of fact, for our final pick, which I like it quite a bit. I think burning down those bushes can be very helpful for information, plus obviously opening things up a little bit. You know, if someone is hiding behind a wall, that puddle you set on fire is not going to care much about that. Able to get some good value and giving some opportunities for your team to push forwards and open up the situation a little bit more. But we are ready to jump in. Of course, the Surge on that speed gear, try to make sure that he makes up for the low speed of that first stage and manages to get to second stage as soon as possible. Attack is going to help towards that, but Moya Goku, aggressive on the left-hand side, is able to find a nice pickup, opens up the walls too, but does it even matter? A team wipe here for Zeta Division 1 to find an extremely quick goal.
Some quick damage and some quick aggression. The name of the game for Zeta Division 1, definitely playing into their own playstyle here as they are quite quickly walking over their opponents. Burned down at that middle bush there, and Aaron's already pushed back, but he has managed to heal up quite nicely. Otis got the mute, the starfish in hand. Aaron has this pull though, and Kenji needs to be a little bit cautious because he is getting peppered down at range. Mute comes in, Ryohei gets taken down. Wahochi getting some shots on Moyogoku, does bring him down, but Zeta can just play a little bit passive. There's a minute and a half on the clock. They can take it slow. They're a goal up, and it's a 2v2.
Yeah, I love that the Gene spawn there, spotting Kenji, helps the mortar track that target and actually gets a hit off. Wahoshi actually has a spare mortar as well, which can be quite useful in case that one were to be destroyed for now. Doesn't seem to matter too much. A nice pickup from Kenji at the expense of a lot of HP, but Aaron just not really able to line up to get the angle for the trade. They do find Moya Goku on the left-hand side. Aaron goes for the pull, connects as well, and Wahochi is there to confirm the kill. Rising Sun with some good effort so far, but they are a goal behind, and in the end, that's what matters, the goals. They need to make sure that they find a goal of their own, and Zeta Division 1 are not giving them much space to work.
Shtampo gets hit by the mortar, plays it slow, healing up a little bit now. Moyogoku taking some shots to the face. Penny's coming in though, and he's going to be able to splash straight through those sandbags. Kenji with ball in hand, now super in hand as well. Wahochi's going to fall down, and oil on Aaron as well. Can't really retreat too easily, and only 24 seconds on the clock. Shtampo goes for the mute, doesn't connect it, passes the ball to Ryohei, which gives him a little bit of a fighting chance here about bringing this back, but Moya's just ignoring that. He's going straight for Wahochi. 3 shots him because he's got this power-up available. Aaron's got super, and there's a possibility of this going in. They're going to get out of the way of the goal face so he can't pull through and get this in.
Oh, the missed shot. I think that would have been a goal. Right? Surely. Surely there was space here to score. Wow, that is a big missed opportunity. And against teams like Zeta Division 1, you don't get a whole lot of them. That is very unfortunate for Rising Sun. But Zeta Division 1, they'll take game 1.
A little bit sketchy, and after such a disappointing game of pretty much just being an early goal and then just kept in spawn, a mistake like that is not one that you can just glaze over lightly. They're going to have, you know, some mental blocks now that they're not going to be able to get over too quickly, but looking a little bit better off the start here, but Shtampo's flanking around the back, getting some damage in. More to place, and I'm not sure about that. It should be brought down quite quickly, but they're not really dealing too much damage to it. They get the penny down instead. Aaron's pushing up this right-hand side, though, and Ryohei falls quite low, unable to aggress. Pinched in now and brought down 3v1, and Aaron's only got a pull to be able to help him on this defense.
The tempo is pretty much uncontested until now on his lane. Ryohei tries, but is gonna get dealt with quite swiftly. The tempo has been loving the Otis so far. Second set, he brings it in already just today. Nice kill from Moya Goku to Ochi to open up the right lane. Bull goes forward. Just a little bit for now. Aaron has that pull, and Zeta know they can't overextend. They have to respect that. A super from the Otis to mute Aaron for a little bit, get him silenced, and that should be the goal here. Aaron was knocked back, nicely baited there by Kenji, and Moya Goku able to walk it in. Zeta Division 1 again with the goal lead, and now there's only a minute on the clock for Rising Sun to turn things around.
You can just see how confident Zeta are just by the way they're playing. Shitampo comes around the left-hand side, mutes down. The fire's there as well. Hochi's going to burn, and it's a 1v3. Aaron gets the push back, but not the save. Great pass from Kenji, and Moya Goku slots it in down the right-hand side, bringing the first set into Zeta Division's hands as they take center stage.
Nice attempt here and there from Rising Sun, but Zeta 1 are gonna take the set in the end, and a fairly convincing one as well. I mean, Rising Sun, they stood a chance. You know, I feel like that first game, man, that's gotta be a heartbreaking. Maybe we will get that replay at some point, but I'm pretty confident that was supposed to be a goal, but just barely missing the angle, actually going for the box instead. It's unfortunate, man. It's unfortunate. But it is what it is, and that is something that happens once in a while. It's just, you know, the circumstances and the situation in which it happens is quite heartbreaking. We see it right there, actually. Yeah, surely there was enough space. Absolutely. That is heartbreaking, but Zeta Division 1, that is all going to be in their favor here.
But at the same time, I honestly don't think it was too close. I think it was maybe the box behind the one that it usually bounces off in a situation like that as well. So, yes, you know, you can't be making those mistakes in a competitive environment, and especially against a team like Zeta Division who will punish you for it. You just need to come out and you need to play absolutely perfectly if you're going to be able to defeat a team like this. Very even spread by Zeta Division in terms of kills, but Shitampo got the lion's share of the damage. Kenji with only 22% of it, but not too many kills on the flip side with Rising Sun 3-1-3. Good spread of damage again, but it's just not as much damage as Zeta Division got.
Yeah, Shitampo's Otis really put at work here. 48% is a very, very large amount of damage. Now, obviously, you know, when you have something like a rough set, isn't necessarily the biggest damage dealer in the first place, that helps, but still, very, very good job from him. And yeah, he's been loving that Otis. Otis has been very, very much a strong presence in this current meta, but I would say he's been embracing it more than any other player I've seen so far this month. Safe Zone is where we're heading next, Trav, and this is a map where, I don't know, I've seen a lot of teams play the Otis, but I haven't seen it that successful, to be completely honest.
You've got to expect it to be banned out by Rising Sun, right? Because after such a great game that Shitampo played it, they have first pick as well. Surely they play Otis, right? Because, I mean, it's got the range, it's got the DPS, it can fight a good, but I don't know if it's a first pick, and they might be punished by not picking it. They do go with the Carl, which is the third highest pick rate on this map. Colette, Crow, and Penny bans from the side of Rising Sun. Max, Squeak, and Daryl bans from Zeta Division. So they're clearly banning out the Daryl with the intention of picking Carl first because it's such a good counter to it.
Yeah, I like that approach a decent bit, and I think as well maybe that, you know, Otis is a brawler that, as of right now, not every team is willing to utilize, so there might be a chance as well that Zeta don't really expect Rising Sun to go for it, or fine if they do, as Rising Sun should be showing up with a pick or two very, very shortly. But yeah, the call first pick is something we've seen quite a lot on this map in the past, as you mentioned, very often mixed in with a Daryl ban as well. I don't know if it's as strong as it used to be. I definitely think there's ways to deal with it as well, but just removing the Daryl is a big threat to that call and his supers. So I think it's a very fair approach from Zeta Division 1, and we'll see the Roughs as a reply here, which is interesting because I assume then that sandbags are not really planned out because, you know, into a call, that's usually not the best idea.
Yeah, kind of two sides of the same coin here. Kenji's going to be using that flying hook straight over the water, where Hochi's got the ability to break up the wall on the right-hand side to be able to just walk straight through there. So both comps seem to be trying to go that aggressive route of just trying to get as quickly up the map as they can, but at the same time, there's not too much range until now. Shitampo's going to bring that in, probably with the rocket fuel, and he's going to be able to break up the right-hand side too. They bring in the 8-bit behind that as well, which I do really like. If you compare this 8-bit and Brock together, the damage that rains down is just absolutely incredible. Rising Sun need to reply, and you've got to expect it to be something through mid, right? You know, a Piper or a B, something like that. Maybe even Bell, considering they're against that 8-bit, would be a pretty solid pick, I feel.
Yeah, I like this approach a lot from Zeta Division 1 because, you know, with the Roughs and the Griff, you're expecting the map to be quite opened up. This is interesting. I was about to say, you know, you expect the map to be very wide open because you got the supply drops, you got the piggybacks all opening up that map. But then Zeta Division 1 go for the long-range brawlers, which, I mean, they're happy if the map is opened up then. But then Aaron goes for the... Yeah, man, I don't know what to think about that buzz. I think maybe they'll destroy a little bit less of the walls then. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
It's a tough one. I'm not really sure. It looks like they're not going to be breaking up this right-hand side, and neither's Moya either, to allow them to push up, because probably the smart thing to do, Moya's just going to try and get some shots off on safe, but can't make the connections from that distance. Shitampo on the right-hand side trying to get Wahochi, but can't make any connections. Ryohei's going to fall low as well with a nice little pinch. One shot left, and it doesn't manage to connect with him on the way there. Moyogoku now getting to the range where he can deal some damage, and Wahochi very low as well. Kenji trying to get the finish off, but Aaron comes in. Moyogoku's going to throw a super down onto the safe, gets 6% damage, but up the top side, Buzz is aggressing, and Shitampo's going to fall here as well.
Yeah, they got that Buzz on the safe, a nice stun as well, actually, to follow up, but Kenji does shut him down. The Roughs is very low HP as well, a damage booster placed down, and we do have the sandbags in the end, trying to be used more selectively then. Some good jokes, but that was a ridiculous gadget there from Shitampo, and nearly a team wipe as well for Zeta Division 1. Team wipe it is, as a matter of fact, and now the damage is really pouring down on that safe. Aaron gets a great stun onto Kenji, but damage might already have been done here. 17% remaining on Rising Sun's safe, and that is not a whole lot to work with.
Kenji places damage booster now. Wahochi's going to get the super off, but nice little gadget. And he is using rocket laces, actually. I just realized Aaron now going to fall as well. Shitampo going aggressive, trying to get this last remaining bit of damage, which he is looking like he might do. No super available just yet. The shots keep on following up, but he needed another one. Kenji's still in this mid. They've got control, and they haven't really soaked up too much damage. Nice little cheat cartridge back to his spawn there, but his turret goes down in the mix. Shitampo super in hand. No flying hook, though, to try and just go directly for it. And it seems like they might be overcommitting a little bit here. It's taken a lot of damage, and Moyogoku's very low. Rocket laces back to defense, but looks like they might just defend out this last 30 seconds.
Yeah, my kill from Wahochi is gonna help Rising Sun's cause, but is that gonna be enough for this final push? 50% makes a difference right now, and the defense is holding on strongly so far for Zeta Division 1. A nice pickup as well, and actually is not even gonna get to the end of the timer. A second left there as the safe gets destroyed, and Zeta pick up their third game in a row.
Good stuff from Zeta then, as their dominance continues throughout this region. Rising Sun not looking like themselves really, or maybe Zeta Division 1 have just bounced back after such a tough first game, as Fluffy did really put up a very solid fight. The mentality might have just snapped back into place and not want another close game like that before the end of today. Ryohei's gonna get a lot of damage early on to him. Mochi maybe 2 shots now for Moyogoku, but he's getting the juice through, and his star power's getting some good stuff as well. The knockback comes in from Ryohei, but can Shitampo bring him down? He can't. Good defense from Kenji, though, as Aaron's tried to go aggressive. Good shutdown by Zeta Division.
so far. It's just 2% giving the lead to Zeta, but that gets quickly turned around as Wahochi gets a couple shots on save. Carl not getting defended right now as Rio goes down, and that's a good chance for Zeta to get some more damage. They are behind for now as Wahochi is locked into a bit of an awkward position here and piggybanks out of it, but ends up going down. 7% lead for Rising Sun. The damage booster plays down should help Zeta Division retake that mid as Aaron is incredibly low HP. Wahochi has a super, only finds a connection onto Shtatempo, but Shtatempo is there to get the kill. Ryohei very low HP, but still it's going to be a bit more damage on safe now in favor of Zeta. Only 1% actually still in favor of Rising Sun. It's so spread out as well. We're going for some slight base rushes here and there, but not over committing either. Patient plays on both sides.
Yeah, Wahoshi's got the star power, healing him up bit by bit. Ryohei still down this right side. Aaron comes in and they might be able to get a finish off here. Griff Soup comes in as well, and they do even things out in safe zones. Zeta Division can't defend that. They looked pretty in control of the actual center of the map this time for the side of Rising Sun, and a lot better out of them so far. Good bounce back after that first game by Zeta Division was quite one-sided.
Yeah, that was better. That was much better actually here from Rising Sun. Convincing win here, and it's very welcome for them as they even things out, at least when it comes to Heist. Still a very important game here to come as Zeta have the chance to double down on that lead and claim a second set. Rising Sun looking to even things out completely as Rio is low HP, does manage to buff himself up, and good super there as well from Goku. Gets a kill on the right-hand side, but Rio is still taking a lot of space. Aaron kind of slipped through as Tempo goes through to the other side as well, and they just accept to part ways for now, as Aaron either way is not going to be able to get any damage on safe, but will get his next super unlocked.
It's the third time I've seen Shtatempo do that little gadget forward as the buzz stun comes in, and I've never seen it before this, and he's done it 3 times in one set. But they are taking a bit of a lead now as it's the Griff versus 8-bit on the defensive side of things, and Kenji's not hitting too many shots, but it looks on the other side of things down the bottom that Zeta Division are completely dominating. Brock and Carl down there, and Kenji eventually gets the defense, but Aaron's cleaning up Shtatempo. But it looks like Brock still remains, and he's getting the shots forward as well. Ryohei trying to defend, but it should be cleaned up quite quickly, and nice commanding lead for Zeta Division once more.
Minute left on the clock here as well, but might not even get to it if Zeta managed to hold on to the control. Kenji, quite low HP. Goku low as well, but Shtatempo gets a couple more shots off on that save. Goku trying to do exactly the same. Aaron is able to get the trade because he was so low HP. He's not going to reload too much of his next super either. And Shtatempo unlocks his. Goku has his as well and manages to get a whole ton of value. Shtatempo was the kill onto Aaron. Trade from Rio as well. She gets towards that save. Some damage as well. There's some serious damage actually. Only 20% difference. There was a kill and Shtatempo finds the second on the top of the map. That should be about enough here for Zeta to claim that set, as Shtatempo will be the one to close it out for them. Zeta with 2 sets in a row. A better set here from Rising Sun, but apparently still not quite good enough.
Extremely well played, I will say, by Shtatempo. He saw the fact that we're getting pushed down. He knew his teammates could defend it, so he just got up and left. He went for that damage, which was really smart in my opinion. Has those rocket laces straight over the wall, gets the kill onto the Griff somehow. The incendiary, obviously, now that it is built in, helped him out quite a lot with the 4th rocket, and then the super over the top to finish it off. There were some little mishaps here and there from Zeta Division, but it did look pretty good all the way through.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was also a bit messier on their end than the Brawl set, but I mean, you know, they still take it, and they do so fairly confidently as well in that final game. Game 2 was a bit of a different story. I feel like Rising Sun really showed the potential of their comp as well, getting just a better setup overall too, and more people being buffed up and being able to live, which I think is a factor that can come and play quite often as well. It's great to get those buffs out, but if you go down, you have just a little bit more to lose in a way. But overall, I mean, ZETA Division 1 able to still make things work very nicely here. Kills-wise, it's a bit better on the side of ZETA Division 1, which, I mean, makes sense considering they won the set, but we saw earlier in Heist, it's really not always necessarily the case, and considering that this one was rather close, I think Ryohei's performance on the roughs is to be commended. 52% damage, that's massive. 11 kills is huge as well, more than 2 of ZETA's players. He had a really good time there on the roughs, but just not quite enough, it seems like, for the side of Rising Sun.
I mean, you know, as you say, him and Ruffs getting 52% damage there. He's outranged on all fronts. He's playing Ruffs through mid and still gets 52% damage against a Brock, Carl, and 8-Bit, who all outrange him, is just a ridiculous achievement. And although they weren't managing to bring that set home and even out the odds, they looked good in that second game, as you mentioned. That's where the team play really started flowing. That's when the power-ups were there, and they managed to just get down, control, and take ZETA down. And they need to bring it 3 sets in a row now, otherwise they're going to be out of the competition in the semi-finals once more. And you know, I'm not ruling them out of it, but at this point, ZETA Division just don't seem like they want to be stopping here.
No, I don't think they are. I think they're pretty competitive, Trav. I think they want to be the team with the most points at the end of the day in this East Asia region. Canal Grande is where we're going to be heading next, and I agree with you. I think we need some more of what we saw in that second game there from Rising Sun if they want to attempt a comeback. And they've shown time and time again in the past that they can be incredibly competitive against this ZETA team, but it's been the ZETA team that won every time in the end. So right now, starting things off being down by 2 sets is going to be rough for Rising Sun, but our bans have come True, Janet, Jean, and the Squeak on the side of Rising Sun. ZETA banning out Poco, Carl, and Bonnie. A first pick penny again here for ZETA Division as Rising Sun go for the battle.
This time, though, I think the first pick penny's quite a smart one, as we did see the percentage there as well, and it is, I think, the second highest picked after Jean. So with Jean being banned out along with Janet and Squeak and Poco, Carl, and Bonnie, it's a pretty solid pick. Bell and Ems out from Rising Sun, and Ems isn't really a reply to too much at the moment, but I guess maybe they're just trying to stop ZETA Division from taking any tanks from this point forward. Otherwise, it's just a bit of a weird pick to me, because if ZETA Division get control at any point in the game and manage to hold down the center point with more long range or sharpshooter brawlers, then Rising Sun are going to have some serious issues.
Yeah, I'm completely with you. I feel like it's a sort of brawler that only really works if you have control, because retaking is going to be a nightmare, especially if the map were to get opened up a little bit more, which so far there isn't exactly a ton of destruction, so they're fine, but there's still another brawler here for ZETA Division to pick. We do have the tick being brought in, which I assume means they don't intend to open things up too much either way, but still, let's see what their final pick is. It's going to be the Otis again, so assuming that's going to be Push the Tempo again.
You would imagine so after his recent performances, and you know, Otis is quite good against those tanks as well. Got high DPS, decent range, and also the mutability is very solid, so they're accounting for that as well, considering they do have the tick, which isn't going to be very strong against it. Aaron going to be taking that last pick of a Sprout. It's more of the same, really. If they get control, they're going to be in a very good position for Rising Sun here. But if ZETA Division get it early on, Rising Sun are going to be in a very bad position. Bell, not much ability to scout. Ems just doesn't have much range, and you know, Sprout's going to be dominated at range by Tick, so it's a little bit difficult. It's going to be heavy reliant on this early game, I think, for both teams.
Yeah, the Sprout is quite an interesting approach as well. It's a Brawl I do like quite a bit, but I feel like when it comes to control on Canal Grande, Tick is just able to get a bit more ground covered all around. Although the Sprout walls can be very useful, the M's there in very deep in enemy territory. Tempo nearly goes down there as well, but does manage to survive in the end. Goku trying to catch Aaron off guard, gets some nice tags there as well. The mortar plays down, and so far a nice and easy 5-star lead for Zeta early on.
I mean, it's tough, isn't it, really? Moyogaku's managed to 2v1 the left side early game, and then they lost a 2v1 over the right or something like that. I'm not really sure what happened. Zeta Division completely dominating all around it, 9 stars to 0, and this is what we said. If Zeta Division get control, which Moyogaku managed to do single-handedly over this left-hand side, they're not going to be in a good position at all because they just have nothing to retake.
Yeah, the fact that by this point there's already a second, and honestly at this point, if not even a third mortar available for the penny is pretty wild. Kenji very aggressive, might end up going down, but does manage to take Aaron with him as the head actually connects right after his own passing. 9 stars still though in favor of Zeta Division 1. That is quite one-sided, and because everyone went down on the side of Zeta, they don't have a whole lot of stars to their name anymore, so it's not like they're holding any of those massive bounties onto their heads for the late game. 15 seconds left very, very soon here, and the final chance for Rising Sun to make something out of this game. 10 seconds, and still 5 stars in favor of Zeta.
I mean, this is the position where they're going to thrive if they are at all. Shots come through, but nothing just yet. They're not even focusing the tick. They can't get anything through, and Zeta Division are going to be match point just like that. Great play from them, and it did start to look good for Rising Sun at a certain point there. They were pushing back, they got control. Towards the end, it was 16-19, and then all 3 of them just went down. Zeta Division 1 in a phenomenal position now as they're in match point with a good comp against a not-so-good comp, and they've got all the momentum behind them.
Alright, match point. And that blue star is still up for grabs. The tempo considering making a play for it, but gets punished. Aaron grabs it instead. The thrower 1v1 on the right-hand side. Seems to be going Aaron's way so far. Very close though, and Aaron does not get traded out just yet. It still manages to survive for a very long time. The tempo just not really helping on that side either. Goes down. Eventually, Zeta does get that kill, but with that kill into Tempo, it's still going to be Rising Sun was delayed. That trade turned things around, and Zeta find yet another 3 stars in their favor now as well, and they have that blue star on their side too in case they lose a player. Kenji again, and he's been on point on the tick.
It's looking good for them, but Tempo does appear to be struggling quite heavily on this Otis this game, and it's not looking as good for him. He's getting pretty much dominated by the Sprout, and some good help from Wahochia would go quite a long way, but Tempo might be able to get it now. The mute comes in, the trade's there, and it's a 6-star lead. Ryohei should fall down now as well, and it's just Kenji and Moyogaku on this left-hand side completely walking over both Aaron and Ryohei down there, but Tickhead's coming through once more, and Tempo shows his worth this time on the right-hand side, bringing him down. Looks like this might be the game here. Moyogaku's got another penny mortar in hand as well, and Aaron's going to fall to that one. Not looking good whatsoever, and Zeta Division might be advancing to the finals for the final time this year.
Final countdown. 10 seconds left here. Moyogaku, very low HP, is marked as well, but I mean, at this point, everyone is so incredibly low, and the star lead is so massive. For Zeta Division 1, they will lock in their spot here for the grand finals of this final monthly final. That was a lot of final and a lot of finals in that one sentence, but yeah, it is what we expect from Zeta Division 1. Very dominant, and Rising Sun almost a little bit disappointed in this series. I know the last month as well, they struggled a little bit, but before that, they were able to really get those very close games. Not only that, very close matches, 3-2s here and there too, you know. Not quite going to be the case today as they get 3-0, only taking a single game in the series. Yeah, not their best showing today, but it is against the almighty ZETA Division 1, so that makes it a little bit more understandable, I guess.
Yeah, but they are going to be disappointed that this is how their year finishes off. When they've had so many close games against ZETA Division 1, the perfect ending to the year, the little cherry on top would have been bringing them down eventually, but not today. ZETA Division 1 are striving for this first place in the region, which, why wouldn't you at this point, you know, because they're against their counterparts as well, and they're going to prove to the community, to themselves, and, you know, more importantly, to the organization as well, that they are the superior team when it comes to, you know, negotiations and stuff next year. It can affect hugely as well. But it is going to be all down to that World's performance to see who is a bit more superior, because finishing number 1 in your region does not mean you're going to go far, and we saw that quite heavily at Worlds last year.
Yeah, no, we've seen that happen before. Aaron, though, was a pretty commendable performance. Nice to see that change as well. It was Rio in the previous set, but again, you know, still not quite enough. And I'm wondering to a slight extent as well if, you know, they're having an incredible performance or their teammates are struggling a little bit more in those individual sets. Could be partly due to the draft as well, but overall, I mean, kills wise, it's a night and day difference here, and always in favor of ZETA.
And the team play is always there as well. 33, 33, 34. MVP up next, and we'll see who it is by the community vote in Chitampo. It usually is at this point. He played really well. Last game, I definitely feel like the other two showed up a little bit more, but still with his 5 and 3, which KD does actually matter in Bounty more than any other game mode completely. But the DPS is there as well, 218, pretty solid. And 218 DPS in Bounties, it's pretty good, but considering how passive you're meant to be. But then again, we saw how many kills they got, we saw how many stars they had, and it does kind of translate to that.
Yeah. Strong showing from ZETA Division 1. Some of the doubts we had as well from their quarterfinals match, where we felt it was a bit scrappier than what we know ZETA for. I feel like they definitely managed to just, you know, go past that and be their usual selves here in the semis. This does raise, you know, the tension and the odds a little bit for this next semifinal, because now, well, there's some expectations, because ZETA Division 1, there are in our grand finals ZETA Division 0. If they want to join them, if they want to have a chance at being, you know, the highest points team in the region, they need to do exactly the same.
They've got a tough opponent as well. It's going to be a tough battle trying to get through AtaruChanClub or Blood Diamond, as they were known a little bit further down the line. But ZETA Division 0, they looked very, very good in their first game. But so did ACC. They were against, you know, Angelic, a team who haven't really been in the BSC before, though, and I feel like ZETA Division 0 are just that team who are going to make it to the finals once again and have that clash off once more against ZETA Division 1 to see who's superior, to see who's going to come out on top in the region. And also, it's 3-3 in terms of monthly finals. They won the 4th. Tensai, Chappie, and Kuru, you already know their names if you've seen much Brawl Esports before. Huge staples in the scene, and, you know, 2 of the world champions on this roster, so that just goes to show, you know, how established they are.
Yeah, they are legends in the Brawl scene, and they've proven themselves last year, whether it's from the ex-Queen Nai or from the ex-ZETA, you know, when there was only the one team in last year. They've shown that they belong at the top, that they belong at Worlds as well. But I think they want to, you know, prove to everyone which ZETA team is the best. It's been a big question about the region, right? Because besides them, they didn't really feel like they had the most competition. But that sort of, like, you know, inner competition has been very, very strong. And it's been very hard to tell which one was better. At the beginning of the year, you know, it was a pretty different story than what it ended up being. We'll see, though, how things go now, as AtaruChanClub, they're a fierce opponent, and last month, they nearly took them down.
I mean, yet again, it's more of the same. These names are very well known in the Brawl Stars competitive scene. They're just incredible players, some of the most well-known players in the entire world, but until recently, a couple of months ago, just after MSI, they hadn't gelled properly. They didn't have, I believe it was Milcreo who joined the roster to come and help them out towards the second half of the year. And it worked. It's been working very well. They've made every single semi-final since, but they've made it no further. They need to make today the day that they go to the finals, make it further, go for the cash, even though they can't go for the Worlds, and try and get some more credibility heading on into the new year.
Yeah, definitely so. A lot of, yeah, that is a very one-sided prediction here. I would argue it's closer than that, much closer than that, but it is ZETA Division 0 that, you know, is gonna be the favorite, at least to my eyes.
Yeah, I think it's closer than that. I'd give it maybe a 70-30 in terms of in favor of ZETA Division, but you know, the public are just going to vote for the favorite, and that's exactly what you need to be doing on event.brawlstars.com to get towards those sprays. Just vote for the favorite, even though it doesn't reflect what the chances are of them winning. This is just what the public thinks, who they think is going to win. Bans are in. We got the Janet, we got the Penny, we've got the Otis, Gene, Ruffs, and Max on the backyard bowl. Milcreo first picking that B. We've got Bell coming up after that, and Leon to join it as well. We've seen a lot of backyard bowl recently. We've seen it being very, very passive in the EMEA region. Whether or not it'll be more of the same in East Asia, or they'll adapt their incredibly aggressive playstyle to the map and therefore still go quite aggressive, it does seem like that, as that Leon's not too much of a common pick nowadays.
Yeah, it's a very old school approach, and Poco is an interesting one here too, actually. Not something I really expected to see at this stage of the draft, but they're definitely a really strong brawler at the moment. And I think as well that on a map like this, where it can be quite hard to open things up, nice solo screech can be what you need to, you know, finish off a kill before they start healing up behind their walls. But you do have to get to that solo screech in the first point, in the first place. They have a final pick. I'm curious to see if there's going to be something a bit more aggressive. Yeah, it's going to be the Stu, and I was kind of expecting something more aggressive, because the poke on its own is going to work well with more aggressive and yeah, close range ideas. So I think it's good to have something to kind of engage into that fight, something as well for the poker to get to heal in the first place.
Yeah, and you know, with Max banned out the way, the only really logical solution to increase this movement is the speed zone of Stu. We do have the Crow last pick though, going to be able to negate a lot of these heals, going to be able to slow down the Stu when they're in that speed zone, and it's a really, really solid last pick, I feel, against near enough all of these opposing brawlers, because we got the B, the Poco, and the Stu, and they're all going to need to aggress at some point. B, yes, has a bit more range than the other two, but I think it's just the fact of, if they want to get a goal, they've got to go forward, and the slowing toxin's going to stop that.
All right. Well, that speed zone always quite valuable. It's going to be speed versus information, as the lollipop drop does fade after time, and right now, Ataru are able to close the gap quite nicely as well, actually. Man-Me goes for the shot, but Tensai does manage to catch it in time. You know, Creo trying to slow things down, make sure there's no big counter-attack here from ZETA, but that was an aggressive start in the half from Ataru.
Yeah, Tensai has this super as well, which is going to be pretty useful. Shots coming through and the slowing toxin there, but he's negating it with that gadget as well. They're closing down though, and he's going to fall. Memmi all alone here. Got some dashes as well. The gas heal not going to keep him alive in this position though. Lollipop drop's going to eventually go down back there, and the speed zone's going to fall up top as well. Kuru's got the super. Achape's got the jump. They have the mark. The damage is there, and they've got such good positioning as well.
Yeah, slow approach here from ZETA from here on. You have two supers to work with, the Crow Jump maybe to open things up, or if the ball gets into a bad position, can be the way to get it out of it. Another speed zone. It's going to be placed down by Menmi, and needs to be careful about that nest egg, however, because that could be a way to get a bit of a free kill for the side of ZETA Division 0, but Menmi eventually does trigger it. The mark is going to be missed, actually, so there's no real follow-up here.
As the clock does start to tick down, they've got to start thinking about overtime, which is going to be quite good for ZETA Division at the moment, but they are pushing in quite heavily, and it might not even make it to that. Chape jumps over the 3k shop. They're pinching in. Tensai's the only one remaining. Not sure if he's got any lollipop drops remaining to try and get some shots off, but Tensai not even going to use his super here. Maybe would have been a good idea to try it at least, because 15 seconds on the clock's not giving them much time to be able to bring it, but he did actually use it towards the end there, not getting any value out of it. A goal in the hands of AtaruChanClub, and there's no chance of a goal from ZETA Division. They're going to go 1-0 up, and they're in a wonderful position early on.
Yeah, that was such an aggressive game as well from Ataru. I mean, off the bat, just going aggro. And I just want to point out as well that they're playing the capo on the Boko, which we've been seeing a little bit more recently as well. But, I mean, on basketball, I don't remember seeing that in a hot minute, especially not without anything like kind of tanky. But he's been going for some heals towards Menmi as well and making sure that, you know, there's no easy way to push forwards for ZETA.
Starting to do a little bit of that though. Menmi using Scassi Hill quite effectively, pushing up the map just that little bit more. Nice position now behind this wall, and he's getting heals from Milkreo and this Decapo as well. Cassie going to slide him down the backside, but now 3v1 and Kuru gets the takedown. Needs to get rid of this slow zone though before he, but Menmi's trying to backtrack. He does get there in time, and that's going to cut Kuru off. Not able to score just yet, and now they've got to keep control. And not only that, but Tensai fell as well, making it a 2v2. 3v2 now. Menmi's up faster than him as well.
Be super in case there's another of those pushes coming through. Menmi in an awkward position, but the Kappa coming in clutch, keeping him alive, and he just doesn't want to go down, despite the anti-heal as well from the... Eventually, yeah, the jumping is gonna do the jump. Milkreo low HP as well, so is Memeshi marked too, but they can't quite commit and get those kills, as the champion was fairly low HP himself. But a minute left on the break, on the regular time rather, and then things will break open and overtime will come in.
Slows there, the gadget as well. Chape not getting too much value out of these slowing toxins, and Milkreo pushing through now. Jump in, and there's the invis from Tensai, perfectly timed in unison. Chape, Tensai, Kuru pushing up now. Memeshi's out all alone, but he is marked as well. Should be brought down to his knees soon enough, and he's going to be sent back to spawn. They're just keeping this control, but they don't want to make the same mistake as last time. A little bit of overaggression that's going to be punished and taken by AtaruChanClub for a goal towards the end. Marked up now. Memmi's going to fall once more, and honestly, it's not the worst thing. He needs to come back up for overtime and not have that mark on him, which is going to be quite a useful thing.
15 seconds left here, and right now Ataru's goal area is under siege. Menmi is able to help Memeshi get the kill onto Tensai, but Kuru is there for the trade. A jump in from a Chapi, big damage there as well, a team wipe, but the slow is a painful one. Kuru should be able though to just walk it in, and he will do just that. ZETA Division 1-0. They get the goal and they tie things up in this opening set 1-1.
Great performance from them, and they almost did over-aggress once more. It was Tensai yet again with that Lien who went down just before, but they were able to get a nice trade out, bring it back into control, and take the win nonetheless, making it 1-1 in Backyard Bowl now, and it has been fairly passive. Not as passive as we've seen in other regions, but pretty passive overall. This lollipop drop providing quite useful. 3k still available from Memeshi, even though he missed that previous one. Now, just stalemate once more, and Memeshi getting some great pressure through now. That Honey Molasses placed down, and Milkreo pushing through the mid. The slows there, but he negates it quickly with his own gadget.
Again, we're back to the speed zone versus lollipop drop. Seems like early on The advantage is going to be for Zeta, just getting a couple more tags across the board. Might quickly change as Manmi goes in aggressively, gets marked, but still they manage to find a kill, and surely a goal that follows up too, but Tensai shuts that idea down. Milkreo should go down as well, and that was a beautiful save from Tensai.
What a defense from Tensai now. Has his super as well. That speed zone still sitting nicely with no tick down damage, which is useful for him. Is going to be quite strong. Memmi's going to go in aggressive. They're going for the push. Jump comes through from a Chape. Not got the slow off, but Tensai's yet again in defense on his own. Super popped, and Memmi thinks he's going to retreat, and he does the opposite. He goes aggressive and gets the kill. Kuru now on Milkreo. Gets the mark as well. Might be able to get the takedown. He does just that. And now they're creating the pressure. They're getting the control and putting themselves in a great position. What a bounce back after that great defense.
That stag triggered, but good moment to do so. No possibility for Zeta to follow up whatsoever. No possibility to punish them. A nice slow from a mash on to Tensai. Tensai is low, but the jukes are on point. And the lollipop drop helps to cover that information up. 20 seconds left until overtime, but it does seem like the positioning is slightly better here for Zeta. Tensai a little bit aggressive maybe. He should get punished, but the heals are there, and actually he gets a nice follow-up kill. It's only Mameshi and Kuru left in the mix, and it's going to be Kuru to win that matchup. Overtime comes in, and things are going to be fairly even then.
A few nest eggs still laying on the floor. Did place another one a bit further up. Tensai has the super as well. Chape is the main one who needs to work for his, but got no gadgets left, which is going to be quite difficult in this overtime. There goes the nest egg, and he's using that last one now. Milkreo using his last gadget. 3 supers on the side of Zeta Division. Jump forward as he's got no 3k, but the heals are there. Leon's got this invis, but Kuru needs to avoid some shots, and he's doing that beautifully. Milkreo's going to get the takedown. No, Tensai pushing forward. The walkthrough is there as the heals come through from Invisi Heal. Tensai makes it in, and Zeta Division take the first set after some very hard-fought defense and some great aggression towards the end.
Yeah, I love as well that instead of going for, you know, a super shot towards that goal, he goes for the super pass. And the Invis Leon, I mean, was Inviso Heal. It's tough, man. We've seen the value, and it's something I feel as well that I haven't seen as much recently, you know, Inviso Heal being so instrumental to the playstyle of Leon, where it's always useful, right? But here it just feels like it's so well calculated, you know, to be used to heal a maximum amount of HP and get the most value out of it. And Zeta did an amazing job with that. And I understand more why they decided to bring in the Leon here on basketball, not the most common pick, is Leon has somewhat fallen off from the meta, mainly because of draft, I would say, in the first place, where it struggles a little bit, right? And vision gear does not really help. But in this case, yeah, just an amazing job from Tensai, and really showing some love there for that brawler.
I have no clue how AtaruChanClub did not just score that one. It should have been pretty easy, pretty clean set for them to just be able to walk that in. Not even walk it in, just literally pass it and shoot. But they didn't manage to do it, and Zeta Division punished them because of it. Now, we're onto the statistics in Zeta Division with more kills, and regardless of having a fair amount more kills, every single player has got more than the highest kills of AtaruChanClub. It didn't look too convincing, and yes, AtaruChanClub still have more than enough chance to be able to bring this one back. But overall, just a wonderful start for Zeta Division 0, who definitely showing their worth once more, just not as comfortably as I'm sure they'd like.
Yeah, that was fairly even. That was really fairly even for this opening set. And for a while, I thought AtaruChanClub might take it, honestly, especially after that first game. But Zeta managed to bounce back, and they'll go into set number 2 with a little bit more momentum as well, which always goes a long way. But across the board, I feel like both teams also in the draft were bringing some fairly interesting ideas to the table. Golden Gulch is going to be a pretty different story. I'm expecting things to slow down a little bit. I know it's not the most usual thing to expect things to slow down after backyard bowl, but in this case, I do feel like it was quite intense and action-packed. But yeah, I think Golden Gulch, they probably are going to slow things down a little bit. It's been an interesting one here because it was such a close match last month. Right now, it feels like it's very much in line with that again.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem that way. Golden Gulch up next, and this is the first time I believe we've seen any glimpses of knockout today, as it was probably either a third set in the first in the first few quarterfinals, or one of the fourth or fifth sets in the first semi. We haven't actually seen it today, I don't believe, but now we get onto it, and I do love this map. I've got a soft spot for it, but it's got to be a very solid draft. There's a lot of brawlers that you can take on it, but it's closed down quite heavily by the ban process, I feel, and you see the top pick rates there. Sprout, Squeak, and Bo banned out from the side of ZETA Division. AtaruChanClub going to get rid of Janet, Piper, and Penny, and they clearly don't want any of those sharpshooters, which I kind of do like to see on this map. Achape taking that Otis nice and early on. Quick drafter as the Tick and Gene picks bounce back, and we're back over to ZETA Division now for their third.
I like what I'm seeing so far. I mean, we've seen the value of the Otis already. It's quite curious how much Tick we've seen today. I would say it's not a brawler that shows up as much in some other regions. So I like to see him being, brought back here a little bit by multiple different teams as well. Gene, always a really good pick when it comes to knockout, but it does struggle a little bit of defense. It can quite quickly be overwhelmed because it doesn't have enough damage to dissuade you from pushing at times, and something like a Fang is going to be very deadly in those scenarios, so that can be a pretty worrying matchup here. Even though you have the Lamp Blowout to knock back the Fang, you just simply don't have the most damage up close as a Tick and a Gene. And Max is the final pick. I don't know, man. I don't know. I like the come from AtaruChanClub. I just think it's gonna struggle quite a bit against the Carl and the Fang.
See, I think, the exact same. AtaruChanClub, overall, they've got a great composition, but do I think it's good for this map? Not so much. We don't see massive amounts of max here. Tick's used quite heavily, but at the same time, against, the aggressiveness of ZETA Division's comp, we've got the Fang, we've got the Flying Hook with the Carl. Otis has got some really solid range. It's going to be dangerous, even with the Last Hurrah, even with the Lamp Blowout. We know how influential a Fang Super can be when it bounces around all three. It can bait out near enough all gadgets.
So far, AtaruChanClub getting some nice tags with the Tick. Matchy quite aggressive. Chappie does get hit actually by that Tick head, and in the end it's a bit of an awkward 1v1, one that Chappie, I mean, I'm not sure about going that aggressive on Milk Rio, but either way I feel like it was pretty much an unwinnable 1v1 for AtaruChanClub.
I don't think necessarily. Achape was fairly low. If he kept his distance and obviously kept his last hurrah, it might have been winnable, but Memmi trying to get some shots through and does just that. Ticket going to be placed and it's going towards Achape. Should be able to get it down quite nicely. It's a winnable 3v2, but it's going to be a tough one, especially with this Tick just throwing shots, raining down some damage, but they are split up as well, which is not the position you want to be in if you're a I can't say zero zone, ZETA Division.
I said it earlier too, don't worry, I said it earlier too, but yeah, this is better here for the side of Ataru. That opening kill definitely helped, despite the mispull as well. That was very nicely baited out by the Carl, but right now it's gonna be about not feeding those supers, or maybe even trying to go for it, but I kind of doubt it. And yeah, they were just waiting for the gas to spawn in. Chappie gonna do the exact same, and I feel like there were probably better ways to go down there. They did feed a decent amount of supercharge, but in the end, there's not a single super available for Ataru, and there's all 3 available for Zeta. So I think they'll be pretty okay with how things are gonna start for this round. Let's see if they can find any use of it, as fairly often in those sort of situations you kind of want to use them before your opponents get to reload theirs, especially when you have brawlers like Fang that will feed into supers quite a bit.
Tensai has his ticket coming towards him. It might actually make a connection, just managed to avoid it. Kuro getting sniped down by those vengeful spirits and Chape, and Tensai need to make a play for it, but he's just too low. Managed to avoid some shots in there and has his super as well. But they are going to have to just pick off one or the other. Stun comes in, massive 3, and Chape with the double super, the stun. What a play. Gets all 3, and that is just absolutely incredible. The best Fang play I have ever seen. What a turnaround from 0 to hero. What a massive turnaround.
How? Man, the confidence to go in there was 4,000 HP. Like, that's not a whole lot as a Fang when you're, you know, going straight into 3 different people. But, I mean, that triple stun and just unlocking that super pretty much instantly as well was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful there from a champ. He spotted an opportunity and absolutely nailed it. Now, ZETA Division really turning up the heat as they are a game away from picking up a second set.
Gadget comes in from Otis, fat splattered down, and Tensai getting some shots for as well. Tickhead placed, but Memi's aggressing. Nice flying hook away from Tensai, as they are going to need these heals. Kuru getting hit though, and Mameshi sees the pull, misses it. I'd imagine vision gear as well there, so a bit of a tough pull to miss. Shots come through them, and Mameshi's going to go down. Complete turn of favors. Chappy with another super, goes aggressive, and he's going to get Milkrio as well. Great play once more from him. They have the mute, they've got the heals. If Memi wins this, it's going to be an absolute mystery of how, but he doesn't. Zeta Division 0 carry on their dominance. They get the first round. One more round, and they're going to guarantee 2 sets.
Oh, cheeky pin there from Tensai. You have 2 supers as well carried over for each team. Max speed is Paul. Nice aggression there onto Tensai. Is incredibly low, is able to bait the Vengeful Spirit into a wall, which will save his life. Yes, there's still a super on a Choppy, and we saw earlier what he can do with it.
Kuru has this as well. The Chape once more with the super. Goes in on Milkrio. Can't get the stun off, but some damage comes through. Pulls there. Mameshi wants to go for it, but at the same time, he's a little bit wary, and he does back off. Doesn't want to risk too much, but the dash comes through again. He lunges in, gets the kill. Memi's low as well. One shot after that burn down damage, which newly been added and made it so good. Milkrio one shot, and Zeta Division carry on. They make it 2 sets, and what a set. Massive turnaround in the first one. But the second one was just complete dominance from Zeta Division all out, and they have been playing wonderfully.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of a blunder when it comes to the draft on the side of Ataru. Like, I don't know, man. Like, the Tick and Gene like together is a little too scary, you know, in those situations, especially when you're facing teams like Zeta that we know they're like these aggressive brawlers. We know they'll bring it in if you know, don't have enough damage. And I feel like Gene and Tick was just kind of like the same idea, you know, like poke damage, not really the best at actually, you know, getting kills. It's more about, you know, getting that chip damage. And yes, of course, the Gene pool will get an elimination, but you can quite quickly be overwhelmed, especially when you have highly mobile brawlers like a Carl and obviously the Fang that just has the HP, has the mobility, is just everything that both Gene and Tick hate facing.
That was a bold move. 4k HP. I didn't realize he was that low when he went in either. I thought he was full health, and you know, you've got to take the risk of your full health. But when you're going in like that, you've either got to be the best player in the game, which I think you may be a contender for, or just a complete mad lad who just wants to attempt something and try for it, which at the end of the day he had to do. But as you can see there, 8 kills, majority of the damage all in Chape's hands, and not too many kills on the other side of things from AtaruChanClub, which is obviously translating to the scoreline.
Yeah, and those stats are incredibly impressive from a Chappie. I mean, obviously, that triple kill like kind of like boosted it all, you know. But even damage-wise, it's very rare to see a Fang have that much of a percentage of the damage. Just because usually, you know, when you're not up close and personal, that shoe is doing like 500 damage. It's gonna get your DPS quite low. It's quite hard to hit at times as well, and easy to dodge at a pro level. So very impressive to get 39% at this level of play and the most of his team. But yeah, that's a 2-0 so far for Zeta Division 0, and right now for ACC, it's their final chance.
It's looking an absolute dream for Zeta Division 0 so far, and ACC, they need to book their ideas up because this is not going in their favor at all. And with Open Zone, a map where, you know, you can use Max, which is just always a Zeta Division pick if it's available on a map like this. Poco's available and stuff like that as well. You've got to be a little bit scared because I feel like when we've seen either Zeta Division team on this map, it's usually a win. And that is, you know, a statistic that I don't want to back up with 100% confidence, but when I've watched them, they win.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you. I think as well that, you know, an open up map like that is gonna give some nice opportunities to just kind of play it down to the mechanics to a certain respect, and I think that's a battle that Zeta are absolutely willing to take. But our draft is coming true. It's gonna be Carl, Penny, and Otis banned out by Zeta. Ataru banning out the Penny as well, but also the Nani, which is interesting, and the Max. I don't know if I feel like Nani is worth banning on Open Zone, but either way, we'll have a Gus first pick, which I'm all down for.
I'm always down for a Gus pick as well, especially when it's so new and you actually get to adventure with it a little bit more. We saw Tensai playing it a little bit earlier and it didn't pay off too well against a Piper played by Blaze. So we'll see if AtaruChanClub take, you know, a bit more of a sharpshooter approach, which wouldn't be a bad idea into both the Bonnie and the Gus, considering how slow Bonnie is, but they're starting to go a different route, and they're taking the Poco, which I think is very, very smart, into a Gus and a Bonnie who don't have the biggest amount of burst DPS at close range or long range, really. So it's a pretty solid pick. They obviously do have this third and final pick as well, and it's going to be thrown back to Zeta Division after that for the final one, so they do have a little bit of an advantage there. But AtaruChanClub, their comp's setting up very nicely for me.
Yeah, I like the Poco here a lot. I think that you have that ability to kind of just reset and get back to the mix very quickly. They're going to go double healer. That's something we saw earlier today as well. I mean, we saw double healer and Gus, which was an interesting approach for sure. I don't mind it per se. I think maybe, I don't even know if it would be worth it to go for something like a Crow, because the anti-heal is very nice, but I feel like Gus kind of lacks damage. Even Bonnie, to a certain extent, in cannon form, might lack the damage to really commit to that idea either way. And yeah, I think something like Colette that actually helps just picking up eliminations is going to go a long way. Because obviously if someone is dead, they can't heal anymore. They can't heal themselves. They can't heal others. And it's, you know, the way to get towards a team wipe. And I think it's going to be, yeah, a better idea than the Crow, all things considered. But it's an interesting draft for the least. And I feel like so far from what we've seen from Gus, it's been rather positive. It's been able to find a decent bit of value. I don't think necessarily that the little, like, you know, ghost heals are necessarily the most valuable aspect of the brawler, but the shield is really strong in general, and it is a brawler that can help reset if you manage to get a nice team wipe or win your lane.
I mean, this is kind of what we were expecting, right? Just the heals too strong for them really to do enough damage without this Colette just getting super after super after super, because the Charpy and Go just don't have the damage at range that's required, or even at close range. He has this shield now, but still nothing much coming from it. Gets a kill, but some shots follow up. Bonnie's going to jump in, get the Poco, and now they start to show up. And Chappie going to pop the shield on himself rather than Kuru. Memeshi should fall down, and now they have this control. It's going to be whether or not they can keep it that it's going to decide. Because with Poco and Pam, the push-up should be fairly easy in my opinion.
Another shield popped by a Chappie. That huge lead is not as big as it once was. However, as we get closer to the finish line, still looking very good here for Ataru. ZETA unable to really find an answer so far. A couple more seconds in, Kuru jumps in, not able to quite do all that much there. And Ataru will be picking up this game. I don't know if it's a complete outcome here or if ZETA can adjust some things and make it work, but that was a pretty one-sided game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that was expected at the end of the day, you know, with the heals that they have and the opposing comp that ZETA Division have brought. I wouldn't have expected much different unless they can get a very good start and kind of deflate it before they manage to establish too much, but that'll drop the base there. Got some good resets on all of the healing of ZETA Division. Tensai trying to make the flank that he did pop out the push there a little bit. Needs to try and use a gotcha gadget to get back in the mix here, but the shield's popped, and that's an engagement they clearly weren't too aware of. Gus shield stopping being there when he changes form. Nice little pop of the gadget there from Gus as well. Tensai trying to get rid of this turret, but unable to do much so far. Just kind of holding them off, bringing a little bit more percentage. They're almost at near the same percentage they were in the entire last game, to be fair, so much better start for ZETA Division, but they still are at a massive deficit.
Yeah, they are coming back. A couple of good plays there from Tensai and some solid heals as well from a Chappie that were actually quite useful in this instance. Low HP across the board, even too low HP to really get healed back to a good state. And Kuru is a nice elimination onto Melcoreo. It does seem like ZETA are going to be picking up a pretty decent lead now as well. And everyone is isolated too, so no easy way to really get those heals out and get the most value out of that on the side of Ataru, as ZETA Division should be running away with this one and locking in a match point.
Well, that was a bit of a flip of the script there, as ZETA Division now do bring themselves to match point, and AtaruChanClub just really didn't look the same team in that one. They were just being picked off one by one. Tensai had a much better time, bear in mind as well, although Gus Super's being provided to him to give him a shield. Gotcha gadget, Super's coming in, and he is the one who's going to make these big plays if they are going to happen, because he's really the only one who can deal enough damage to make these explosive plays.
Well, match point for ZETA, and Kuru already has a super. Is he gonna commit just yet? Gadget popped by Memeshi on the right-hand side. Super from Chappie. The jump in at last from Kuru was very patient with it, but the patience pays off as he does grab the elimination. The healing station not really gonna do much besides keeping Memeshi alive, but he needs to reset either way, and Ataru are able to get back into the zone and extend their own lead furthermore.
Nice super from Tensai, and Chappie got the kill with the gadget there as well, tanking a lot of damage with this super. Good shield from him. Menmi, coming in aggressively, and are managing to heal whilst he's mid-flight. He's going to land eventually, and he should be brought down. Kuru gets the kill. Tensai takes Poco back up top, and Meshi getting hit by the gadget and a few shots as well. They're now starting to take the lead, and ZETA Division now in a pretty solid position if they can maintain this control.
All right, this is looking better here for ZETA. A bit of a rough start to this game, but they have control now, and Tensai is popping off again. He's been the X factor in the previous game as well. Absolutely popping off kill after kill. Overall, this is looking good for ZETA. A couple percentages left, and Tensai is still in the zone, gets a heal as well as he picks up the ghost. Memeshi falls, and it's gonna be a Chappie to close it out. 3-0 in sets, and it's gonna be a ZETA versus ZETA final again.
Once more, we see ZETA versus ZETA in these finals, and, you know, there's just never any change. It's always, we've had the past 4 months, we had the same quarterfinalists. I believe maybe 1 out of the 4 ZETA faced each other a bit earlier on, and the rest of those, we've had a ZETA versus ZETA final, and these ZETA versus ZETA matchups never fail to impress, and I'm hoping this last one won't as well. We've seen sweeps all day long, so we are due a set number 5, because it's been too fast. I've been enjoying the Brawl Stars we've been seeing today, and East Asia never fail to amaze me. They bring some of the most mechanical gameplay that I've ever seen. Even teams, you know, that went out in the quarterfinals, AtaruChanClub and Rising Sun, have all brought incredible mechanics, but nothing matches the mechanics of either of the ZETA teams, and that's what makes them who they are. That's what makes them possibly the best 2 teams in the world.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's been a crazy year, man, for this region as well. Last year also, just the World Finals showing how just above everyone else this ZETA team was. Things have changed a bit since then, since the split, and things have gotten quite interesting here and there. But overall, man, just domination from ZETA as, you know, a collective, as an org, just to you know, insist on it a little further more. I believe they haven't lost a single match to any other team this year, which is just unbelievable when you think about it. From the Worlds last year until this one, basically every match where there's been a ZETA player, a ZETA team, it's been a ZETA win. Tensai gonna be the MVP this time around here. 7 kills, 3 deaths, a pretty high DPS as well, and an amazing performance overall. That final performance on the Colette, I think, is how they managed to close it out in 3 sets rather than 4 or 5.
Yeah, and you know what, Tensai might have got MVP, but I've got to give a shout out to Achape. That knockout set was just absolutely phenomenal from him, and, you know, without the Colette in this one, without the Fang in the previous one, this could have gone all the way. So, you know, you've got to give out these shouts when you think people deserve them, and Achape really did play that very well. Let's not forget Kuru playing absolutely incredibly as well at the same time. It really is a team effort with these ZETA Division teams. They might have incredible mechanical skill all day long, but they always do really well.
They absolutely do. I mean, for the most part, everything is on point. I think maybe that final draft was a little weaker on their side, and they overlooked the Poco. But either way, they're such a complete team, and I can't wait to watch them in the Grand Finals.
Well, speaking about the Grand Finals, it will be coming up shortly after a break. Don't go anywhere, because ZETA versus ZETA is coming up soon.
We could tell you all about Spike Air, our new brawling shoe with explosive technology and a podium-perfect profile. We could tell you it's banned in 42 countries for unfair advantages in the Brawl Stars Championship. But we'll let Spike do the talking. Spike Air. Look sharp.
Welcome back, Brawl Stars Nation. The rivalry continues, and this is going to be the final one to decide who takes the lead. 3-3 overall on the year. We've got ZETA Division 1 taking on ZETA Division 0. I am joined, of course, by none other than Trav. Trav, this is going to be a crazy final, and one that I feel like it's only right to end this year on the region.
Yeah, I think you've put it perfectly there. The only way to end East Asia 2022 is with this matchup. ZETA Division 1, ZETA Division 0, the 2 titans of this region, possibly even the titans of this world, which we'll find out later on in the year at the World Finals. But look how it's been today. Sweep after sweep after sweep. ZETA Division 1, they had a really tough time against Fluffy. Then they swept Rising Sun pretty convincingly with a massive bounce back to put themselves in the final. ZETA Division 0 convincingly beat Verite Lien, then pretty convincingly beat AtaruChanClub with a few little hiccups here and there to meet their counterparts in the finals, and this is going to be a huge one. It's 3-3 in monthly finals to each of these teams. It's 3 points behind them. The magic number's clearly 3, and this is going to be the decider of who takes the #1 spot in the region and moving on to Worlds in a good position.
And this is a big deal too, right? You're not only leading your region, you're getting more money and also a bigger confidence boost too. Look, these, like you said, could be the two best teams in the world. There's really no way of telling. Zeta Division 1 are our MSI champions. Both these teams have reigning world champions from 2021 as well. This has huge ramifications for kind of the power rankings, if you will, for how we're approaching world finals. This is a big deal for both teams, and both will be bringing their A game for sure. And it's hard to say. I don't really know if you can consider either team being a favorite here. Each of them have won 3 of this matchup, and also 3 of the 6 matches have gone all the way to a set 5. One of the craziest rivalries in all of Brawl Esports. It's kind of hard to make a pick here, to be honest with you.
No, I'm going to have to agree with you, but honestly, I'm going to be predicting 0. I feel like that performance was just so good, to be honest. But Zeta Division 1, Kenji, Shitampo, Moyo Goku, we've seen them all day long if you've been watching. If not, you've probably seen them throughout the year. And if you haven't been watching Brawl Stars Esports, this is the team to beat. Very, very solid. They've had some wonderful plays throughout today. They had a tough game against Fluffy, as you see some highlights here. But they bounced back very, very well against Rising Sun, and I feel like that's the mentality that puts them in the position they are.
Yeah, it's been a wild year to watch these two teams compete, and I think that's fair, right? I think a lot of people will likely go with the Zeta 1 possibly because they're the reigning MSI champions. You know, we've seen them do it at a global level as well, not just in their region. However, Zeta 0 are the only team to beat these guys in the entire BSC season so far. They played phenomenally throughout the whole year. They've really been a spectacle to watch too. I mean, Zeta Division 1 is an absolute unit of players. I think overall very deserving of the world spot, and like I said, there's a reason there's only 3 points separating these two teams. It's been so competitive throughout the entire year, and when seeing the Zeta Division 0 roster of Tensai, Achapi, Kuru, I mean, just some absolute animals here on the Brawl Stars field.
You know, you mentioned it. These have got 2 world champions from last year. Zeta Division 1 have got 1 world champion from last year, but 3 MSI champions of this year. So it really is such an even matchup. And look at this defense as well. I'm just going to say it again because Tensai has just been playing so well throughout the day, along with his teammates as well. And, you know, both of these teams have the player who makes these incredible plays, whether that be Tensai or Sharpay, Shitampo over on the side of Zeta Division 1. But also, they have the mechanics, they have the team play, and they're just so comparable, these two teams. Everything that they do is very similar. Both teams have an extremely aggressive playstyle, which aligns perfectly with just how East Asia is as a region, and this has got to be it's got to be on some highlight reel somewhere, because that was just absolutely incredible. We're just going to touch on that again.
Yeah, Zeta 0 looked phenomenal in that semifinals as well. And again, it's hard to make a choice here. I feel like our audience at home is going to be very evenly split, and rightfully so. You said you were going with the Zeta Division 0. I'm riding with you as well. I think this is a very tough one to call at the beginning of the year. I think both of these teams were in consideration for me for being the top dogs of their region and some of the top dogs in the world. But for me, Zeta Division 0 have taken it more in the second half of the year. I feel like they've kind of hit that peak performance level. They're in a scary spot, but really anything can happen here. Again, 3 of the 6 times these two teams have played each other, it has gone all the way to a set 5, and I kind of have that expectation here once again today.
I also have that expectation as well, because, you know, both of these teams have just turned up today playing absolutely incredibly. You see Kenji here as well, who's just such a confident player. He's played, you know, so incredibly well and never really makes mistakes. And this is just another attribute that both of these teams have. If they make a mistake, it's punished, they accept it, and they bounce back even stronger. And I feel that's kind of what makes these East Asia teams so good. Just the amount of discipline that they have, and not, you know, tilting or taking a bit of a hit when they do lose. Because if they do, the next game you see them just pretty much walk over their opponents quite often.
Yeah, the mental game from these guys is unreal. These really are two teams that let their game do the talking. They're not taking to Twitter to talk up a storm. They're not talking jive about their opponents. They show up every single month, and they put on a show for us. I think it's one of the most entertaining regions in the world. You know, we have some really good teams like ACC. We've got Rising Sun Esports, who have definitely surprised me this year, that have been teams that have played in a very solid state, and in other regions, they may be making it to Worlds, to be honest with you, but not here. Not when Zeta Division 1 and Zeta Division 0 run rampant. Zeta Division 1 getting 58% of your votes at home. Zeta Division 0, the side that Trav and I landed on, at 42%. That's about as even as you get. Look, you pick your shot on this one. I can't blame a single person at home for whichever side they go with. There are certainly wins possible for both of these teams.
I mean, it's rare to see even a prediction as close as this by the public, because usually it's incredibly one-sided. So that's just how you know how close these teams are in terms of skill to each other. I think all three of us, I was looking at the predictions, I think Teddy's gone with ZETA Division 0 as well. So all of us aligning with the side that the public hasn't aligned with, which is maybe a little bit worrying, but at the same time, I'm feeling pretty confident in my pick. Deep Diner is the first map up, and we've got the bands in Stu, Janet, and Ruffs. And from the side of ZETA Division 0, we've got the Penny, we've got the Gene, and we've got the Squeak. We have a 6-man game.
And Crow is going to be the 1.1 pick. I got to respect it. I think Crow can bring a lot of utility here when you look at the ban possibilities too. If the other side wants to go something like Poco or Max, that's a real possibility on Deep Diner. Now that they have Crow on their side, well, it can kind of aggress both of those brawlers. I love the pivot coming in here from ZETA Division 1, though. They're going to run with the Spike, which I think is going to be a quite solid matchup into the Crow, and they're going to run with the Surge too. Chitampo picking up this Surge, that's going to be the wow factor kind of brawler. Really has the win condition that ZETA Division 1 needs. Look, of course, it depends on what the other team picks, but I like that they paired this with Spike. Spike commonly played on this map. Also a counter into Surge with that life plant. I think overall they very calculated approach here from ZETA Division 1, and if there's one player in the world that can pop off with a very difficult brawler to play, it is Chitampo.
Definitely so. Both comps here really missing a mid, though, so that's probably what ZETA Division 0 are going to be trying to reach for at the moment. With Penny out of the way, with Gene out of the way, you got to look towards the bow, right? I think the bow's the only other real mid contender. Otherwise, you're going to have to go with something a little bit more unusual. The Gus is still open, which we have seen previously. I believe it was by ZETA Division 0 who played the Gus here. They've gone with Anita. Does that mean they're playing the Crow mid, I imagine, and Carl down the lane? Nita on one of them as well, and there's a few mids that are still quite widely available. You know, as I said, I'm looking towards the bow, I'm looking towards a Gus or something like that, and they've gone with Anita.
I'm perplexed too. I think, you know, Nita is a solid brawler. I've seen it on this map before, but a very unconventional approach, I would say. I'm with you. I think Crow almost has to be the mid here. You know, he's got a wide range with his daggers. I think you can make it work, but I don't necessarily see them hard countering anything on the other side. Maybe there's a matchup I'm not aware of, and Moya Goku's going to pick up the B here, a very popular brawler right now. I think ZETA Division 1 has a very well-rounded comp, and there's a lot more mystery for me behind this ZETA Division 0 comp. Very interesting stuff.
I'm intrigued to see how well this Crow plays in mid, but clearly Moya Goku knows that that's going to be the case, and even if a Carl goes mid or the gems switch, B's always going to have that range advantage. And no, there's nothing to break up the map here really, but I think still you need a bit of range in this mid. When you play in diagonally, you can see where the grass lies. When the diagonal gameplay hits, that's when you're really going to be doing quite solidly. We've got the Spike versus the Nita of the left-hand side, Surge against Crow on the right-hand side. Kenji's already picked up his 3k, and it's going to be the Carl playing the mid.
All right, well, a Carl in the mid, very interesting stuff. I can kind of see it, though. I think they can make it work. I think Crow or Carl kind of had to pick that up. Kenji, nice takedown on it to the foe right there. Tensai going to be falling weak here, too. Going to be forced away with that super. Goes down to Moya Goku, though. Chitampo not quite powered up to that tier 2 Surge we'd like to see him get to. Getting that early on is a big deal. He's going to go ahead and pop another gadget. I think very wise. Go ahead and get through those, get yourself a super, and then you can get aggressive throughout the match, and that's exactly what he did there.
Nice little level up to level 2 now, and Chitampo's going to have a bit of an easier time, and Achape's kind of pinned against the wall here. Not surprised if he just goes up and gets a few quick flurry shots off, but Kuru's not having a good time over the left-hand side here against Moya Goku. I feel like he kind of wanted the opposing matchup. Chitampo's level 3 now, and ZETA 1 have established all control, but that's not something ZETA 0 from having 4-5 gems if they manage to retrieve this other one as well. And they're not in a terrible position. They just don't have this control. Chitampo's level 4, Kenji's got the range, and Moya Goku's got control of his lane. It's starting to look a little bit more dull now.
Yeah, 7-5 in gym count, but Chitampo at a power 4. You got Moya Goku picking up a kill on this left-hand side. Tensai forced away. Choppy weak. Things looking really good here for ZETA Division 1. And I feel like this Kuru Nita brawler pick was one we were very interested in before the draft. I love this pick of a life plant for the Spike. I think it's becoming more and more normalized, and something we've really seen a lot here today when Spike is played. Countdown beginning, 12 seconds to go. Chitampo backing up. Kenji with gems in hand as well. And ZETA Division 0 need to pick one of these two up. Chitampo going to take some hate here. It's going to be a close call there. The Crow shots to land it, and the clock is going to reset. Still in control for ZETA Division 1.
they able to reset from mid though? I feel like there's maybe an 8th gem on the floor. There might be enough time if one spawns now, but they get the takedown anyway. Kuru gonna get that one, but Kenji's gonna pick up anyway. Moigoku cleans up those gems on the floor, and Zeta Division 1 are gonna cling on to this countdown. No chance of a reset from Zeta Division. They managed to take this first game, and the public seem to be maybe a little bit more correct than us so far.
Yeah, and I think that might be partially due to this draft too. I think it's really interesting, but I think a brawler that I'm going to need to see pop off here from Zeta Division 0 if they want to win this is that Nita pick. You know, it's something that we're a little more questionable about, at least in terms of matchups to the enemy team, but you got to see some more Bruce the Bear running around on this map. I want to see Kuru get some supercharged, and I think Zeta Division 1 playing this composition very well. Spike can keep that distance, B can keep that distance, and Shitampo, as long as he can get to that tier 2, it's all smooth sailing really from there. I mean, once he got to that Tower 4 surge, it was really difficult to deal with, but so far so good for Zeta Division 0 this time around. 5 gyms in their name, smooth start for them.
Yeah, I think Zeta Division 0 have definitely got the matchups they prefer this time, and a Bruce Bear already down with the gadget over the left-hand side there. Faux fur popped. Achape gets hit though, slowed down now. There was Kuru starting to make some moves. Little gadget pop from Shitampo, can't quite get the hits in, but Moigoku's going to pinch in. Achape's fairly low, but Shitampo doesn't have that level 3, or not even level 2, because he's using that gadget at the moment and still doesn't have it. Moigoku popping this though, fertilized there as well, and should get Tensai, but the spin comes in, and he cleans it up. A little turnaround there from Tensai, great play from him. Shitampo had to try and make a gamble for these gems, or that's pretty much going to be countdown for Zeta Division 0.
Wow, what a turnaround here for Zeta Division 0. Countdown instigated, and now it's Moigoku and Zeta Division 1 who are on the offensive. Shitampo at that tier 2 surge, and they're playing on the back foot here. Zeta Division 0 playing a full defensive effort. There goes the light play, a takedown as well. That clock's going to be reset. Bruce the Bear trekking down the right-hand side, trying to get rid of Moigoku, and now a jump in from Achape. Moigoku cleans that up very quickly, though. Another super goes down. Nita's going to be in trouble. Carl with the super. They still have 10 gyms in hand. 3 seconds to go. 10G looking for shots. Dodge from Tensai, and that's going to be a pickup there for Zeta Division 0. 1-1 overall in set number 1.
Close towards the end there, though, and that did get fairly... Yeah, I'm sure Zeta Division 0 are a little bit scared about the turnaround there. We saw Spike get another super, not being able to place it onto the Nita, and at the same time, the spin was able to kind of negate the effects of the slow that Kenji put onto the Carl, because it increases that movement speed a little bit more. Now Zeta Division 0 don't have the matchups, and they're having to swap and sacrifice a lot of the control that they would have had without swapping, but they know they need to do it. The first game was a reflection on that. The second game they come back because they had the matchups, and the third, they need to ensure that it's right.
Yeah, Carl into Spike can be a little more favorable, I think, with those interactions, just because of Moigoku's popping a light plant or anything like that sort. You know, it's a lot better for Carl, whose shot pierces right through that. Achape and Kuru taking some heavy heat on this left-hand side, though. Shitampo with a super. He's going to be at tier 3 for the moment. Tensai trying to defend away Moigoku. That gadget, a huge factor there as well. Zeta Division 1 are going to switch that side, pick up onto Tensai as well. 8 gyms to 0. Zeta Division 1 kicking off this game very well.
Tensai coming in strong though, flying hook in, and Moigoku's going to go down. 8 gems in hand of Kenji though, and he needs to be a little bit cautious. Still some flying hooks in hand of Tensai. Shitampo's got a super though. He's level 3, almost level 4. Rotation over to the right hand side once more. Try to get a jump onto Tensai. He can stop this super now, but Achape's starting to get some gems in hand. Moigoku, great shot on Skuru though. In comes Shitampo. He can take the death here. He's got to power up once more. Achape's one shot, no jump away. They can't make the connections, but now they have control of this mid once more. Kenji's got slow as well. Throws out onto Kuru. That should be a shot and a follow with a 3K. Goes for Achape with that though, but connects the second. Nice use of that star power there. Third one spawns. Shitampo jumps in. He can take these suicides. He can take the deaths. He doesn't care. Kenji's got 10, and the countdown starts.
Kenji with 11 gyms in hand. Tensai now getting aggressive. A jump in from Achape. He's going to fall. Shitampo, low HP, but all he has to do is play defense for 5 more seconds for his teammate. Kuru can't close the gap quick enough, and it's going to be Zeta Division 1 taking our first set.
Starting things off strong then in Zeta Division 1. They're just amending these kind of mistakes that they made in the second. They knew they had to rotate as soon as Zeta Division 0 did in the third. And that's the kind of reparations they need. Make these kind of improvements. You can take a loss in the second as long as you're pretty much guaranteed in the third. I think because they had the better comp through the mid and through the lanes when they had those matchups, they felt pretty confident in the third, and it definitely showed through their gameplay.
Yeah, impressive stuff from Zeta Division 1 and honestly Zero as well. What a competitive set. You know, game 3 got really out of hand, I would say, for Zeta Division 0, but both teams made adjustments all throughout it. There were definitely more favorable matchups, at least I would say, for Zeta Division 1 throughout that. I think that comes with the draft. I think that comes with knowing the game. You know, they try to set themselves up for success as much as possible, and they'll take all of those matchups that you can get to. When you're at a professional level with 2 top teams in the entire world, every little bit helps. And I just think overall, Zeta Division 1 did a really good job. I think they tried to match things up appropriately with the enemy brawlers. Again, the Nita pick, fine brawler, I'm just not sure if it brought enough to the table to give them a clear-cut advantage as we saw there. We're going to see how the stats line up too. Fairly even, but you can definitely see Zeta Division 1 a little more favored in terms of the kills, and I think it reflected there as game 3 was definitely in favor of Z1.
I mean, I just think the bow or, you know, something else in the mid would have gone quite a long way for Zeta Division 0. Crow on lane, even if they'd picked it early, Crow on lane's still fine against, you know, a Surge or something like that. You can keep it at the range, you can slow him down when he comes in, and, you know, you don't have to pick a Nita and force the Crow through mid. I think that was kind of grave mistake that they made. Tenside bringing home 54% of the damage, though, and that just shows how little Kuru really managed to do. And Achape obviously playing through the mid, you don't expect much damage, and that kind of reflects onto Kenji as well, regardless of him playing B, and he hit a lot of shots, bear in mind. Shitampo and Moigoku are always going to come away with more because they're the aggressors.
Yeah, Shitampo with 37% leading his team. I mean, that's an awesome thing to see from your Surge gameplay. Again, that can be a really risky brawler to run. You know, Surge is kind of one of these low floors, high ceiling kind of plays. He's the X factor for your team, and I think Shitampo did a really good job of ensuring that he got that tier 2 Surge early, because that's a huge jump from 1 to 2 especially. You know, each little bit helps as you approach that 4th, but it's worth it to pop a couple gadgets early, especially when you're going against as good of players as Zeta Division 0 are. You need all the help you can get, otherwise you're stuck at that tier 1 Surge. You're slow, you can't get around the map as much, your range is shorter. I think they did a good job of really playing that brawler and making sure he was a strength for their team, not something holding them back.
Yeah, you know, we saw the flip side as well in an initial matchup of Zeta Division. The Surge was being played against them, they were playing Anita, and it was dominance. And what was stopping them from doing it this time? They're against better players. You know, the Surge is always going to be, if the Surge is able to pop some gadgets, get some shots in, and really make the plays, then it's definitely going to be a bit harder of a matchup. Beach Ball up next, though, in Brawl Ball, another aggressive mode that's going to be played, and this kind of favors every single team in East Asia, as that's just their play style. Bonnie, Poco, and Stu banned out from Zeta Division 1. Zeta Division 0 getting rid of the Jean, Otis, and Janet. Another 6-ban game. They're clearly quite aware of each other and aware of what their opponents want to draft, I feel.
Oh, you got to think there's a lot of familiarity between these guys. I mean, between scrims, between already 6 matchups just in the BSC alone. You know, these guys are no slouches. They know each other well. They put in the time to scrim, to practice, to kind of learn the ins and outs. And I feel like there's a lot of strengths brawlers that both of these teams kind of share. You know, ones like Stu are brawlers that both teams can run really well. We've got Gene, we've got Max. You know, a lot of these mechanical brawlers, both these teams are going to be excellent at. To kick things off, though, they're going to be running the Squeak on Zeta Division 1 side. They have the first overall pick, another Surge selection as well. This is a great map for Surge as well, especially if those walls kind of stay up. And so far on the side of Zeta Division 0, they don't have any wall break. Another Crow pick seems to be a brawler they're gravitating towards, along with Carl. So it's kind of some similar flares to what we saw in the last map, but I do think in terms of the selection of brawlers and the pool of brawlers you can see on this map, it is pretty similar to Deep Diner in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I mean, Zeta Division 0 have literally taken the exact first 2 brawlers. We've got the Surge on the side of Zeta Division 1. Ruff's going to finish off that comp, and I do kind of like it. I'd imagine we're going to be seeing Squeak or Surge through the mid and Ruff's down one of the lanes. But Zeta Division 0, they've got quite a good piercing comp, and, you know, if Carl's going to go aggressive on Squeak, it's a little bit worrying with that flying hook. If Carl's on the Ruff's matchup, it's quite unfortunate because of the sandbag's not going to get much value. But if you can kind of pair it up right, Surge on Carl, Ruff's on Crow, then you're going to be doing fine. Sprout as the last pick, I'm not too sure about it. I think it's pretty decent on this map. It can block off quite a few different avenues, but it just doesn't have the Brawl Ball, you know, it doesn't have the Brawl Ball flair.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I mean, not necessarily the most aggressive brawler. I don't think it's going to be a hard counter say into anything. And I am a little bit concerned if Chitampo gets up there. You know, Surge can do really well into squishier brawlers, but if Sprout is running the shield, it definitely helps him out a little bit better. Having these walls up and being able to craft his own is a big factor too. I think it's going to be nice to play into somebody like Squeak, could do well into Colonel Ruffs, who has to rely on his range and kind of the bounce shots off the walls. I think if Kuru plays this right, it can absolutely pop off for them. But again, it's a really conditional brawler. They're going to need it to do quite well here in order to perform well. Starting things off on the right-hand side, it's going to be Tensai picking up a kill. Goku getting the mid as well, and Tensai getting deleted very quickly there, taking advantage of the bounce shots, which is just one thing that Colonel Ruffs can bring to the table on this map.
Chitampo's already guaranteed himself level 2 for the rest of the game as well, which is always going to be huge. Gadget popped early on as well. Shots not connecting onto a Chape just yet, which would have been quite valuable because he's going to need this level 3 permanently soon enough. Kuru's going to go down to Kenji here as well, super available too. Tensai's going to try and make a break down this left-hand side. Chitampo's going to follow him though. He wants this super and he knows he can get it off Tensai, but he is slowed. I'm not really sure how that effect came to be. Crow maybe slowed him off on the side there. But nice aggression now. Ball passed forwards into the goal mouth. Chape cornering it, but the ball is not through just yet. Kuru has this wall, and Moigoku's trying to avoid some shots. Get a break, he gets it. The wall's going to be there, though, and the block off, but they're pinned in spawn. The jump through from Crow, knowing he can't break this wall, but Chitampo's just going to go into the goal, and he's going to get both of the players. The wall's going to come down, and Zeta Division 1 are going to force this in. This is the Chitampo we love to see.
Oh, what a cruel way to go down. Chitampo popping off right there. And that's the matchup I was worried about. Surge can do really well into squishy brawlers. He can get around the walls with his super too. And right now, Chitampo is getting plenty of kills. There goes another one. Kuru is going to fall. Kenji, ball in hand, kick to the right. Moigoku, ball available for his side. Tensai fending him away as a Choppy. Just try to hold things together for his team for a moment. And right now, Sprout is getting shredded through. Chitampo mercilessly taking down enemy after enemy, and he's going to be all the way up to tier 4 now.
Level 4 now been placed in, and got another super in hand as well. Moigoku trying to work for a super. Even if he gets this, the pass-through's there, but it's not going in. Chitampo now in a tough position. Achape's going to be taken down, and he survives nonetheless. Slowed, but now Kuru's not hitting any shots even when he's slowed, and even if he got anywhere near him, he could have just jumped over it. Tensai coming in. Chitampo jumps over that to maintain level 4, maintain the control, and the 1-goal lead's still there. Moigoku shooting shots down the right-hand side. Achape got the jump over, but there's always some defense there. Chitampo gets the shots off. 9 seconds on the clock, and they go another game up.
I mean, the fact that Chitampo stayed alive as long as he did, the dodges were unreal. I mean, absolutely a huge factor for his team. There's no mistake. This guy is one of the best in the world, if not the best. There's a reason people have been saying it since last year. You can see with your own eyes. That guy is crazy. And to see him go off with the Surge now 2 sets in a row, oh my goodness. I mean, it's just a sight to see. You know, this is a really special player, and you can see it here, and there's a reason he's a world champion. There's a reason why he's a favorite to do it again. This time around, though, Zeta Division 0. Nice pickup. We're going to need Kuru to really pop off here. I need to see some Sprout walls going down, cycling it out with the gadgets as well, just trying to craft the map in a way that fits them. He's hitting some good shots right now, though. Kenji going to be falling weak. That's a pickup for Kuru. It's going to be Chitampo still at tier 1. This is a little bit slower of a start than we've seen from him, and Zeta Division 0 so far are taking advantage of it.
Tough position now for Zeta Division 1. Kenji, though, breaking through those walls with that invulnerability that he gets out of spawn. Moigoku needs to try and get some supers, provide them to his teammates, as this could go bad quite quickly. Chitampo pinned up top, and Achape knows this. Tensai's going to go in. Can he get the takedown? He can't just yet. The wall's there. The shot through, and they just managed to pick it up off the line, but they can't get anything out of it. Zeta Division 0 force the ball in, and they bring a goal forward now, and they take the lead.
Chitampo on the pop-off brawler right now, still at that tier 1 Surge. We've been alluding to it the whole time, but it really is a huge factor. I mean, he's super slow. Achape can kind of just keep his range here, and nobody is overstepping from Zeta Division 0. I love how calculated that push was. They don't give up a super to Chitampo, and they still manage to score. Tensai trying to get out of this situation. Now bounce shots off the right-hand side, attempting to connect to Kenji there. Moigoku stepping forward. He's really getting aggressive on Kuru here. Is going to be falling weak. Wall going down. He's trying to kick this away. Connection from Squeak, though. They're going to be able to put this ball in the top left-hand corner, though. Achape playing the gatekeeper to that ball for now as Zeta Division 1 creeps up this map.
Shitampo finally got level 2 now. Might have to turn back and try finish off Tensai, but he's just aggressing. They're not stopping here. There's no wall. The pass through. Kenji can't quite get it. The ball doesn't go in, but it's on the line. He's avoiding the shot from Tensai. Moegoku finishes him off, and the ball will go in. Shitampo delays a bit of time. He wants to level 3, though, and it's not going to be too helpful for that. But, I mean, we're still in game, I think, but Kenji has the super. Shitampo needs this level 3, and I'm not sure about that delay of time, because, yes, Sprout's not going to be too good in overtime, but, like, Squeak isn't either. They're getting the shots through. Shitampo can't get the super off. Doesn't really want to either. Moegoku's got this, but Achape's got his super through. Can't quite do it just yet, as he's waiting for this overtime. Still got some gadgets left for the slows as well. Shitampo's got level 3, though, and that's going to be monumental.
This is huge positioning here for ZETA Division 0. The walls have come down. It's overtime. And like you said, Sprout and Squeak definitely not my top candidates to play a wide open map. Right now, ZETA Division 1, though, with all the control, they're landing their shots. Kenji falls, though. It's going to be 3 brawlers standing for ZETA Division 0. Shitampo with the ball, though. He's going to get taken down. Moegoku falling weak. He has to fall back as well. Aggression from Tensai. Achape with a super. They're looking for a shot. Wide open goal, left-hand side. It's going to be ZETA Division 0 tying things up.
ZETA Division 0 shooting back this time and actually getting a game. Was looking fairly good for ZETA Division 1 at certain points, but a little bit of over-aggression and overconfidence did not go their way. ZETA Division 0 now hitting back, and Shitampo needing a much earlier level up, because that's what cost ZETA Division 1 this time. He can win a game on his own if he has the levels, but without it, he's costing the games.
Right now, things looking good for ZETA Division 1 until Kuru decided to drop a wall. Moegoku is going to stay alive. They're going to retract that wall for now. Tensai does have an opportunity to grab this ball, but Moegoku has been a real problem so far. Tensai trying to dash out of this situation. He's still going to fall, though. Kuru going to go ahead and just completely try and block up this ball. Shitampo slides through, though. Kuru picking up the ball and now trying to get a super shot away. Almost a very crafty play, but couldn't quite get it off in time. Shitampo now has a super in hand, too. Tier 2 on the way.
He has the level 2, and this is what makes ZETA Division 0 worried. Shots from Kuru, though, eventually going to be connecting. Shitampo rotating over to the right-hand side, but Chape going to cover for it. Quite a hefty amount of players over the right-hand side, though. 2v2 pretty much over there, but now Chape slotting back into mid. Shitampo has this level 3 temporarily, but able to connect a couple more shots. Chape maybe close to super as he slotting into these aggressive positions, waiting for that play to be made. Shitampo unable to do too much without this level up, and he keeps on rotating towards the Carl. But ZETA Division 0 are just being reactive and doing the exact same thing and moving him away.
Well, they're fending off Shitampo for now. Achape needs to be careful, though. Shitampo can get over those walls at any given moment. He keeps flashing that super. He is definitely seeking out an opportunity to get aggressive here. Crow is squishier brawler. Kuru is squishier brawler. He's going to get through that wall, too. This is terrifying right now. Shitampo gets a pickup onto Kuru. Tensai, though, going for the aggressive play. He has a super available. He tried with a super shot. It couldn't quite get there, though. Achape still has ball in hand. Shitampo is going to fall. It's just Moegoku playing defense. And all things considered, ZETA Division 0 are going to end up with control of the map now.
And Shitampo does not have level 3 anymore. No supers in hand to level up either. This could be quite devastating for ZETA Division 1 after such a good start to this set. It could all crumble apart just like this. Moegoku working for another super to provide it to his teammates, and the ball firmly in his control as well. See the residue over that right-hand side, but now it is gone. Shitampo just being held back by Achape, and when these walls go down, it's going to be more of the same and even worse for them. And we could see ZETA Division 0 collapsing again, and that's what they're starting to do. The rotations are being made, the power-ups being provided, but I'm not sure if that'll be enough.
And now overtime strikes again. Shitampo is powered up, and if there's one player in the world I don't want to see powered up, it is him. And they're going to be the ones with the ball in hand, crossing the midfield line. Achape trying to fend them away. Super available for both Tensai and Achape. They're starting to gain a little bit of momentum here. 40 seconds to go. Our second overtime. Both teams duking it out to gain some mid control.
Moegoku with another power-up, and Kenji's looking for that, but supers galore on the side of ZETA Division. Cornering the ball now, but ZETA Division, one of the ones who are aggressing. They're getting the positioning of this, but Tensai comes in. He's got the super. He's got the protective pirouette, the jump through, but Shitampo's going to counter-jump it. He gets the takedown, but he falls to the poison. Kuru going through. Moegoku might be able to defend this and force another draw, ensure that they can't win this. But Kenji, he's got his eyes on the prize, wants to play for the game, but does back up eventually. Tensai coming in, though, has this super protective pirouettes there as well. well. 4 seconds on the clock. Can they get it through? They might be able to. Achape with the shot, but it's not enough time. The draw is there, and Zeta versus Zeta will play this map again.
That was the most aggressive tie I've ever seen. I mean, nobody is holding back. Both teams trying to play for the win. Absolutely insane. 1-1 overall. We're going to be replaying game number 3. Somebody's got to win it at some point. And both these teams really stepping up the ball games. ZETA Division 0, especially after that first one, really made a good comeback. I felt like they played a good one in game 3 as well. And now we're going to be going at it again. ZETA Division 1, ZETA Division 0 continue to fight for the #1 team in this region.
Not the start that Zeta 1 want, as they are getting pinned quite heavily. Gadget pops and Shitampo can't get much out of it. Kuru now grabbing this wall, but just denies Shitampo some shots, but they get the trade out. Moyogoku questioning where to put this ball now, puts it forward towards the other side of things. Moya gonna break this wall up and try take Tensai by storm, gets a shot, gets another connection, gets the bounce through and takes him down. Good kill by him, and now just backing off, playing for the team. Shitampo in a position where he's going to be able to get his super if they're all pinned in spawn like this, and there's residues there. The shots from Shitampo are as well. He might be able to get this one shot needed for the super, but the Sprout takes him down and back to square one.
Yeah, and Kuru can't quite connect this wall fully. He's going to pick it right back up, though, with this gadget. Moyogoku's been a real problem for ZETA Division 0 to deal with this entire match. A connection there onto Achape as well. He's going to be slowed down, halt this momentum just a little bit. A big problem, too, for ZETA Division 1. And Shitampo still at that tier 1. They need to get him up. He's looking for shots, and Kuru finally lands it. Shitampo is going to fall, but at least he is at tier 2 for the remainder of this match.
And even level 2, though, isn't going to cut it in this matchup. We've seen it in the previous ones, and he's just unable to do much until he gets that level 3, level 4. That's when he really starts to make those plays. Moyogoku, though, trying to push forward. Now the power-up was placed and the walls were broken down. Retrieved just in time, though, as Kuru places another one. And he knows his matchups. He knows he's got this Moyogoku lane locked down as long as this wall's here.
And both teams kind of at a standstill right now. You can feel the intensity. Neither team looking to make a mistake. 30 seconds away. And now all 3 brawlers for ZETA Division 0 have a super. Shitampo's still at that tier 2. Moyogoku playing his icon brawler, the one he's played the most throughout the entire year. ZETA Division 0 is really in for it. Colonel Ruff's sandbags go down. Great protection right there. Sprout shreds through them with 13 seconds to go. Each team trying to get that ball in their hands and control the map. Right now it's ZETA Division 1 tracking up this mid. A super coming in from Shitampo, a pickup from Kenji, and it's just a Sprout left standing. He's going to have to find a way to drop these walls, but there's not going to be a lot of space to work with. The walls come down. ZETA Division 1 scores, and it's going to be a 2-0 lead. 1 set away, and ZETA Division 1 could be crowned the champions of this region.
The Shitampo show returns as he gets that level 3. He walks through the team and his teammates back him up. The wall placed a little bit too soon, and it dropped with the overtime. Unfortunate ending to a very, very good set, and I'd love to see him be able to block that off and then play the overtime again, but nonetheless, I mean, ZETA Division 1, as soon as they see a glimpse of a possible play, they take it. Shitampo just grabs this super, he moves forward, gets 2, and then it's just down to the ball to be sliding. The wall's placed too early, and the goal's there. ZETA Division 1 move up once more, and ZETA Division 0 are going to have to reverse sweep 3 sets in a row to be able to contend this. And ZETA Division 1, to me, are looking like they might be the #1 seed in the end of this year.
I mean, you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. You can't mess around with Shitampo. There is no room for error against either of these teams, but especially one when Surge is on that tier 2, tier 3. It's the end of the game. They're moving up the map. You just can't make mistakes, and I think ZETA 1 capitalized on each play. You know, it was a really close call. Again, it's 2-0, but ZETA Division 0 have done a phenomenal job, too. It's been a close call the whole way through, but at the end of the day, it's Z1 who are on top right now, and I'm with you. This is the arguably hardest team in the world to try and reverse sweep here. There are MSI champions. They're up by 3 points in the region. I mean, it's just neck and neck, but right now it is ZETA Division 1 giving some eerily similar vibes to a couple months ago when they won 3-0 against ZETA Division 0. It wasn't as close, I would say. It was more of a complete sweep. I don't believe ZETA Division 0 even got a game that month, but clearly this is much more competitive. And look at ZETA Division 1. I mean, every single one of them putting on a show in terms of the aggression, both sides, and a long drawn-out set, doing a good amount of work, and you're going to see that there. But Shitampo, again, a major factor. When he was powered up, they were on the money, and when he wasn't, it was definitely more of a problem.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just, look at the kills as well. Like, the lowest of Zeta Division 1 has got 2 more than the highest of Zeta Division 0, so they were clearly getting all the kills they needed. Just a lot of the time, they couldn't get the ball forward without any of these power-ups, and the Sprout's there, always blocking them off, stopping possible plays by blocking off the different choke points. The Sprout was definitely underrated by me, at least, in my opinion, because it definitely did more than I thought it was going to do, but it was just as soon as overtime hits or ZeTaMpo gets to level 3, everything crumbles and Zeta Division 0 fall apart.
Yeah, it's a really tough one to make work. Again, it's kind of that low ceiling, high reward kind of deal. Like I've been saying for Surge, if you play it right, you're going to look so good. It's going to do so many good things for you. Sprout can play defense. He can put his walls down. He can cycle them out with his gadget. But if it doesn't work, well, they're going to be able to stomp all over you. Surge is going to be able to take advantage of his high damage, his aggressive jumping star power. And overall, I think there was more of that than there was the Sprout popping out. And at the end of the day, Zeta Division 1 are the winners of that set. 2-1, 2-1, and now we're going to be hopping into a third. It's Kaboom Canyon, and this has been a heck of a map to watch throughout this year. A lot of different strategies. You kind of see those old reliable brawlers like Crow, Amber, the sharpshooters like Piper and Bell show up here. But we've got some new brawlers in the mix too. You know, we've seen a lot of Gus today. I don't necessarily expect to see him in Heist. We've also got the two sisters that are insane with the acrobatics. We got Bonnie and Janet that show up a lot here too. We've got the Gale launchpad strategy and a band of that even coming in on the left-hand side. No Gale being upplayed for either, as they're both going to be looking to ban it. Pick one overall. It's going to be Carl. It's a brawler that hasn't gone anywhere and is still super high in this pick rate.
I mean, Carl and Crow have been the brawlers of this entire finals. Griff being added to it now as well, ZeTaMpo playing that, and Tensai taking the 8-bit, which we saw earlier on Safe Zone, but now being brought out on Kaboom Canyon, which isn't as common. Kuru going to take that B and just ensure that they've got this long-range discipline, which we know they always have anyway, and the damage booster can be very influential to adding some more matchups to their favor. And now the last pick for Zeta Division 1 is going to be Brock, and I'm honestly siding with Zeta Division 0 here in terms of comp, but if Zeta Division 1 get a singular breakaway with Griff and Brock, that is just damage waiting to happen.
Yeah, I can kind of see this going a couple ways. That Brock pick does shape things up a little bit for me, right? Because there's some pros and there's some cons to it. Brock is going to be kind of that wall break feature. He can do a lot of damage in the high safe in a quick fashion. And especially when you're playing against somebody like 8-bit, my concern becomes, well, we got to be able to stop that turret. If 8-bit can just hunker behind those walls, he can use his teleporting gadget to kind of get away. That becomes a real problem, and 8-bit can do a ton of damage as well. Looks like ZeTaMpo's going to be running the piggy bank as well, as to be expected. They're going to be trying to open up this map. It does kind of cater to be an 8-bit's playstyle, but if you play it right like Kenji does there, it won't matter. Tensai is going to fall early. It's still Zeta Division 0 contesting for this mid ground, and ZeTaMpo going to be falling weak here. The heals are not enough to keep him up. Kenji looking to cut off even more of this grass. They want complete visibility, and a big win factor for the side of Zeta Division 0. Can they get Tensai up this map?
They might want visibility now, but I feel like once they actually get control, which is what they're going to need to be able to win, they will want the bushes up. They've got Griff, they've got Crow, which aren't going to thrive at this long-range battle, which Zeta Division 0 are going to be enforcing. 7% damage only dealt low. Slow comes in, and what a slow as well. Get Tensai taken down. Achape's low. Kuru's also low as well. A super from ZeTaMpo jumping from Moyogoku, and the damage has already been dealt. They take the lead after such a tough start.
Wow, I mean, good stuff overall here. They're doing a great job of taking advantage. And I feel like Z1's comp just kind of has to push forward and really take advantage of these pushes. You can't let back at all, but now Zeta Division 0 putting their best foot forward. A little bit of a comeback here as Moyogoku somehow wins that matchup. Kuru picks it up at the end of the day. They need to get Tensai forward. He can deal so much damage all at once. They're going to be relying on this brawler to dish out a ton of damage. And Moyogoku and Kenji are going to be able to pinch this. Tensai slowly backing away, but 8-bit just can't dodge super well. He's a slow arcade machine. And once again, it's Zeta Division 1 taking control of the map.
Kenji's there now in the slow. Onto the Achape, and Tensai just being slow is going to allow them to get so much damage, and this is what I mean. Brock's there, Griff's there, the damage is going to be as well. Moyogoku now defending on his own, but he can bring down Tensai. He can get a shot to Kuru, shot to Achape, and he's slowing this push down as much as he can. He might have soaked up a shot there. The 3k might have been there, but it wasn't even 3k. The damage has been mitigated by Crow's star power. Super comes through from Kenji, and this is looking like a match point unless Zeta Division 0 gets some control right now.
Yeah, they're going to have to find a way to do some damage very quickly here, but they're still in their spawn. Moyagoku, Shitampo playing some great defense right now. Choppy does have a super available. He's going to go ahead and pop that super out of desperation, and he is going to fall. Kuru not going to be able to land enough damage here, unfortunately. Tensai trekking up the map as well. This is a huge lead, and they're not going to have the time as Shitampo body blocks the rest. It is now going to be a match point here, and this might continue the trend of sweeps for the day.
Danger for Zeta Division 0 then now. It has to be an entire reverse sweep. They're going to win 2 games in a row here and then 2 sets in a row after that. It is a lot to ask, but it is a possibility. Zeta Division 1, though, are looking so good. Early flying hook into the mid from Achape, but Shitampo's going to hit shots all day long there. Kenji's connected with Kuro as well, bringing him low, and this time it's Zeta Division 1 off the start, and I imagine it will be at the end as well.
Yeah, this is looking very scary. Zeta Division 1, a very tough team to try and reverse sweep. A pickup onto Kuru as well. Zeta Division 1 refused to miss right now. A takedown onto a Choppy as well on this left-hand side. Tensai with nowhere to go. And Zeta Division 1 are bringing the heat. They are really showcasing why they deserve to be number 1.
Rocket Fuel comes through now, and Moyagoku shots all day long, trying to get the shots on to get the slows. Damage booster at the back, but it's not even going to be boosting his speed. He doesn't have that star power on, and that's going to be a little bit unfortunate. Shitampo trying to get the trade, and he does just before he goes down, only 9% being dealt. So they've got to be cautious still, but Kuru going to get the takedown. Kenji's going to trade it out, and Tensai can't really move much further. He doesn't have the speed that his turret needs to be giving him, and that's an issue.
Well, some aggressive gameplay coming in from Achape. He's looking for damage as well. The super landing onto that high save does get taken down, but it is an effective use of it as they pick up the lead and 10% along with it. Shitampo going to be falling weak here. He's able to take advantage of that Griff super, though. Stays up just a little bit longer, and things looking a little bit better now for Zeta Division 0. They're really starting to get some pickups and kills. Kenji going to be falling weak here. Not quite the trade out that they're looking for. Only 1% being the separator right now, and things now looking even better for Zeta Division 1 as they're starting to get a little bit more of this mid.
It's one Griff super, one shot from a Brock, and they will be having the lead. Tensai now trying to back up, but Crow goes down. Nice rocket fuel coming in from Kenji there, connected with 2. Achape needs to go down, though. He can't get the connecting shots. 5% in it. They take the lead, but now Tensai's storming up this map, looking for damage. Has the gadget to do some as well. Extra credits. Super comes out from Shitampo, though, trying to get some damage down. Unable to do so, really, as Achape avoids the super. Moyagoku's got super. Kenji's there. Shitampo is as well. They've got control. It's even out at the moment, 85 to 85.
And they're going to be fighting for their tournament lives. Achape now with an aggressive play. Kenji and Moyagoku looking for defense. They get the slight chip damage that they need, but don't look now. A Crow Super going forward. They're able to find it. It's going to be a close call and a base race for both sides. And it comes down to the wire. Zeta Division 0 survive, though. It's going to a game 3.
They stay alive, and now they only need 1 game to bring this set back. Match point remains, well, the last match point of the East Asian Monthly Finals of 2022 remains. And Zeta Division 1, they might have lost it at the end there, but they looked good throughout, and I will say they're probably going to be looking as good through again. Kuru going to get hit hard. Incendiary not going to finish him off just yet, but look at the right-hand side. They are gone. They are up the map, and the control is already in their hands, as well as near enough 10% damage.
An unreal step forward for Zeta Division 1 to kick off this game. Another takedown for Kenji as well. Achape is going to fall, and Zeta Division 0 need to regroup here before things get too out of hand. 28% to kick things off, and Zeta Division 1 come out swinging.
Another super from Griff, and that's got to be near to a charged again. They are avoiding these car shots really nicely, and Kenji remains in a good position. Now, they do have this damage booster next to the safe as well, which gives Kenji immense value. Rocket fuel onto it now, but no any shots along with it. Kuru going to get hit by the poison, and so's Tensai. The slow might be there from Moyagoku, but not popping it just yet. Wants to savor these, waiting a little bit further on into the game. Achape is going to go down. Super comes in from Kenji, misses, but now he walks back into it. Gets the kill, 69 to 100, and it's looking incredible for Zeta 1. Shitampo trying to slot into the left-hand side. Shots follow up from Kenji. 1 minute and 15 on the clock, and Zeta Division 0 feel it slipping out of their hands.
Yeah, this is slowly getting scarier and scarier. Choppy is just kind of being forced to go for these desperate supers, just looking for any kills they can get. A trade is not good enough here. They need some positive interactions. Tensai now marching down this left-hand side. 8-Bit's gonna have to really hunker down here. Kenji trying to find whatever damage he can. Chitampo gonna be falling weaker. Tensai goes down as well, though, and it's not enough. Zeta Division 0 have to step it up here with 45 seconds to go.
Well, he's got 3k in hand. Kenji's going to avoid it, though, and now he does have another, but Chitampo looking for a kill. Gets slowed, gets hit as well, but the gadget, I mean, the star power is going to keep him up for now, eventually being taken down. Kenji in a bad position, getting pushed back by Tensai, but the lead is massive. They've got 70% lead. Super over onto a Chapi to try and bring him low. Tensai getting some shots through. They need to bring the damage boost or Tensai down, one or the other. Moegoku with a massive jump in, the takedown's there, 2 over the left, 1 over the right, and Zeta Division 1 have walked over them. They throw up the escape in for some reason. 13 seconds, there's no time left for Zeta Division 0 to have a comeback, especially with Chitampo in this position, and Zeta Division 1 will once again be the monthly final champions of East Asia, and they will take the #1 seed along with a lot of cash along with it.
Congratulations to Zeta Division 1. They are going to win this rivalry to end our year in East Asia. 4-3, the final tally in terms of the year score, and they do it in a sweep, 3-0 in sets. What a insane performance from them. You can see it on a Choppy's face, a little bit of a look of disappointment. They have plenty of time, though, to recover. Look at Zeta Division 1. Going to get to see them go to Worlds. These are two teams that absolutely have it in them to take home a World Championship, and I would have it no other way. What an absolutely awesome way to end our year in this region.
I mean, just look at the scoreboard as well. 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. You've got a feel for Zeta Division 0 because they put up a absolutely incredible performance, and they have done all year round to be cut short. Well, not cut short of Worlds. They're still going to be going there, and they've still got a chance, but cut short of that #1 seed after all the work they've put in throughout this year is a little bit unfortunate. But you've got to think, Zeta Division 1 have now beaten them more times than Zeta Division 0 have beaten them. So they are thoroughly deserving of the spot. What a performance. Absolutely incredible. And they are going to be heading on to Worlds with some momentum, some wind in their sails, and a #1 seed in the back.
Wow, Kenji, 17 kills. Chitampo, 14. Both of them putting up more kills as individuals from any player on the side of Zeta Division 0. Things really got out of hand in game number 3, and I think credit where credit's due. Zeta Division 1 were simply the better team here today. There have been plenty of days this year where that has been Zeta Division 0. Not the case today, though. Zeta Division 1 officially secure themselves as the #1 team in this region. They will be the one going into Worlds with a little bit of a lead in that category, finishing with more points and a little extra cash too.
Find out who the MVP is then, and it is Chitampo. Who else could it be? Every single game this guy makes it 14 kills, 14 deaths. I mean, you might have died a lot of times, but at least you got some trades along with it. 234 DPS, and he was doing work on the brawler that he played. Always is. Surge was completely amazing as well, and this man just does not have anybody who can really stand up to him at the moment. Yes, Zeta Division 0 will try their best, but cut short at a 3-0 in the last month. And I think it goes to show who the best team in this region is now.
Yeah, I think very fair, and honestly, it's pretty hard to argue that this team isn't the best in the world. I think they have the target on their back officially, right? You've got a player on their side that won a World Finals last year. This team has won an MSI, and now they take the lead. They're #1 in their region going into Worlds. I mean, there's really no other way around it. I think overall, you know, we'll get Teddy's thoughts here as we kind of back out of this and look back on this match, but overall, I just think Zeta Division 1 are arguably the best team in the world right now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they won MSI, they won the World Finals. It's tough to, you know, argue against that. I think they're in a really, really good place. And even though they started the day, I would say kind of the weakest, you know, in the quarterfinals, they were the team that struggled the most out of all of our, you know, semifinalists. But they warmed up, and after that, they were absolutely unstoppable. What a day for them, and what a performance from them.
Yeah, I mean, what a crazy day, too, things all considered. We had sweeps in every single match. And when, you know, kind of reflecting on the day and looking back at all the matchups we had, I'm not sure that's ever happened this region. I'm not sure if that's happened this year, but every team that won did so in either a 2-0 or a 3-0 fashion. Kind of some crazy stuff, Trav.
It really is. I mean, you know, in a region as competitive as this as well, and we've seen multiple teams go 3-2, 3-1, it's just unusual to see an entire region, not only East Asia, but in any region that has sweeps all around, because usually games are close than this. We've seen 3-2s between Zeta Division's 3 out of the 7 times they've played. We've seen, you know, Rising Sun taking teams to 3-2, and it's just really unusual to see a region as competitive and not unpredictable, because it usually is Zeta versus Zeta in the finals, but it's a region as competitive as this be so easy.
Agreed. And I mean, when you're kind of nitpicking and trying to find the best plays throughout this entire day, I think it's going to be a tough one. But Teddy, why don't you go ahead and break us down our play of the day?
Yeah, I don't even need to check which one it is. We had a lot of good plays today, but this one was truly exceptional. 4,141 HP. That's the number here, as a Chappie goes in for 1 super, chains it up with a second, and gets a full-on team wipe when they have the man disadvantage. AtaruChanClub had the advantage. It was a 2 versus 3, but a Chappie turns it into a 2 versus 0. Beautiful stuff from him.
Absolutely. That's definitely going to be a play I remember from the year looking back. And look at that bracket, Trav. It's all sweeps across the board. Did you see it coming? I know early on, you know, we kind of discussed before the show that the quarterfinals, you know, on paper, all of these teams look to be favorites. We could see it being a lot of 2-0s, but personally, I definitely didn't see that coming in our semis and our finals.
You know, you said when we were talking before the show, I said sweeps all the way up to the finals. I predicted everything's going to be a sweep up until the finals, and then I thought it was going to be a 3-2 to Zeta Division 0. So I was a little bit wrong the last bit, but overall, I think I've done pretty well today in terms of predictions, to be honest. 6 out of 7, I believe. And, you know, nobody can really predict that it's going to be sweeps all the way around, but it was today. And looking at everybody's predictions here, we've all predicted the same throughout the entire day, and we've all done pretty well. I think we should accept the fact that this is probably the best performance I've had in predictions, and I don't usually do too well on them.
Yeah, I mean, we can be pretty proud, but obviously across the board, we are quite sad. You know, Trav, you mentioned that getting that spray was looking pretty bleak coming into this weekend. We definitely need some of these pickups on event.brawlstars.com. I'm really going to have to grind now for EMEA and NA so we can make sure we lock those up. But overall, I mean, can't set, right? Zeta Division 1 putting on an absolute show, and here's how things shape out for the year. 1,002 points. They cracked 4 digits. Absolutely insane stuff, Teddy.
Yeah, not a lot of teams in that position. Zeta Division 0 not far behind, but they are behind, which, you know, is quite crazy. At the end of the day, that one final match here, very important in the end, making the difference here. If it was the other way around, Zeta Division 0 would have been in that first seed. But either way, both Zeta teams are going to go to Worlds, and as we conclude with this region, yeah, the other ones aren't quite going to make the cut. It's quite a drastic jump already towards 3rd and 4th spot, with Rising Sun at 649, Ataru at 589, and then another drastic jump as we get towards our top 5th to 8th. That's RIG South, which we saw today, Verite Lien we also saw today, but then also Sunny Tin and Fluffy.
Yeah, very, very solid, but also very tiered system there in the East Asia region. And now we get to take a look and see how Zeta Division 1 and all of the opponents they will get to see at the upcoming World Finals. All of the EMEA teams but one spot have been locked in. Craze Clan will be trying to defend that spot just a little bit later today. And Vanguard Gaming going to be in contention with that spot with STMN, a previous World Finalist team. It's going to be quite a good one. Again, this is the biggest weekend of Brawl Stars for the entire year so far. World spots being decided, and a lot on the line here, Trav.
Definitely so. I'm looking forward to Craze a little bit later on, and obviously NA tomorrow as well, to see who is going to be going to the World Finals and locking in those final 2 spots. But, you know, I think at the end of today, we've seen that ZETA Division 1 are the superior team in this East Asia region, and the fact that they're going to be, heading on into World Finals in such a glorious position, first seed in possibly the most mechanically skilled region, is definitely something that they're going to be proud of, and it's going to put some wind in the sails, and I think their performance at Worlds is going to be next to none.
I can't wait to see how they do. I think both of these teams will have a phenomenal showing, and to decide those spots later on in the day, stay tuned, come back and watch our boys from Europe. EMEA Monthly Finals live today at 4 p.m. CEST. I know I will be watching, and we will get to see some more lovely casting from these two guys on my right. Teddy, when closing out for the day, are there any thoughts you have looking forward to World Finals for these two teams?
Yeah, excitement. Really, it's always, so fun to watch teams play against teams of other regions, because so far this year, it does feel like for the ZETA teams, both of them, it hasn't been the most challenging besides facing each other. They've only lost to each other, really. I want to see them lose to other teams, or at least I want to see them play against other teams, because we have yet to see if they will lose to other teams. But yeah, I want to see that challenge, and I feel like Worlds is going to be that for them.
I 100% agree, and your wish will be granted. We'll be seeing both those teams at the World Finals. From myself, from Teddy, from Trav, for all the people that make this show happen behind the scenes. It's been an awesome year here in East Asia. Stay tuned, EMEA shortly after this. We will see you all very soon.
Be enough time if one spawns now, but they get the takedown anyway. Kuro can get that one, but Kenji's going to pick up anyway. Moigoku cleans up those gems on the floor, and ZETA Division 1 are going to 11 gems in hand. Inside now getting aggressive, a jump in from a choppy. He's going to fall. Shitampo, low HP, but all he has to do is play defense for 5 more seconds for his teammate. Kuro can't close the gap quick enough, and it's going to be ZETA Division 1 taking our first set. 13 seconds to go. Each team trying to get that ball in their hands and control the map. Right now, it's ZETA Division 1 trekking up this mid. A super coming in from Shitampo, a pickup from Kenji, and it's just a Sprout left standing. He's going to have to find a way to go ahead and pop that super out of desperation, and he is going to fall. Kuro not going to be able to land enough damage here, unfortunately. Tinside trekking up the map as well. It's a huge lead, and they're not going to have the time as Shitampo seconds. There's no time left for ZETA Division 0 to have a comeback, especially with Shitampo in this position, and ZETA Division 1 will once again be the monthly final champions of East.